Chapter 1. Wood splintered as a clawed hand forced its way through the door. Zaria's hands tightened on the shaft of her spear, and she thrust the weapon through the newly formed gaps. Her arms, tight and corded from years of fieldwork, and so pale from fear she could practically see her veins, were far steadier than her pounding heart would suggest. The first strike drew a squeal, like a stuck pig, and the tip came back coated with the beast's sickly green ichor. It didn't deter the brute. Instead, its slashes grew more frantic, the powerful talons ripping deep furrows in the wood. Zaria thrust again, but her timing was off. The creature grabbed onto the spear, and, heedless of its own injuries, yanked forward. Zaria hadn't been ready for that. The motion pulled her forward, slamming her forehead against the stout wood. She stumbled backwards, her raven hair flopping forward over her vision and blocking her sight. A coppery smell filled the air, and before Zaria could regain her senses, her hair was plastered in place with blood. She was only barely aware as the spear went back through the door, cast aside by the creature on the other side. Moments later, it resumed its brutal strikes against her door. Still stunned from the blow to her head, for a moment that felt like an eternity, Zaria could only wonder at how the creature was smart enough to use her own spear against her, but lacked the faculties needed to comprehend how to turn a simple latch. Someone screamed outside, and that snapped Zaria back to reality. She was in her kitchen, sitting on the simple packed earth floor, and if she didn't do something soon, a demon was going to tear its way into her house. She righted herself, but her vision wobbled from the effort, and her stomach tried to escape through her throat. A knife. She could get a knife and die with a knife in her hands. She had chosen the spear for reach. Did she have anything else to use against the attacker that wouldn't put her in range of the creature's claws? A final shattering sound let Zaria know it was too late for that question. It was already in the house. She stared at it, transfixed. This was her first time seeing one of the demons in person. It was built like a man, but with a more sloped frame, its long hands touching the ground in front of it. The creature was hairless and had the pallor of death. Zaria thought her own skin had looked pale, but in comparison, she looked positively dusky. It also had no eyes. Where a man would have had eyes, this beast had 4 horns erupting from its face. 2 curled back close to its skull, while the other 2 jutted forward and curved downward. In some horrific twist only the gods of the haunted night could have devised, the horns were the exact same light gray of Zaria's own eyes, as if the creature was built to mock her specifically. It had no lips, just rows of teeth, and it chattered its teeth together. Click, click, click. As if somehow the sound allowed it to see. It whipped its face toward Zaria and stalked forward. She scrambled away, her vision spinning until her back hit the countertop. Click, click, click. Now that there was no barrier, the beast was moving slowly. There was no caution in the lines of its motion, and certainly none of the uncertainty of Zaria's own desperate struggles. It was toying with her. That realization provided the last bit of clarity Zaria needed. Fear replaced with fury in an instant. Her fingers closed on the handle of a blade, and she whipped it in front of her. The demon cocked its head to the side, chittering again. It held out a hand toward Zaria, and curled its fingers inward in a come-to-me motion. So, this beast had killed at least one of the villagers already, enough to gain basic thoughts. That explained the door and spear earlier. Just the understanding it needed to taunt its prey. Zaria grit her teeth and tensed her legs, taking a quick instant to look at the mana bar on the back of her hand. She had a simple peasant core, just enough to allow her to enhance her strength a bit. The core had been in her family for 5 generations, and in that time it had reached Tin 3. Barely anything, but enough to give her some very basic power. She channeled her mana through the core, giving her the workday buff. It was a slight boost to her strength and stamina for the day. Not nearly enough, but something. The creature got bored with waiting. It put its claws on the floor to stalk forward again. She had to move before it did. Maybe she could get lucky and kill it, or maybe... The thought was obliterated as a hand punched through the wall behind Zaria. The meaty fist of another creature grabbed her by the neck before she could even react. The demon in front of her leapt forward at the intrusion, grabbing Zaria's ankles and pulling her towards it. She tried to struggle and channeled a secondary buff, but the creature behind her just twisted its wrist with inhuman strength. Zaria's neck snapped like a twig. She died before she was ripped in half. A small blessing. But not the last one Zaria would receive. Zaria was falling, except there was no her to fall. It was a drifting of the mind, but physical reality somehow seemed to warp around her as she fell. Welcome, new core. It is an infernal day on Selena, and you are a new value not found. Due to current instability with all worlds are broken, you have spawned as a mutant core. There is a value not found % chance that you will explode shortly and resume your trip to your destined afterlife. Due to the high likelihood of imminent detonations, no wisp is to be assigned. You are alone. Please stand by. Zaria stared at the words, horror clutching at her... well, not her chest. She didn't have one. She didn't have a her. But she had sensations, and with the ominous message hanging in front of her, none of them were pleasant. Right now, it was just the feeling of something contracting and tightening. She could remember that before this, there had been fear, too. She had been afraid. There had been a thing and a door, and then claws, and... oh, that should have hurt. Good news. There is a small but non-zero chance, precisely value not found, that you can be stabilized. There is an immense but not certain chance, precisely value not found, that stabilization will be agonizingly painful. Do you wish to proceed with stabilization? Y/N. That wasn't really a question as far as Zaria was concerned. Life and pain were just synonyms with fancy dressing. She'd chosen life her entire life, so why not now? Attempting stabilization. Scream. That last word barely had time to register before the pain hit, coursing through her being like liquid metal running through her veins. Zaria did scream, unable to stop it even if she wanted, and her cries filled the void that surrounded her. She lost, not consciousness, awareness. For a moment she was there, then she was back, and time had passed, but she had no memory of what had happened during that gap. Slowly, however, her eyes... no, that wasn't right. She didn't have eyes anymore. She didn't have a being anymore. Yet she still had vision, and slowly that vision was clearing to show more words floating before her, the only things besides her in existence. Stabilization partially successful. You are a new type of core. Welcome to Selena, Yaga Core. Because you are not fully stabilized, no wisp will be dispatched to your location. You are alone. However, basic instructions for how to function as a Yaga Core will be placed into your mind. Begin knowledge transfer. Y/N. Again, Zaria saw no choice but to focus on the Y. Error. YagaCore_instructions.dci not found. Oh, come on! Zaria finally screamed at the voice, having had enough of the games. Give me something I can work with, please? She realized, only after speaking, that those were the first words she could ever remember uttering. A furious plea for clarity. That did not bode well for her existence going forward. For a few minutes, or seconds, or hours, time had no meaning in this void. Nothing happened. However long it was enough time for Zaria to start to fret that she'd somehow offended the impersonal messages that kept appearing in her vision. Then, finally, Words returned. Quest available. Striga. Bless this house. Form a bond with a willing mortal witch to serve as your Striga. Reward. It will probably stabilize you. Quest available. Fisher it out. Aid in the destruction of a fissure and consume the fissure core. Reward. Unlocks new advancement options. Will aid in stability. Somewhat. Basic dungeon instructions, which may or may not apply to you, are available. Would you like to attempt knowledge transfer? Y/N? Yet again, to her mounting frustration, Zaria felt she had no choice but to select the Y. At least this time there wasn't an error message. She had just enough time to think that before, all of a sudden, her brain was flooded with knowledge. All she could think was it felt like trying to drink a waterfall, but with her brain, and somehow succeeding at the task. Her mind was spinning, and Zaria forced herself to come to grips with the new information. I wish I had someone to talk to, she said to no one. But then again, she could, couldn't she? She just had to make a friend. But first came the most basic task, sending her mana out into the world. The process was not unlike meditation, but in reverse. Instead of pulling your focus inwards, she just had to gradually shove her focus outwards, letting it expand to fill the space available. The information in basic_dungeon_instructions.dci let her know that she should be underground somewhere. However, that was not the case for her. There was air flowing over the top of her, not body. What she had, instead of a body, was a crystalline structure, and it was sitting on packed, hard dirt. Dirt that had recently been scraped into deep furrows by some kind of immense claws. Oh no. Zaria had a feeling she knew where this was going. Moments later, she found it. Just a moment ago, she thought she hadn't had a body, but that wasn't entirely true. It was right over there, to the left. At least, the top half was. The bottom half was to the right, and behind her. And there was also the interior portions of her body, which was everywhere else. Except for her heart. A very deliberate hole in her torso told her that had been removed purposefully. And this, more than anything else that had happened so far, drove home the reality of her new situation. Because the reality of her dismembered and disemboweled corpse being spread around her should have been sickening. Instead, it was just odd. More like she was looking at a painting someone had made of her in this state, rather than her actual body. At that, to confirm what she suspected, her mana brushed against the walls and began to soak into the structure. She didn't remember anything but the kitchen where she had fought and died. So it was nice to see the rest of the rooms, all of which were less gruesome. It hadn't been much. The kitchen was really an overblown term for a room with a simple wooden counter, a washpot to cleanse her implements, a jug of water, and a carefully sealed crate full of food that would keep for some time. Time was slowed to a fraction of reality inside, allowing food to remain fresh for years. The room also housed a simple wooden stove for both cooking and warmth. Behind that was the general purpose room, where Zaria had kept a well-worn hay sack for more comfortable seating, and her candles, plus some books for reading. The home had 2 other rooms, both narrow and along the back wall. One portion was a room that contained almost nothing but a bed, a simple mattress stuffed with hay, and linens that had once been white, but were now stained with age and use. The other was just a storage room, with her clothing and her few valuables stashed away in an ancient chest that had belonged to her 5-time great ancestors. In her new state, with the power of a core flowing through her and into her surroundings, Zaria was struck by how basic her life had been. It hadn't bothered her in life, or at least not enough to matter in the final moments she could remember. But now that she was no longer human, it all felt so depressingly simple and restrictive. Everything was gray or brown or worn so hard from age that it was headed in those directions. Her nicest dress had frayed at the sleeves and hem. Her life had lacked color. Surely she could have found some way to add some. Even plucking flowers and adding them would have brightened her world more than her existence had been. Per the instructions, her mana should have kept going, but its expansion came to a halt after the last bit flowed out her front door and onto the porch. Once it reached that limitation, it built up inside her house, what was now her body. Hopeful she'd find a problem, Zaria tried to follow the instructions on the manual in her mind and pull up her statistics. Greetings, Yagakor. Statistics are not available until mob type has been selected. Due to your unstable nature, you will not be allowed to participate in normal entity containment. There is too great a risk that you will explode and create a fracture that will release the entity, and with demons invading daily, there's too great a risk. You can make things worse. Instead, the following selections for mob base type have been prepared for you. Hauntings. Summon incorporeal beings able to act upon the world in a limited fashion. At higher ranks, they will be able to engage in more complex tasks and become much more dangerous to anyone who dares challenge you. Night children. Bats, rats, frogs, flies, wolves, and more. The Children of the Night category gives you a wide variety of creatures to choose from and enhance with your power. At higher ranks, chimeric creatures are unlocked. Mimics. You can create and imbue physical objects with hunger and biology. Mimics are capable of hiding in plain sight and changing their shape to become objects they have been fed. Their semi-organic nature makes them highly durable. However, they are slow-moving until higher ranks and cannot become objects created by your mana. Undead. Zombies, skeletons, vampires, oh my. Undead include a wide variety of necromantic constructs of only the corporeal variety. However, the undead retain some degree of desires they carried over from their former life, and failure to meet their needs can result in rebellion. Moonborn. Creatures from beyond, the Moonborn are ravenous devourers of flesh, far worse than even the demons that ended your life. You can make some yourself and play with them. Please don't select this option yet, since no one knows what it does, but it could very easily be bad. Yet, Zaria said. Only not. Just now, she was getting a feel for her speech. They were thoughts, but somehow they felt external. This entire time she'd been doing them and not realizing it. Do you mean I can select multiple options? Of course, the words didn't answer her right away. Zaria was starting to sense there was some kind of intelligence behind these, working on them in real time. But the mind in question moved at glacial speeds. Zaria turned her attention back to her house. The mana was building up nicely, and her corpse. It was far more desiccated than it had been when Zaria had a last look. Her influence was keeping the flesh from decaying, but the water in her body was evaporating in the absence of anything breaking her body down. How long had she been here? More importantly, how long did she have left before she exploded? Periods of inactivity carry a greatly reduced instability risk. Those words weren't from the other messages. This was in a section in the instructions in her mind. The back of the tome, for lack of a better word, contained a hasty section labeled Mutant Cores, full of errors in the text and comments full of possibly and it is assumed that. She'd ignored it. But that line was one of the few definite statements. As long as she wasn't doing anything, she could afford to just wait. But the moment she was active in any way, her risk would start rising. Which was good, because right now, Zaria was realizing that she was unmoored from the concept of time. If she let her attention wander, even for a moment, she could apparently lose days, which also meant the messages in her head had been happening much slower than she'd anticipated. As a Yagakor, you may be able to unlock more options as you bond with Striga. This feature is untested and is not guaranteed to function, but the Striga bond will provide enough stability you won't detonate from the attempt. However, It is recommended you consider the first choice carefully, as you may be stuck with it. That was good enough for Zaria. She had been pondering the options. Hauntings and undead were right out from the get-go. Hauntings sounded like they'd be too weak from the outset, and Zaria had no desire to tend to the needs of ravenous corpses. The inclusion of that reference on the undead implied that it was not something she needed to worry about for the other options. Of course, she didn't even contemplate Moonborn. Children were told stories of those nightmares, creatures that even the gods feared, and Zaria would have no part in releasing them into the world. For a moment, the oddity of that knowledge struck her. She would have been told those stories, yet she could remember none of them, and no details save the gods fear the Moonborn. Yet she was quite certain that was a true statement, as sure as she was of her own name. It seemed that she retained the general information she'd accrued in life, yet none of the specifics. Pushing that distraction aside, Zaria focused on the two remaining options, the Night Children and mimics. Having animals by her side certainly sounded tempting, but there was the challenge that she'd have to find them herself. None had come to peck at her corpse yet. If she had monsters of her own, she could send them out to find creatures. But if she selected the Night Children, she'd have no way to catch her first one. That left mimics. She had objects here, the remnants of her old life. They were really the only option she could work with, although she'd never heard of such creatures. Zaria focused her attention on that option. Mimics selected. Showing statistics. Name, Zaria. Theme, mimics. Maximum mimic size, small. Tier, tin. Rank, 1. Mana, 50 of unknown. Calculating for Yaga core. Regeneration, 10 per hour. Regen bonus for upkeep, 0 of 0. Command, unknown. Calculating for Yaga core. Area of influence, view. Region map, view. Rooms, mobs, upgrade, core stability logs. Zaria knew that some of those details were different from what the dungeon instructions prepared her for, so she focused on one of the ones that didn't fit in her understanding. Region map. Immediately, an overhead view of the area flashed into her vision, like she was a bird hovering monstrously high over her surroundings. Directly below her was the village she had once called home. At first, it looked utterly devoid of life. There had only been a couple dozen buildings here to begin with, and now only 3 stood intact, one of which was her home. Aside from that, some of the buildings had been reduced to ash in the battle, either in part or in full. Others had been torn apart by demonic claws and fangs and fists and blades. But unlike her home, the support of those buildings had been destroyed, leading to partial or total collapse. Thatch roofs were caved in or scattered about, both of which had just provided more fuel for the flames. Then something moved in one of the 2 intact buildings, crawling out the window. She immediately recognized the beast. It had lupin characteristics, but its fur was mangy and patchy, and its spine more curled, giving it a sloped, ape-like posture. A human arm hung from its jaw, and the beast raised one of its forelimbs to hold the hand like a parent clutching a child's wrist, just so the creature could chew more easily on the remains. Its eyes had started to shrink inwards, the beginnings of horns emerging from around the socket. A weird hound, a wolf or dog or jackal that had fed on demonic ichor so much it had become a warped and twisted mockery of what it had once been, and now had the demonic taste for human flesh. It sniffed the air and padded towards the next home. So, that explained the lack of scavengers. The weird hound's corrupted stench would keep untainted animals well clear. It wasn't much larger than a normal dog, but it was unnatural, and that presence would deter anything that wasn't similarly mutated. A perfect test for Zaria's mimics. Chapter 2. She focused on the objects in her home. Several lit up green to show they were eligible to become mimics. The wrought iron candelabra in her general living room, the chest in her closet, the chair in the kitchen, the water jug, and the food crate. The crate was her first pick. Zaria focused her attention on that. It was about 3 feet long and half that wide and tall. Now, the dungeon instructions told her that she needed to create a mob heart and a pylon, but not how to do that. She did know that if she didn't create some means of command first, which was still calculating, she would lose control of the mimic once it was created. Completely at a loss, Zaria just tested her powers over her home and see what she could do. She could open and close drawers and doors, lifting lids and rattling about furniture. She could move her desiccated corpse about like it was a puppet, which provided some horrific amusement. Zaria did use its jerky motions to sweep away the remains of her entrails, just to tidy up a bit while she thought. Both the texts she'd seen and the instructions in the manual indicated she should be able to create objects herself, but she couldn't see how to make that work. Some other tests revealed she could move the sheets of her bed and flicker flames on the candle wicks. That gave her the idea to light the stove, and the moment she had, words flashed in her vision. New feature discovered. Oven. As long as they are lit, ovens provide command and mana regeneration. They can also be used to cook naughty children who wandered too far into the woods, or anyone you dislike. Cooking a living creature has a chance to unlock new features. You just have to get them inside. Maximum 1 per room. Provides 20 command per oven. Well, feeding children to an oven seemed pointlessly cruel, no matter how naughty, but Zaria would keep that use in mind. And trying to get the weird hound inside would be more difficult than it was worth. The important thing was, she had command now, which meant she could turn her attention back to the food crate and just start putting mana into it. The crate shuddered as she focused her attention on it, rocking back and forth. She pushed mana at it, and it began to twitch violently. For a moment, Zaria feared it would shatter under the weight. Words flashed across her vision. New mimic unlocked. Crate mimic. The most basic type of mimic, crate mimics serve as versatile traps, but have no special abilities distinct from any other type of mimic. Cost 5 command. The crate stabilized, and there was a sickening retching sound. One side of the crate, part that hadn't been able to open a moment ago, split open to reveal a gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth. It vomited noisily, spewing cans onto the floor. A disturbingly purple tongue the length of the crate's full body lashed out, licking hungrily at the air. Then it began to slide across the floor like a slug, gently moving towards Zaria's corpse. No, Zaria said to it. I'm not done with that. The mimic whined. I don't care that you're hungry. That's my body. The mimic made more pitiful whimpers. It didn't make any more moves towards her body. The creature was complying with her commands, but it was still expressing its wants and needs. Zaria had a feeling she could command it to be silent and sit still, and it would. But after so long, she wanted some motion in here. It was nice to have some signs of life. How about we get you some food then, she said, putting her attention to her porch. From here, she could see out, just like she was sitting on a chair and looking outwards. As she'd hoped, the sounds of the mimic had drawn the attention of the weird hound. The creature was padding towards her house, her dungeon, she supposed, its tongue flopping out the side of its mouth. How about it? She said to the mimic. Hungry? The mimic slid towards the door. To provide bait, Zaria gave it a quick command. Its tongue flicked out, wrapping around a can of corned beef before constricting and splashing itself with the contents. Then it went inert. Now that it wasn't moving and had closed its mouth, there was nothing to indicate it was anything other than just a normal crate that had been covered with meat. Zaria took quick stock of her surroundings. She'd need to move her body. She didn't want the weird hound eating that. She'd also need to move... Oh, yes. Her core sat in the open, waiting for the weird hound to get curious and bite down. The instructions hadn't mentioned that it would be vulnerable, but it felt wrong to leave her core lying around. Surely the hungry beast wouldn't be interested in a shiny rock, right? Zaria took one more look at the creature. Although it wasn't much larger than the crate, it was still massive in comparison to her. It also had a ravenous look to those beady, horn-shrouded eyes, and Zaria decided she didn't want to find out the hard way that it was willing to eat shiny rocks. Still unsure how to create something protective for herself, Zaria decided to go for the next best option. It would take too long to spawn a new mimic, so she focused her attention on her corpse. The headless torso lifted off the ground, propelled by invisible marionette strings Zaria controlled and floated over to her. She used her own hands to gently scoop up the crystal that was her true self now, then moved the body as quickly as she could back to the bedroom. There, she tucked herself in under the sheets, safely out of sight. And not a moment too soon, the weird hound was on her porch, sniffing at the air. It had caught the scent of the spilled beef and was clearly curious about fresher meat. However, the creature hesitated. When it reached up to the porch, it didn't put its paw down on the wood. Instead, it waved the limb in the air, as if feeling something it couldn't see. At first, it looked like the motion was just wild fumbling, but then Zaria realized it was more of a scooping motion. It was trying to bring whatever it was sensing closer to the horns on its face. "I'm tired of waiting," she said to the mimic. At her command, the mimic's tongue lashed out like a whip. If she'd thought it was long before, Zaria was about to learn she'd been mistaken. The appendage narrowed as it extended, gaining length. The weird hound had time to yelp in shock, and then the mimic's tongue was around its throat, pulling it onto the porch and closer to the mimic. The demonic hound was not going to go that easily, however. It dug its claws into the wood, trying to pull itself backwards, and slashed at the mimic's tongue with its claws. Blood flowed from the mimic, and it pulled harder on the weird hound. Zaria feared she'd been mistaken. The weird hound was too strong. But then, just as she'd been ready to start creating another mimic in desperation, the one in the doorway made its move. It had been holding itself to the ground via an adhesive. The moment the weird hound was fully on the porch, the mimic released its grip. Now, all the weird hound's efforts to pull away from the mimic had no resistance. The weird hound rocked back as the mimic reeled in its tongue like a slimy fishing line. It was perfectly positioned to snap its jaws shut around the weird hound's skull. It decapitated the creature in a single bite. "Good job," Zaria said to the creature, which paused in its meal to coo happily at the praise. Then it resumed devouring its prey, and words flashed across her vision once again. "Congratulations! You have slain your first creature. Slay more to advance your power further, although be careful not to exceed the limits of your core. You still might explode. Better hurry and find a Striga. Reward. New feature. Limited external mob control. Give your mobs commands that can be carried out in 30 minutes or less before they return to you. If the mob is unable to return, it'll become free-willed. Reward. New feature. Bipedal locomotion. Walk it off. You've earned it." Walk it off? How? "I'm a fucking house," Zaria said. But at the same time, she could feel something happening. Some instinct was forcing her to action, as involuntary as a flinch. She didn't fight it, instead watching. New flooring was growing from her walls inwards to the center of the room. It was predominantly wood, but the moment the wood flooring touched her discarded entrails and legs, flesh began to form between the planks, creating a living seal to the structure. That massive skin creeped along the cracks in the whole structure, growing to fill the walls, stretching membranous tissue among the thatch of the roof. Her discarded legs were carried by the motion towards the center of the door and sunk through the floor. Zaria could feel them now, growing beneath her. Moments later, Zaria felt a twinge in her thigh that escalated quickly to a red-hot sensation. Before it could get worse, she unfurled them, forcing herself to stand. The process was much slower than a human standing up because there was so much more leg to work with. The entire house was lifted along with the motion until Zaria was standing fully upright. The legs, were 3 times the height of a man before even reaching the house, and her patio now stretched fully around her entire body. These weren't her legs, though. She could see them by putting her vision in the floor of home, although they felt like they belonged to her, and certainly incorporated elements of her body. There was no doubting their appearance. These were the legs of a chicken, grown to massive proportions. Zaria knew she should be terrified, but instead, she was elated. She was not trapped to a single place. She could walk. She could move. She was free. Warning, core stability 73%. She was going to need to act quickly if she didn't want to die. Zaria kept an eye on her stability levels as she experimented with her new legs. Thankfully, it was nothing drastic. Walking around seemed to not take up enough mana to trigger much a core stability reduction. However, using her newfound abilities did. By focusing on the core stability logs option on her stats screen, she could see the reductions. Expand area of influence, -1% per 100 square feet. Command mobs, -0.2% per use. Discover new mobs, -7%. Summon mob, -1%. Influence dungeon interior, -0.05% per use. Activate/deactivate oven, -1% per use. Advancement, +5%. Material creation, -0.01% per square foot. Walk, -0.01% per mile. That big reduction for discovering new mobs convinced Zaria she didn't want to experiment with the other eligible objects inside her dungeon right now. New mimic types would have to wait, especially because she needed more mimics. They'd just have to be crates for now. And she would need at least one more for her boss, but that could wait. She at least had a better idea of what to do now. The automatic generation of new floors had given her a feel for how to create objects. She just needed to replicate that feeling while following the dungeon instructions guide on how to create mobs. Mob creation is one of the most basic dungeon processes, so it is fairly easy. Just focus on the image of the mob you wish to summon, then create a mob heart. Keep the image stable in your mind until the mob forms around the heart. For a boss mob, you'll want to first merge 3 hearts together. The knowledge of how to create a mob heart was also in there. Spinning up individual motes of mana until they collided was the swiftest way to do so. It was a bit tricky at first to hold an image of the mob steady while spinning up mana, but the process became easy to understand very quickly. She had a maximum of 20 command, so she summoned 3 more of the crate mimics, taking the hit to stability to put her at a nice round 70%. She made sure to carve an image into the back of each mimic so she could tell them apart. A tree, a mountain, and a river. The drawings were crude and childish, but they'd serve her purposes. Her new ability proved handy. Since she could idle and walk freely, Zaria wandered to where there were the most intact buildings. She scratched at the dirt with her powerful talons, marveling at how easily she was able to shred the hard, packed earth. Once she had dug a bit of a pit for her leg, Zaria settled into it to give her mimics a command. Go out. Gather as many objects close to your size that you can carry, or any objects that contain mana, and bring them back. Make sure you leave with enough time to return before the 30-minute limit is up. Do not attack anything unless it attacks you first. We don't have time for fights. One of her mimics, her first creation, whined. Zaria sighed. If you find any dead, you can eat them, but don't let it slow you down. With that clarification, all 4 of them slid out her front door. The slow speed of the creatures was definitely going to be a limiter. She'd compared them to slugs earlier, and that comparison seemed especially apt as they moved out across the ruined village. It was almost painful to watch. A person crawling across the ground using only their arms while letting their legs dangle behind might be slower, but not by much. To distract herself, Zaria went back to her region map to plan her next step. Now that she'd advanced, the map had expanded how much of the world it showed. She could see 3 nearby villages. Each of them was labeled Relanon, Zevalat, and Chernon. When Zaria tried to pull her vision in closer to see what was happening in those towns, like she had for here, however, the houses and roads she could see from the aerial view just turned into sketches of structures as seen from overhead. There were icons on the map as well. There were spirals near Relanon and Zevalot, both with countdowns. The one near Relanon said 2 days, 10 hours, 21 minutes, and the one near Zevalot said 1 day, 6 hours, 54 minutes. Were those incoming fissures? It was hard to tell. Zaria couldn't think of what else they could be. Nearby whirlpools? But that would hardly make sense. The other icons were even less distinct in their meanings, save for the stylized houses near each town's name. Zaria looked back at her hometown, Dricknon. It didn't have a stylized house, however. It had broken arches that Zaria could guess symbolized ruins. At least I figured out something. Still, so much for being borderline omniscient, she grumbled to herself. She'd had some mild hopes of that, but it seemed her powers were limited. A quick check of her core stability confirmed that using the map was a very light drain on her, only 0.01% per minute, so she dove back in. There were tests to run. Had she been this methodical in life? Zaria honestly had no idea, but she suspected that it was the case. At the very least, the books were organized in neat alphabetical rows on the shelves, and her clothes had been hung from their rack in neat sections based on both style and how heavily worn they were. That spoke to at least some degree of care to detail as a mortal. Unlike trying to figure out how to activate the oven for command points, the map proved fairly easy to test. She could see in detail about 1 mile out from her house's current location, and the foggy details extended about 20 miles in all directions. There was an odd band at the edge of her vision, where she could see static objects, houses, trees, and roads, but the vision was cloudy. As she watched, a fox chased a rabbit into the clouded area, and both vanished from her perspective. That gave her an idea, and Zaria turned her attention back to where she had came from. Sure enough, the area in that direction was foggy and static, but still detailed in a bit wider area. The exact area that would have been exposed if she'd checked her map before standing up and walking away. So, she said, finding comfort in the ritual of speaking, or rather, thinking out loud, even with no one to hear. I can still see static information in areas I've left, but cannot still see what's actively happening there. This will somehow be useful. I'm not sure how yet, but there would be no reason to give me that gift if it wasn't. But that does raise a question. What am I supposed to be doing, aside from survival? As if trying to answer her question, words from the Dungeon Core instructions rose in her mind. Welcome, new Dungeon Core. If you are reading this, it is possible the worst has happened, and Wispaim has declared our world as off-limits due to the ongoing crisis. This manual has been created to serve as a stopgap to aid new Dungeon Cores in their journey. This manual may also be presenting to Mutant Cores that achieve stability. So if that category includes you, don't worry. You reading this is not proof our world is doomed. Probably. The purpose of a Dungeon Core is to contain various entities that threaten our world. If you think the demons are bad, these entities are worse. They are beyond the concept of mortality, and thus cannot be permanently slain should they escape. They are also terribly powerful. Zaria grimaced at that concept and skimmed down a bit. She already knew she couldn't contain entities based on the words she'd received while trying to select her mob type. So, as long as she knew the basics, entities powerful and bad do not release, there wasn't much more she needed to know for now. She got to the next section. In addition, there is the matter of the Fisherborn. If you're newly spawned and lack your memories, you may not remember the detail. A little over 5 years ago, precisely 5 years, 1 month, 3 days, 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds, the first Fisher appeared on our world as a result of an unknown event happening elsewhere in the universe. Demons began to invade, slipping through the cracks. The efforts of the Chosen Seven sealed the worst of these fissures and stabilized them enough. Fissures will still appear. They have become permanent features of our world. Efforts to cease their appearance are strictly prohibited, because doing so could weaken the protections in place and cause them to become unstable and dangerous again. The same goes for efforts to suppress their appearance. Some of you will be tempted to defy these edicts. Lidiva, this is for you in particular, but also to other cores. You will think there is a path to power in this. Rest assured, that is not possible. You saw how unstable things got. If the portals are contained, or partially or fully suppressed, pressure will build up in the realm from which the demons are spawning. It will, over the course of decades, finally push through, with catastrophic results. It is unlikely any current life on the world, mortal or immortal, will survive. Instead, all efforts should be focused on destroying fissures after they appear. They have become necessary pressure valves on our world, but if they are allowed to persist too long, they will become hardened fissures, which will become more difficult to destroy and continue to allow demons to appear. Do not attempt a fissure with hardness 1 unless you are at least silver tier. Hardness 2 requires gold tier for safe sealing. Hardness 3, platinum. If a fissure advances to hardness 4, the surrounding region should be cordoned off and considered under the domain of demons, with efforts focused on preventing demonic miasma from spreading. For more information, see Section 174, Fissures and You. Normal protocols would require the spawning of citadel cores, but the current instability with core spawning has made that too dangerous to attempt. Any mutant cores seeing this that are not involved in entity containment, consider this your primary directive. To incentivize the destruction of fissures, modifications have been made. When a fissure is destroyed, the core of the fissure will not fall back through to the old reality, but remain here to be absorbed and utilized, unlocking new advancement options. If the core is shattered, fissure shards may still be utilized by mortals to advance their hero cores in new ways. To prevent hoarding, such shards will not be usable by dungeons or their servitors, but you will gain a boost to experience if you provide them to adventurers as loot. Any newborn cores should prioritize reaching bronze tier as quickly as possible to unlock world mobs and aid in fissure destruction. Please proceed to Section 243B, New Features, to learn more. Zaria hesitated before going on to the next section, wanting a moment to process what she'd just learned. It was a lot to take in. At least she knew what she was supposed to do. Destroy fissures, gather fissure cores, rank up, and destroy more. Once she was stronger, she could go after the hardened fissures. Already, however, Zaria knew she had at least one advantage over other dungeons. From some quick perusal of the information, something she'd need to delve into more later, it appeared cores below bronze could help seal fissures if they appeared in an area where the core had mobs. The limitations of the area of influence were the only reason they wouldn't be much use. They could only stop fissures that spawned within their area of influence. Zaria didn't have that limitation. She could just go to the fissure and send out her mobs. Right now, 4 slow-moving mimics would not be enough to seal one, she was certain. If it was that easy, the fissures would be a non-issue. But she could do more. She just needed a Striga. Then she'd be stable, and more importantly, she'd have someone to talk to. That latter one seemed especially important. Already the silence was getting to her. How long had she gone without speaking to something that could answer back in a meaningful way? However long it had been, it was too long. The mimics were on the way back with their findings. One was dragging an anvil. Another had stuck 3 children's stuffed animals to its back. Yet another had grabbed a barrel full of iron scraps. And the last, which had been her first creation, had found a leather mask. Stylized to look slightly like a bird, Zaria recognized it immediately. It was the mask of a plague doctor, specially enchanted to filter out demonic miasma. What had a plague doctor been doing here? Miasma didn't start spreading until the fissure reached hardness 2. The doctor hadn't been here long, most likely. By the way the mimic's tongue explored the interior of the helmet, Zaria had a feeling the armor hadn't been empty when the mimic had found it. "I'm naming you Rav," she said to the mimic. "It's short for ravenous, because you are always hungry." Rav cooed, as if it took the name as praise. There's something in here about creating servitors, but it sounds like it would be a huge risk to my core stability, Zaria said to the mimic. She double-checked the information about servitors to make sure she was right about them. They required she build more rooms. Zaria had no idea where she was going to put new rooms in this tiny house, and more importantly, the process involved cutting off a small bit of her core. That idea terrified her, but still tempted her. A servitor was a sapient, free-willed mob, capable of speech. Making Rav into one would give her someone to talk to. The taunting words of the messages earlier lingered in her mind. You are alone. She pushed them down. For now, without attacking each other, or damaging anything in here, or attempting to leave, I command you all to do what feels natural. She'd hoped the mimics would get up to antics, or something she'd find amusing. Unfortunately, however, natural for a mimic seemed to be going completely still and waiting for prey. Zaria pushed the thought out of her mind and pulled her map back up into her vision. Relinan and Zavalot were the two towns where fissures were opening soon, and they were in opposite directions. Zavalot's fissure was closer to opening, and it was a slightly larger town. Zaria considered for a minute. Right now, she had 4 mimics. When she built a second oven, that would get her up to 8. Given that her hometown had been completely overrun, Zaria didn't like the thought of going up against a fissure with just 8 mimics. But if she could spend some time near the town, leveling up first, she might be able to hit Tin 3 or 4, and hopefully figure out how to make new rooms in the process, which meant she needed more time. Relinan it was then. Making sure her mimics were fully settled first, Zaria slowly stretched her legs and headed towards the town with thunderous footsteps. Chapter 3. Zaria walked through the night. The road seemed like a good way to attract undue attention. Although a walking house was not exactly the most subtle thing, Zaria still wanted to avoid being attacked or causing a panic before she could arrive. To minimize that, she strode straight through the forest, driving a direct line to the town. The woods here were not too thick, and a long drought had dried up many of the trees. Brittle branches snapped under Zaria's talons, and if the trees grew too thick for her to just walk through, it took virtually no effort to just kick the plant down. The crashing was sure to be heard for miles, but anyone who decided to investigate something clearly smashing its way through the forest deserved to find a chicken-legged house, as far as she was concerned. It was a cool night, with a stiff breeze tugging at Zaria's eaves. I need to remember to be careful on windy days, she said to Rav, glad to have someone to talk to, even if it couldn't answer. I'm pretty top-heavy. Merc? Rav asked. Zaria had no idea what the sound meant, but answered like it was an intelligent question. Yeah, I know. I'm borrowing trouble with that. But if I don't say it, I'm bound to forget it at the wrong moment. Rav cooed. In my defense, I'm talking to a box that can't understand me. A box that eats people. I'm clearly not entirely of sound mind. Zaria had to step carefully over a creek so wide it was bordering on being a river, and checked her map. She'd be arriving in Relinan soon. For the best. She wasn't getting tired yet, but she did want to arrive before daybreak. Zaria glanced up at the sky. The twin moons, Selon and Isdra, were both visible. Not just that, but it was a lucky night. The spiral was visible between them. Do you know of the moons? She asked Rav. Of course you don't. You're barely a day old. And you're basically spicy furniture. And you can't speak, but you can listen. So I'm going to tell you a story to pass the time. Rav licked his lips, which Zaria took as a sign of interest. Long ago, Selon and Isdra were part of the Court of Hungry Night. They were the ones who restrained the hunt. But the gods of the Hungry Night were tired of the restraint of those two, so they laid a trap for them. Zaria saw a bear ahead. The fierce beast raised up to roar, then saw a house walking on chicken legs and froze. The bear made a sound somewhere between a roar and a whimper, cocking its head. Instead of giving chase, it moved to just keep itself between Zaria and its cub. Zaria chuckled. If bears had stories, that one would be telling the story of the human dwelling that strolled by for the rest of its life. She turned her attention back to Rav and continued the story. The other gods tricked Isdra. She was the fiercer hunter of the two. Selon was always one step behind his sister, desperately trying to keep up. So, the gods of the hungry night told Isdra that there was fresh game in the sky, the moonborn. Isdra was eager for new prey and excited for the hunt. Selon warned her that she would have no way to come back. Once in the sky, she would fall forever around the world, trapped in an endless spiral. But the gods of hungry night offered a solution. Dravok, lord of the Dusk Forge, offered Isdra a chain strong enough to hold a goddess. They would secure the other end to Selon's wrists. Rav said. Oh, how silly of me. Isdra was the goddess of the forest, and Selon of the mountains. When he planted his feet, nothing could rip them free of the ground. That was why he would hold the chain. Once Isdra completed her hunt, he would pull her back to the ground. But of course, it was a trap. On the night of the first sky hunt, Isdra went into the sky, and Selon held the chain in place. The gods of the hungry night waited until Isdra had pulled the chain completely taut, so she was tugging against her brother. Then they sprung their trap. Elethul, the destroyer. She had the power to utterly annihilate anything her orbs touched, leaving no trace. No force could rip Selon free of the ground, but if the ground were to vanish beneath his feet, he could do nothing. There was no ground to hold on to. Zaria sighed. Rav had gone back to being still, but she continued. At this point, it was just nice to hear a voice, even if it was her own. Isdra had been pulling as hard as she could to ensure she was stable. When the ground vanished beneath Selon, she pulled her brother up into the sky with them. But they had their revenge. As he passed into the air, Selon lashed out with a mighty kick, striking Elethul in the chest. They say he kicked her with such force she came to land 1,000 years later on another world. The spiral that stretches between them? It's the fragments of the chain that once held the siblings together. Rav sighed. Okay, fine. There are scholars who say that it's just a story. The spiral was once a third moon, and the force of being trapped between Selon and Isdra was enough to slowly rip it apart, until only fragments remained. But I like the story better. Even if it's not true, it contains a truth. Rav let out a purring growl. The truth is simple. Accept no gift with chains. Only take that which is offered if the person offering it has no reason to bear you ill will. Else you will find yourself trapped in a prison you could have avoided. Rav actually shifted some, as if getting into a better position. That's right, Zaria said. You really are children of Dravok the Dusk Forge, aren't you? Gifts with teeth instead of chains, and a stomach instead of the sky. The sound of a bell pulled Zaria out of her one-sided conversation with the crate mimic. She pulled up her map. The town was within range. Had they heard her approach? No. There was light cresting on the horizon. Dawn was approaching. Zaria took the final few steps out of the woods and hastily scratched herself a hole for her legs before settling into the ground. Then she cast her senses along the map and into the town. Relanon was a larger town than Zaria's. Part of why she'd chosen it was large enough it should have its own witch in residence. But it was still small, with about 3 dozen families, a blacksmith, an inn, a market, and scattered farms to the north. There was a well in the center of the town, and that drew Zaria's attention. 5 figures were standing there. The central figure was a man dressed in a black silken suit, his ebon dark hair going to salt and pepper at the edges, and a beard that hung in 2 braids. The 3 men and 1 woman around him wore wool versions of the same suit. All 3 men had the same beards. The woman had 2 braids in her auburn hair as well. Unlike the central figure, who had the alabaster complexion of someone who had spent little time in the field, the 4 with him had the tanned hides of those who had spent their life in labor under the sun. "Rejoice!" the woman shouted between rings of the bell. "Rejoice! The witnesses of reclamation are here. Rejoice, for your salvation is at hand." The villagers were gathering, but from their scowls, they were anything but full of joy. Like many of the towns this far from the capital, the villagers were a mix of people, thrust together over the last few years as the fissures ripped apart the formerly homogeneous regions. Humans were the minority in Relanon, it seemed. Urkin made the majority. The green-skinned sapients towered over the humans nearby. Many of them still had caps on the points of their horns, something they did to not tear up pillows while they slept. With them also were some hublins, gray-skinned and long-armed. They looked shorter than the others, but that was only due to using their forelimbs for locomotion. When they stood upright, they would be eye level with the Urkin. None of them was as tall as the ogres, though. Those two were nearly twice the height of a human, and must be the residents of the largest house that Zaria could see. Their hands were even larger than their build would suggest, nearly large enough to wrap entirely around a man's torso. The shorter of the two, still over 10 feet tall, was the gold of leaves before they fell for the fall, and he glared at the speaker.
"And what's the price of this salvation?"
Now that someone had spoken, the older man stepped forward. He spoke in a voice as silken as his garment.
"There is no price on our salvation, good ogre," he said. "I am Acolyte Taimoa. I simply wish to help."
"Acolyte, eh?" said a voice from the crowd. "Is that why you stink of demon?" Everyone turned to the speaker as she strode forward. She wore black as well, but it was somehow a different shade than the cloths of the speaker and his companions. This one was the welcoming black of a moonless night, while they were the hungry darkness of an open pit. That was aided, in part, because of the rich blues she'd included in her leather vest, a central stripe of cloth, almost like a tie running down the center to hide the buttons. Her skirt moved heavily, and Zaria could see that it had leather plates woven into it, so thick they could serve as armor. Similarly, she wore leather greaves that ran up to her thighs, the clothing of an adventurer, one who specialized in the mystic arts, so needed their arms absolutely unimpeded. Those arms were the most visible part of her body, and she had the deeply tanned look of the other villagers. Still, there was a bit more of a glow to her, as if the tan was closer to her natural complexion. Her hair was nearly down to her waist, and so curly that Zaria suspected it would reach her knees if not for the curls. But all of that paled in comparison to what she had on her shoulder. It was a giant utensil, a spoon imbued with the tines of a fork. Sized for an ogre, it looked like a mace in her hands, and she'd coated the interior with some sort of amber substance.
"Ah,"
Acolyte Taimoa said.
"You must be the town witch. What an interesting choice of weapon."
"It's a spork," the witch said. "And I have a name. Vaisala."
"Vaisala. A name as beautiful as you are."
Taimoa's smile didn't waver, but it did take on a disgusting edge.
"Of course, to receive salvation, you must renounce yourself of your prior role and surrender to me for cleansing. There is no place for witches in redemption."
Vaisala spat on the ground and then pointed at Taimoa with her spork. "That's a price to your salvation right there," she said. "If the people of this town want me to leave, I'll leave. But I'll turn myself into a toad before I turn myself into you." "Please, sister," said the woman who had rung the bell. "I accepted the cleansing myself. It is worth being free of the weird core." Vaisala spat again. "By the dusty testes of St. Cabra the Undying, you really think it'll be that easy? They shattered your core, sister. I won't let the same happen to me." Zaria stared at Vaisala. "I think I'm in love," she said to Rav. "That's my Striga. Her, right there."
"Do you threaten me?"
Taimoa said, his silken tones taking on an eager note. "It takes a right bastard to hear a threat and a refusal to comply," Vaisala said. She turned to the people of the town. "I'll leave, if you prefer the help of these people. Hungry Knight, I'll stand alongside you still for your protection." Zaria couldn't help but notice the phrasing there made it unclear if Vaisala was offering protection from demons or the acolyte. "But I like to think I've earned your trust, and my siblings from the Midnight Guild will still be here soon. In spite of his fancy garb, he's tin.
Same as the other 4, and same as me. Your call. I will fight to protect you, as I always have. Or, Acolyte Taimoa said, you can accept our aid and rid yourselves of this witch. He mimicked Vaisala's tone almost perfectly. An Urkin in slightly nicer clothes than the others stepped forward. Acolyte, while we appreciate your offer, before he could finish the rejection, a younger Urkin woman ran up to him.
Father, a house. It was walking, and now, just outside of town. There is a house just outside of town.
Oops, Zaria said.
Well, this should be interesting. Let's make sure we're ready for our guests.
Chapter 4. There was one thing Zaria needed to make before the villagers arrived. The dungeon instructions were quite clear on this. She needed to make a boss. She'd already seen how to make a boss heart when creating mob hearts, but she needed to understand exactly what that meant, so quickly scanned the instructions for the word boss, then skipped through the entries until she found the one she needed.
Your boss is the ultimate challenge of each particular zone of your dungeon. Equivalent in power to 5 regular mobs, a boss typically only costs twice as much as a normal mob of the same type. As such, you have a limit of 1 boss per tier, unless upgrades are chosen to expand that number. Your boss should be a test of everything adventurers have faced so far in your dungeon, and should have a specialized room set aside for itself and any additional mobs, called adds, that support the boss. Creating a boss will grant it additional abilities beyond what a normal mob of its type is capable of, making sure it is a sufficient challenge.
Zaria skimmed the rest. Seemed easy enough. She just needed to create one. The question was, what did she use for it? The crate mimics would be the safest option, but after fighting the other 4, Zaria suspected adventurers would be able to suss out the next crate they saw as also a mimic. It would make sense to make a brand new mob. As much as Zaria wanted Vaisala as her Striga, she couldn't count on the woman being interested. That made the idea of forming a new mob and paying the heavy cost to her stability less appealing. But Vaisala had said something in the square. What was it again? All of a sudden, the scene played out in front of Zaria, not as a memory, but as if it was a play, with everyone perfectly reenacting their roles from just moments ago. Zaria focused on Vaisala and listened carefully. But I like to think I've earned your trust, and my siblings from the Midnight Guild will still be here soon. In spite of his fancy garb, he's tin, same as the other 4, and same as me. Your call. I will fight to protect you, as I always have.
Her siblings from the Midnight Guild, Zaria said to Rav. What do you think are the odds that means other witches?
Rav snarled.
Yeah, me too. So, worth the gamble. So, for the boss, I think since they're going to be fighting you 4 first, the boss should be a test of their ability to spot mimics versus normal objects. So, Zaria focused her attention on the closet. This wouldn't do for a boss room. It was too small, but the object she needed was in there. Remembering the damage spawning Rav had done to his contents, Zaria grabbed her corpse on its marionette strings and swung it to the closet, opening doors as it passed. She then opened the lid of the chest with a simple command and used the corpse's flailing limbs to dump the chest's contents on the floor. The corpse. Not her corpse. Already, Zaria was feeling very little attachment to the vessel that had housed her for most of her mortal life. It was just a thing of flesh. Something she thought might come in handy later, but she didn't see it as her. Not anymore. Still, she wanted to ensure the possessions in the chest were safe. She used the corpse to sweep them to one corner, then formed a regular crate covering them and the corpse for later use. Then she prepared to turn the chest into a mimic. It just felt like she was forgetting something. Zaria mulled that feeling over. Oh shit, she said. I forgot the second oven. The thought of the chest mimic forming and running rampant, out of control, sickened Zaria. That would have been a disaster. It would have had to go through her bedroom to reach the rest of the house. It might have eaten her core. Chiding herself for her carelessness, Zaria quickly whipped up an oven. This was a bigger drain on her than she had expected. They had a high cost associated with them in terms of mana, energy, and focus, but moments later it was roaring merrily away in the corner of the kitchen. Then she turned her attention back to the chest and started the process of forming mob hearts. Without a mob, they hung there, looking like crystalline hearts that beat slowly to some unheard rhythm. Instead of thrusting them immediately into the chest, she spun the hearts together, collapsing them into a boss heart. This larger structure beat far faster and harder than its component parts, pumping mana with so much force it made an audible noise. Wishing she could hold her breath for comfort, Zaria thrust the boss heart into the chest. It shuddered violently, with far more force than the crates had earlier. The lid, left open from earlier, snapped shut, before it twisted into an evil grin full of razor-sharp teeth. "New mob discovered. Chest mimic. 6 command points." Zaria dismissed the words as quickly as she could read them, making sure only to register it so she wouldn't miss any important information. But something else was happening. The chest was standing up. It had a single thick, powerful leg in the center of its mass, one that terminated in a disturbingly human foot. From the sides of the chest, the handles burst outwards, forming into a pair of long and spindly arms. Those limbs almost looked human, save for the extra 2 elbows along their length that gave them supernatural flexibility. The chest opened its lid, now its mouth, and a long, thick tongue fell out. The appendage looked like it was spotted with silver and gold. Then it giggled. The sound was somehow both deep and high-pitched at the same time, like the laughter of a child's corpse bubbling up from a fetid well. "You're disturbing," Zaria said to it. "I love it. I name you Maw, the Laughing Gift." Maw cackled louder. Apparently he liked it. "Get in the living room and go hide," Zaria said. The villagers were almost here. She spun up 2 mundane chests into the room, making sure they were perfectly identical to Maw. She had an idea for how to make this fight interesting. Outside, the villagers had gathered, although none of them dared move too close. There was a lot of muttering, all of it tinged with fear. The mayor, Vaisala, and acolyte Taimoa were in the forefront of the group. "How?" the mayor said, not asked. It was a flat statement. "I'm certain this wasn't here yesterday." "It's a dungeon," Vaisala and Taimoa said in unison, then shot each other glares. Taimoa spoke again first, his words dripping with condescension masked behind a veneer of academia. While he spoke, Vaisala circled around Zaria's hut. "The child's belief of footsteps was likely driven by the sound they make when they emerge. I could see it being mistaken for footfalls to the uneducated." "There wasn't a dungeon here yesterday either," the mayor responded. "I just got here," Zaria said. "Walked here from... I guess it doesn't matter. The town is gone."
"Ah, I see," Taimoa said in a placating voice. "Some of their kind are willing to forsake their demonic natures and convert. Others are already tainted and have to be cleansed."
"Excuse you?" Zaria snapped at the man. "What do you mean by cleansed?"
"It's a terrible thing to have to do," Taimoa said, ignoring her tone. "The dungeons are a vital part of how magic works." Taimoa tisked his tongue. "But with the demonic threats, we must remove all other threats to our people." "That seems a bit extreme," the mayor said. "If they're important, and they've been here forever..." Taimoa put his hand on the Urkin's shoulder. "My good man, surely you realize by now there is no other help coming. Only the corruptive influence of the Midnight Guild, and our salvation. The kingdoms of the world have abandoned you. You must be proactive in your defense, but fear not. If this dungeon agrees to serve, it'll be a valuable asset to your village, attracting heroes from across the land who wish to rank up within its depths. You can also advance your own people. Trade in your village will increase. We must ensure it's safe."
"Assuming I don't just walk away from you, or crush you." "Or we leave the dungeon alone," Vaisala said. "It doesn't need salvation. We just shouldn't provoke the bloody thing, which is what you're suggesting. You're lucky we're outside right now. Or I destroy him. I wasn't exaggerating with that. Taimoa, if you keep talking over me— Besides, Vaisala said, cutting Zaria off. It might just walk away. Taimoa scoffed.
You are surely losing your grip on reality, witch. How would a dungeon walk away?
They can't hear me. Can they? Zaria said to Rav. Rav snorted like she'd just said the sky was blue. Zaria could at least take solace in the knowledge the mimic wouldn't be telling anyone about her blunder there. Come and see for yourself, Vaisala said to the acolyte, a grin spreading across her lips. Taimoa scowled, but came to see what the witch was looking at. His jaw quite literally fell open when he saw it. The witch had found one of Zaria's footsteps, a talon mark as large from claw to claw as Vaisala was tall.
That can't be the dungeon, Taimoa said. It's impossible. A demon must have wandered by.
You know, just because I can't be heard doesn't mean I can't communicate, Zaria said. Before the debate went further, Zaria stood up. Several villagers ran away screaming. Taimoa turned the pale white of sheet paper. The mayor fainted. Vaisala laughed. Surprised, acolyte? Taimoa scowled at her.
You know something about this. Speak, witch.
Zaria settled back into the ground as the mayor came to. Our augurs have warned us strange happenings may be possible with the dungeon cores, Vaisala said. Which, incidentally— One moment. She turned to Zaria. I do apologize for ignoring you earlier. It was believed you couldn't hear anything outside your depths. Are you able to yet manifest a body to speak with us? Open your door and slam it once for yes, twice for no. Zaria slammed it twice. Then we'll speak once I'm done aiding the— What was the word you used, acolyte? Aiding the uneducated. Yes. Vaisala made a face. Cressa's radiant nutsack. There's no way to say that without sounding like a right prick, is there? She turned her attention back to Taimoa. Something happened at the same time the fissures appeared. Something that also caused us to have an extended period where no new cores were born. About 2 years ago now, new dungeon cores appeared. But many of them were damaged, malformed. Most of them detonated. As far as I know, only one survived.
Which one?
The mayor had taken a couple steps back from Zaria's doorway as the witch had spoken. Vaisala shot Taimoa a level glance. It's the woods of feasting branches. If she expected that to impress the acolyte, she was doomed for disappointment. Instead of fear or surprise, Taimoa scoffed.
The woods are tainted by miasma. That's not a dungeon, that's demonic influence.
There's no rift in there, Vaisala said. Nothing to generate miasma. No, it's a dungeon. A dungeon the size of the forest. The mayor looked ready to throw up.
So, we have to kill this one before it becomes like that?
Vaisala shook her head, at the same time Taimoa nodded. Absolutely not, Vaisala snapped at Taimoa. This one has done nothing wrong. If it had stomped through town, crushing people underfoot, that'd be one thing.
If the feasting branches are truly a dungeon, then it is generating miasma,
Taimoa shot back. Vaisala shot her hands up into the air. Fine. Send back for your leaders. Let them know you need a team to slay a dungeon. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to know you decided to kill a powerful, potentially beneficial entity without doing even the most rudimentary tests to see if it is as demon-tainted as you claim. Taimoa ground his teeth, shot Zaria a glare, and took a deep breath.
You know what, witch? You may be right. And the possible benefit of a mobile dungeon, that would be too great to ignore.
Oh, thought of that all on your own, did you? Vaisala rolled her eyes.
So, what do you propose we do?
The mayor said.
I will take my team inside. Dungeon, since you can hear us, if you wish for salvation, leave a sign for us upon our entry. We will do no harm to your mobs, and I will find your core and commune with it. If you wish to discuss further, we will face your mobs and assess your threat from there.
There was an undercurrent to his words that Zaria didn't like. "Aw," Zaria said. "That's cute. You think I'm letting you anywhere near my core. Everyone get ready. Dinner's about to serve itself." Chapter 5. It took a bit more time than that before the acolytes went into Zaria's home. They had to get ready, and Vaisala and the mayor had to calm down the town. In hindsight, standing up might not have been the best idea, but Zaria had been getting really tired of being ignored. Although slamming her doors and rattling her windows probably would have been more subtle in hindsight. Lesson learned for later. Meanwhile, Zaria took the time to listen in to the acolytes' discussion. In addition to Taimoa being an acolyte in his role in his organization, he was also of the acolyte class. All members of the groups had hero cores they had absorbed into their body to empower themselves with the abilities of adventurers. This party was 5 people for that exact reason. As an acolyte, Taimoa filled the role of primary spellcaster for his group. The woman was a knight, the primary tank of the group. The other 3 men? None of them used their names, so Zaria just sorted them by height, calling them small, medium, and tall, were of the other classes. Small was a rogue, medium was an archer, and tall was a saint, the group's primary healer. Given they had annoyed her, and Zaria wanted to level up anyway, she ignored the dungeon instructions and just moved Ma up with the 4 crate mimics to greet the group when they entered. Since Ma was a challenge for a full party on his own, it should be pretty easy to kill all 5 with the group clustered together like that. She set Rav and another of the crates right next to the door on either side. The other 2 she had under the table, and she left Ma directly on the far side of the kitchen. She created a crude placard near him and carved text onto it. "For salvation." That made her grin to herself. If she was right, this was going to be a fairly easy time. Once the group had equipped themselves with their adventuring gear, they headed inside, the knight leading the way. Zaria commanded the mimics to stay still and await her signal. "Clear," the knight shouted over her shoulder after a moment, lowering her shield. "Looks like this one's willing to cooperate."
"How so?"
Taimoa asked, pushing forward and into Zaria's house. He glanced around the kitchen, momentarily scowling in confusion.
"It just looks like any other peasant home."
The knight pointed her sword towards Ma. "It left us a gift." Taimoa looked at the chest and nodded.
"So it would seem. Yet still, it could be a trapped item." "A trapped chest?" Tall said. "At this level?"
Slowly the group was filling into the room, unknowingly surrounding themselves with mimics.
"That's copper at least." "We don't know what tier this dungeon is," Small said. "It walked here, remember? Could have been leveling up for 2 years on the other side of the world before it wandered this way. Could be as far up as bronze or silver or gold. Maybe even platinum," Medium muttered darkly.
Taimoa shook his head.
"Look at how simple this room is, unadorned. Meaning no offense to you, dungeon. I'm sure if you had time, you would have made it far more acceptable. But you are newborn, aren't you? Just haven't had time to neaten things up."
They weren't in range of Ma yet. Zaria had to keep them interested. So, per the code Vaisala had set earlier, she slammed the door once. It had the dual effect of answering the question and making all 5 jump forward, startled by the sound. Taimoa ground his teeth.
"We're right here, dungeon. You need not make such a ruckus to answer our questions. Perhaps that chest can be opened so we may see what it contains, to help alleviate our fears."
Damn it. Didn't think of that. "Ma, can you do anything to lure them closer?" To her shock, Ma did. His lid flopped open. His lips came down over his teeth, hiding them from view, and his tongue was laid flat, covering up everything else inside. The coloration of his tongue made it look exactly like silver and gold coins. The illusion was so convincing, even Zaria wondered for a moment if he'd somehow filled himself with coinage.
"Oh my,"
Taimoa said, his eyes widening. Tall stepped forward, a greedy hunger filling his eyes.
"We can live like kings as we travel back," he said to his companions, "and still have the vast majority to tithe with when we return." We'll need to hire some of the villagers to serve as added protection, Medium said. Then we can—
Now, Zaria commanded. Whatever Medium was about to say was cut off when Tall screamed. Zaria had been hoping for the knight to take out their tank, but she'd settle for their healer. Maw's jaw snapped shut on Tall's wrist, severing the hand in a single snap. Tall stepped back, but Maw's distended arms launched out, grabbing the man by the waist and lifting him up. As the group watched in frozen horror, Maw stood up and hurled the healer into his mouth. His jaws snapped shut again, this time catching Tall at the waist. The saint's severed legs fell to the floor with wet thumps. That sound seemed to break the spell over the group. Small grabbed his daggers and lunged forward, screaming in fury. He got 2 steps before he tripped, his face hitting the floor so hard it snapped his nose. The 2 mimics under the table had gotten their tongues around his ankle and were reeling him back in. Small tried to slash at the tongues and actually severed one of them, but the other pulled the rogue back into its mouth before biting down hard on his knee. Medium whirled, his hands trembling, and he tried to reach for his quiver. Sheer panic made him knock arrows over, sending them clattering all over the floor. He didn't scream when Rav's tongue wrapped around his neck. The man was too terrified to do more than whimper as Rav drew him back in and gently bit off his head. Seconds had passed, and already the knight and Taimoa were the only 2 left. Taimoa looked over his shoulder to the door.
Have to escape, he said.
The knight pivoted to do the same, but Taimoa grabbed her by the shoulders.
I have to escape,
he said, staring at her with wild eyes. Then he shoved her straight at Maw. The monopodal mimic grabbed her. Don't eat her armor yet, Zaria shot to him. Ma cackled darkly and twisted his hands, turning the knight's head fully around with a single snap. Taimoa ran out the door.
Run,
he shouted to the terrified villagers that were still outside.
Run for your life!
Then a tongue wrapped around his waist, another around his ankle, and yet a 3rd around his neck. Taimoa had time for one last scream of pure, unmitigated horror as he was yanked back into Zaria's kitchen. Zaria slammed her door shut so the people of the town wouldn't have to watch as Taimoa was messily devoured. Then, for her personal amusement, Zaria swung her door open and had Maw burp loudly before slamming it shut again. Congratulations, you have reached Tin 2. Upgrades unlocked. New feature unlocked. Expansion. The words flashed before her vision as most of the people of the town fled in panic, and Vaisala raised her spork and took on a fighting stance in front of Zaria's door. The ogre from earlier joined her, clenching his massive hands into fists. An Elif man drew a battered, rusty sword and held it at the ready, and one of the hublins reached into his pouch, pulling out an improvised weapon that looked like he'd attached the head of a pitchfork to a chain.
I can try to smash it,
the ogre said. You'll die, Vaisala answered, her eyes narrow.
We all will.
What? I thought you didn't like them, Zaria said, even though she knew Vaisala couldn't hear her. Figured you'd be happy to have them gone. The 4 looked like they were just going to stand there, ready for an attack that wasn't coming, so Zaria pulled up her menus as the mimics finished cleaning up the blood with their tongues. At her instruction, they spared the items. Instead, Maw gathered them up and took them into the closet for Zaria to try to toy with later, once the mimics had licked them clean. She started by checking the dungeon instructions about ranking up. Each rank brings with it exciting new rewards. New mobs will unlock at most levels. Note, this may not apply to mutant cores, who are not using the containment system, as well as new rooms and features. A new ability has been granted due to the possible absence of wisps. Each feature will now include a details section to provide more information. Okay, that's something at least. Zaria focused on the word expansion and said, Details. Error. This section refers to a Yaga core-specific feature. The system is still generating text. To ensure you are not given incorrect information, anything that is not known for certain will be omitted. The expansion feature can be used to build new rooms for yourself. You do not need materials. It is possible to unbalance yourself if not added properly. Suggested course of action is to make first expansion a second floor. Will be stable. This section will later contain more information on how to improve leg stability once discovered. She couldn't help but note the difference between this and the other sections of the dungeon instructions. Short sentences, like they were written by someone in a hurry. Still, it was useful. "Thank you," she said. It felt a bit silly to speak directly to a message, but there was enough to suggest someone was out there and listening, and actively working to help her gain information. The least she could do is be polite. Zaria decided to hold off on building the second floor. Right now, the group that was waiting for her to unleash monsters, or whatever they thought they were doing, was slowly relaxing, although they weren't letting their guard fully down. Zaria could only wait right now. She needed some way to communicate with them. "Let's see what the upgrades have," she said. A list of possibilities exploded in her vision, hundreds of items long. It was overwhelming at first, to the point of being painful. Zaria dismissed it, shaking herself off. "Okay," she said, drawing out the word in uncertainty. "Let's see what options there are for communicating with mortals in the upgrades." A much shorter list appeared, but it was still extensive. This time, though, it wasn't painful. Progress. She glanced at the list, trying to figure out why there was so much information. Then she noticed the problem and dismissed it once more. "Let me see what tin-tier options that are not dependent on mob types I do not have, features I have not unlocked, and abilities I do not possess that can be used to communicate with people." This time, the list, with all those qualifiers, was much more manageable. "Luring cry. Your mobs can imitate the call of a person in danger. It can sound like a specific person who has been within your dungeon in the last 24 hours. If used by a boss, it will always sound like the person that the listener loves most dearly, unless another option is chosen. Prerequisites: haunt, mimic, undead, or nightmare theme. 1 upgrade point. Core speech. You are able to communicate with other cores and beings spawned by cores within your area of influence. You do not need to share a language to communicate. 1 upgrade point. Special. Due to ongoing crises, this has been automatically unlocked for all high cores. Do not waste upgrade points on it. Core transmission. You can communicate with other cores and beings spawned by cores outside your area of influence up to 10 times the distance of your area of influence's longest point. 1 upgrade point. Prerequisite: core speech. Special. Due to ongoing crises, this has been automatically unlocked for all high cores. Do not waste upgrade points on it. The Moon Hag. You can create a stable body for yourself out of a human corpse. This body must be attached to some part of your dungeon and must be fully absorbed and reformed to be relocated. 1 upgrade point. Prerequisite: special. This feature may be subject to rebalancing as needed. Whispers in the Mist. You can send whispers out to any person within your area of influence or within the radius of your vision on the region map. These whispers can carry a message of up to 25 times tier words and will sound exactly how you wish them to sound. They do not influence the listener more than normal words. 1 message can be sent per person per day. If they are within your area of influence, frequency increases to once per minute. Prerequisite: special. This feature may be subject to rebalancing as needed. Zaria discounted core speech and core transmission immediately, although it was good to know they were features she did possess, assuming she qualified as a high core. A quick perusal of the instruction told her high cores were dungeon cores, tower cores, citadel cores, and their mutant forms. So, she was a high core, and should have those for free. Not that it would help her talk to them until she found one. Maybe she could wander into the woods of feasting branches and find out what was going on there. Once she was strong enough to make that not a terrible idea, that is. It left her with the Moon Hag, Luring Cry, and Whispers in the Mist. As much fun as Luring Cry sounded, it would be useless to Zaria right now. Screaming at the group with the voices of the last group would probably put their nerves on edge. Whispers in the Mist would let her get a message to Vaisala right now, but she'd have to wait a full day for a response if Vaisala didn't come inside. On the other hand, the Moon Hag would let Zaria make a body using her old corpse, but it had to be inside her area of influence. Still, she could probably form it on her porch and speak directly. They both had marks for and against them. What do you think? She asked Rav. The mimic made some sleepy, bubbling sounds. Yeah, that's a good point. The rebalancing thing has me worried. What if Whispers in the Mist gets dropped down to 1 message per week or month? Rav yawned, his lid fluttering up and down. Yeah, probably safer to go with the moon hag. Decision made. Zaria selected the option. 1 corpse is available within your dungeon. Utilize to form the moon hag, Y/N. Yes, Zaria said, and a moment later, she felt her old body flowing into her. She focused on her front porch. Outside, the group seemed to have calmed down and was discussing what to do next. Zaria centered the moon hag on her staircase and formed it. The formation drew another panicked cry from the group, causing them to spring into defensive positions again. Zaria barely paid them any notice, instead focusing on the body she was forming. It was an emphatically feminine torso, one Zaria remembered from when it had been hers, with the strong arms of hard labor. There, remnants of Zaria's clothing hung on her form, providing her with some semblance of modesty. However, in place of legs, it had a single trunk that stuck to the floor. The hag's skin was also unlike Zaria's had been before, now the purple of twilight and spotted with stars. In place of her former face, the moon hag wore a white mask that was utterly featureless, save for 2 holes for eyes. Not that there were eyes there. Instead, the image of the 2 moons hung in the center of those holes. Well, Zaria said, glad to finally speak. I imagine we have a lot to talk about. Vaisala stalked forward. She really was beautiful. Zaria was glad to finally get to speak to the tempestuous witch. My name is Zaria. Vaisala, she said, then pointed the tines of her spork directly at Zaria's chest. Be you friend, or be you foe? Zaria chuckled. To you, my dear witch, friend. Lower that rather distinctive tool, and let's talk. Shall we? Chapter 6. Vaisala seemed less than thrilled at the suggestion. She stopped pointing her weapon at Zaria. What did you do to the acolytes? I fed them to my mobs, Zaria said, crossing her arms. She wanted to raise an eyebrow, but had no features to do so. It was nice to have a body again, though. They were, reportedly, delicious. You ate them? Vaisala asked, her eyes widening. The curl of her lip that accompanied the expression made sure her disgust was unmistakable. No, my minions ate them. I just watched. Zaria cocked her head. I thought you'd be happy. You didn't seem overly fond of them. There's a difference between disliking someone and wanting them eaten alive, you daft building. Vaisala took a step back, then took a deep breath. Apologies, it's just, the dungeons I've heard of tend to be discouraged from such actions by their wisps. I don't have one of those, Zaria said. Don't even know what it is. Ah, Vaisala said, nodding. That explains a bit. So you're one of the mutant cores, then? Zaria's eyes narrowed. You sure seem to know a lot about us. A few months after the first fissure, dungeons contacted the sapient races in large numbers. Vaisala finally lowered her spork to the ground, using it for support like a staff. The tension in her arms told she was ready to move at a moment's notice, however. We've been talking to them since. The Midnight Guild has 2 dungeons as members now. There was a note of pride in her voice there. Then her lips curled again, the disgust returning. The Children of Redemption have one as well, a celestial dungeon that's helping them, which is why you now have a problem. I do? Vaisala nodded. Their dungeon tracks their members when they're in the field. It knows you ate those people, and it'll be looking for vengeance. There was a reason I didn't start a brawl with them right there in the field. Even if I won, the dungeon's minions would make sure it's a loss for me. Zaria sighed. So, she said, how long do I have until I have to deal with the mobs of an angry dungeon? 3, maybe 4 days? Oh, that's good. I won't be around that long anyway. Zaria motioned to her home. I'm mobile. Just going to stay until the fissure opens tomorrow, kill the monsters that come out, take the fissure core, and be on my way. Ideally, with you along for the ride." Vaisala laughed. "I'm sorry, but what? Me?" "Yes," Zaria said. "Like you said, I'm a mutant core. Because I don't have a wisp, I'm going to, eventually, explode, unless I can form a bond with a witch." "And you think I'll trust that? I just watched you eat people." "People you didn't like." "That doesn't make eating people—" Vaisala cut herself off and took a deep breath. "Okay, you're a newborn. Don't remember most of your old life, I'm guessing." "Yes," Zaria said. "Then you may have forgotten that people tend to view eating other people in a negative light. It's hard to trust someone who preys on humans." Vaisala shook her head. "On top of that, we just met, and you're asking me to form a bond with you?" Zaria tapped her mask where her chin would be. It helped convey the same message as a frown. "I really don't see the problem with my monsters eating people. It wasn't me doing it. It's how mimics fight. They bite." Vaisala's fear had basically evaporated into exasperation, and she was blatantly trying to clamp it down. "Do the acolytes have a fighting chance?" "Oh, hungry night, no. I put all my mobs and the boss in the same area to make sure—" Zaria trailed off. "Oh. Okay. I can see why you might have an issue there." "Thank you," Vaisala said. "So, will you be my Striga?" Zaria asked eagerly. "Look, I still just met you and—" Vaisala trailed off. "Did you say Striga?" "I did," Zaria said, trying not to sound too smug. She knew a hungry question when she heard one. "Do you mean that? A Striga?" The ogre shuffled. "Vice, what's that mean?" "A Striga is one of the weird classes, like witches and vampires and twisted doctors." Vaisala looked like she had a mimic's hunger all of a sudden. "My order has long thought the ability to become a Striga would never be recovered. The method was lost. A bond with a dungeon? It makes so much sense that would be how the Striga of the past managed it." "And you could be one," Zaria said, trying to contain her glee. "Just need to form a bond with me, and you're able to be the first of your kind in however long it's been." Vaisala shifted and bit her lip. "You cannot be considering this," the ogre grumbled. "Razagon's fetid womb, Erica. Opportunities don't come by like this every day," Vaisala said. "Striga could fly. Flight. It said they were so powerful they could solo dungeon bosses of the same tier. How can I pass that up?" "Because you'd be moving in with a woman you just met?" Vaisala shrugged. "I've done that before, and for lesser reasons. At least this time I'm not thinking with my skirt." Zaria leaned forward, steepling her fingers. "So, do we have a deal?" Vaisala chewed on her lip for a moment, then shook her head slowly. "I don't know if I can trust you yet. This could easily be a trap to get me inside you and then eat me. Sorry, I just—" Vaisala trailed off. Wait one God's forsaken moment. What did you say earlier? About there being a fissure near here?" "One's opening in—" Zaria checked the time. "1 day, 17 hours, and 11 minutes. Vaisala cursed vehemently. "All right, then I definitely can't bond with you right now. There's no way of knowing if the process will set me back for days. Help us protect the town, and that'll give me a chance to think about it." Zaria considered for a moment. She was going to fight the rift anyway. Helping to protect the town would add a layer of complication to that, but on the other hand, she could use some allies in the fight. "One condition. A promise of either your bond or the fissure core. I need one or the other to stabilize. The fissure core won't be as good as your bond, but it'll give me what I need to make it to the next fissure, I think. But I can't burn through my stability if I have no guarantee I'll be able to recover it." Vaisala nodded. "I can promise that. I need to prepare our defenses. What will you be doing?" "The same." Zaria finally gave the rest of the group her attention. "If any of you wish to form a party and test yourselves against my mobs to increase your power, or anyone else in the town does, you're welcome to. I do promise a fair fight." For some reason, No one seemed eager to take her up on that offer. Instead, they departed, with a final promise from Vaisala to come back and speak to Zaria more before the Fisher appeared. Now back to her own devices, Zaria pulled up her stats again. She left the hag body on her front porch. The moment Zaria abandoned the form, it slumped down, looking for all the world like her body had fallen asleep standing up. Tier, 10, rank, 2, mana, 42 of 60. Regeneration, 10 per hour. Regen bonus for upkeep, 0 of 0. Command, 32 of 40. Max unknown. Area of influence, view. Region map, view. Rooms, mobs, upgrade, core stability logs. More information than she'd had last time she checked, so progress there. 32 command, so 20 from the crate mimics and 12 for Maw. She could create another oven to get 20 more command, assuming she hadn't hit the maximum already. But to do that, she needed more space for it, which called for the second floor. And that meant using more core stability. Zaria pulled the log back up. Warning, core stability 63%. Expand area of influence, minus 1% per 100 square feet. Command mobs, minus 0.2% per use. Discover new mobs, minus 7%. Summon mob, minus 1%. Summon boss, minus 2%. Influence dungeon interior, minus 0.05% per use. Activate/deactivate oven, minus 1% per use. Advancement, plus 5%. Material creation, minus 0.01% per square foot. Rank up, plus 5%. Consume sapience, plus 0.05% per person. That was nowhere near as bad as Zaria feared. Even the 7% hit she'd taken for summoning Maw, with an extra 2% for the cost of a boss, was mostly covered by ranking up and eating the acolytes. It was worth the risk to build her second story. She just needed to plan it out. Zaria converted what had been her bedroom into a spiral staircase. She could hide her core under the stairs, and it's not like she'd have any need for a bed anymore. Plus, that being a place that stayed safe and secret, even as adventurers traipsed through her home, felt right. She made the second story have 3 rooms, slightly narrower, but longer than the ones on the first story, with a hallway at the top of the staircase to connect them. She'd leave one for Vaisala to claim as her own. One room would become Maw's new boss room, allowing Zaria to convert the existing boss room into one with normal mobs for regular combat. And the final room would be where Zaria put more ovens, as well as the hag when it wasn't needed to converse with the outside world. Fairly basic, but far more space than Zaria had ever had before. Each room would also have a window, facing towards the front of Zaria's house, and out to both the right and the left for the rooms on either side of the hallway. It would be nice to have windows, and Zaria also liked that she could eventually put mobs in there to shoot outwards. Now, she just needed to build it. The staircase was easy enough, just a matter of building it out of mana, the same way she'd created the crates for the mimics besides Rav. It was also easy to establish a ceiling on her first floor, closing it off from the roof overhead. But raising the walls, that proved trickier. The problem was, the walls could only expand into Zaria's area of influence, and she didn't have an area of influence outside her house. The paradox at first seemed to be impossible to resolve until Zaria finally figured out the trick. Instead of growing the wall in the open air, she had to grow it inside the existing walls. The result of doing it that way meant her expansion was loud, wood creaking and groaning as it snapped apart under the strain of expansion, then cracked back into place from the force of Zaria's mana holding it together through sheer willpower. The sounds echoed throughout the air, spreading into the village, where parents herded their children into homes and warriors thumbed their weapons and stared. Well, weapons was a loose term. As Zaria's expansion died down, she took a moment to look more closely at the village defenses. Only about 3 people in the village had implements that actually were weapons. The swordsman Elif, who had been with Vaisala, an Urkin woman with a bow and about 6 arrows, and another human with a spear. The rest armed themselves more along the lines of Vaisala, oversized ogre tools, or tools designed for another use that were being repurposed as weapons. A carpenter had 2 claw hammers stuck through the loops of her belt, A man with the burly build of a blacksmith carried his hammer, even when leaving the forge. Several people held farming tools, and another man had a massive butter knife that looked like it belonged to the same set as Vaisala's spork. "What happened to the rest of the weapons?" she asked Rav, as if the mimic had any more idea than she did. She made a note to ask Vaisala about it when they spoke next. Checking to confirm the growth of a new story hadn't hurt her core stability too much, a mere 2.5%, plus some added loss from her area of influence spreading into the new space, Zaria was ready to create a new mimic. She had to think through her options. Ideally, she'd make a mimic from the armor set left behind by the now consumed knight, but the whole suit was too large of an object to count as small. She'd have to hold off on her dream of an armor mimic. She could have used the knight's sword, but if it had to slide along the ground like a slug, akin to the crate mimics, it'd be near useless. Similar struggles held for the bow and shield. They could be good, but they could also be unusable. She'd have to go with something else. Everything else in her home were just containers, which Zaria suspected wouldn't be different enough from the chest or crate mimics to be worth the core degradation, which left precisely one item, the candelabra. It could be useless too. Any of them could be. But it was a unique design compared to the containers, and it could absolutely provide something unlike anything she'd seen before. If she had to, she could try with something else. 7% of her stability each time was a significant hit, but 2 hits would not be that much worse than 1. Privately, Zaria set a goal to stop at 25% except for emergencies. Having that last quarter available could be critical in a pinch. Then she poured mana into the candelabra. A moment later, as she'd come to expect, the candelabra twitched and jerked about. This time, however, it was bending and contorting far more than she expected. The center pole split in half down the middle, then bent. The candle holders lengthened and stretched out, bending in the middle again. Both sets of bends became hinges. The whole thing looked like a child's stick drawing of a person, but with candles in place of the hands and head. Then the wax flowed, coating the rest of the metal skeleton. Moments later, it stood there, a rough approximation of a human shape in molten wax, lacking fingers and toes and any distinguishing features, save indentations where eyes would be. When it split open its mouth, it shocked Zaria. It wasn't where it would be on a human, but in the center of the chest, a fleshy maw of gnashing teeth. "New mob discovered. Candle mimic. 5 command points." Zaria loved it, but was a bit disappointed that it wouldn't be able to hide like the others. Or would it? "Hide," she told the candle mimic. The wax of the creature withdrew, and its legs snapped together. Mere seconds later, it was now indistinguishable from a floor-mounted candle holder. Zaria cackled to herself, and Maw responded out loud. Best of all, since it cost 5 command points, it should roughly approximate the crate mimics in terms of power. She commanded the candle mimic to re-enter its mobile form and start walking around. Faster than the crates were, although not as fast as Maw could hop about. It was just about perfect. It wouldn't have the agility of an actual human anytime soon, but it could still provide better battlefield aid than the slower crates, although the crates were far more durable, being made of wood instead of wax. That, however, gave Zaria an idea. "Okay, Rav," she said to her first mimic. "This is going to take some practice." The mimic echoed her anticipation with an excited burble. Chapter 7. It was the next day when Vaisala returned, alone. She walked up to the hag and poked it with the spork. "Oi, Zaria, you awake?" Zaria sent her consciousness into the body, sitting up and stretching her back. She checked the timer. 9 hours until the fisher appeared. "Good morning. How are you, Vaisala?" "Oh, doing good. Barely slept, been running wild all over the village, getting ready for a demonic invasion, and come back to check on my ally to find her asleep on the job. So I'm in a peachy mood." Zaria chuckled. "This body is only active when I need it to be. I've been busy." "Oh?" Vaisala's eyebrow arched. although the annoyance that laced every word evaporated quickly. Apologies, that's new. Most of the cores we've interacted with only have bodies occasionally. I'd like to meet some of them since you know them. It'd be good to meet more of my kind. We can arrange that, Vaisala said. The Midnight Guild would love to work with you. Let's start with introductions. I'm not so sure about a dungeon joining a guild. Zaria stretched again, working some kinks out of her form's back. I really need to find a better resting pose for this body, though. But my body is permanent. I just only occupy it when I need to. I was looking at some upgrades and think I can make this into a boss mob down the line, however. Vaisala's eyes twinkled at the mention of boss mobs. Speaking of which, how exactly do you plan to help? Are you going to go in and start stomping on demons? Zaria chuckled. Probably not yet. I don't know how durable my feet are, or my house is. I know a demon punched through the wall back when it was just a house. You probably don't need to worry about that, Vaisala said. She motioned for a seat, and Zaria obliged. Dungeon materials are, as far as we can test, about 10 times stronger than their mundane counterparts. But then again, I don't know if that applies to legs. I might have you try to give me a light scratch to test that. But I have other options. I can send in the mimics. Zaria's eyebrows furrowed. At 10? Special ability I have because I'm a mutant, apparently. I can send them out, but can't change their orders once they're free. Zaria took a sharp, excited breath. Are you going to send your mimics now or later? Later, Zaria said. They can only be out of my area of influence for 30 minutes before they become wild monsters, ravenously hungry and looking for prey. I'm sure you don't want that near the town. Vaisala paled. How'd you guess that? You must be able to read minds, Zaria chuckled. I may not remember being human, but I remember the terror of a monster trying to bust down your door. I wouldn't want to do that accidentally. Vaisala nodded. So, demons got you? Yes, Zaria said. My entire village. Dreiknon. Vaisala winced. We haven't heard from there in a couple days. I was wondering... I feared the worst. The worst is what happened, Zaria said. She felt oddly detached from the whole thing. Perhaps it was a blessing dungeon cores lost most of their memories. All I remember is the demon trying to break down my door, then it succeeding, then death. In that order. I'm sorry, Vaisala said, for the first time using a softer tone. Zaria shrugged. I'm not too upset about it. I don't remember being human besides that. I have no attachment to my old life. Why let it weigh me down? Don't you want to find out who you were? Not really. She's dead. I read in the dungeon instruction, the only information I have, that I could find my wraiths, regain my lost memories. But there's no real reason to other than nostalgia? For a life I lost? Zaria made a shooing motion with her hand. It just seems like a way to torment myself with what cannot be again. Possibly invite some grief over people that died. Better to just embrace the path ahead of me. Vaisala nodded slowly. I like that mentality, she said. But our losses are part of what define us too. True, Zaria said. But I'm basically immortal now, barring death or detonation. I'll have plenty of time to accrue new losses and become a new pile of angst over that time. Vaisala laughed. She had a beautiful laugh. In contrast to her coarse demeanor and brash attitude, her laughter was positively angelic. Fuck me sideways. I can agree with that, she said. Zaria wished she could smile at Vaisala, and did the best she could to give the impression of a smile with her eyes. So, why do none of you have weapons? Vaisala's mirth faded, and she slumped in the seat a bit. This is our third rift this season. We had a dozen last year. Iron shipments have dried up. We could give Harlow, our blacksmith, some of our goods to melt down, but beating plowshares into swords makes for a poor harvest. So it has forced us to improvise. And that's why you have a spork? Zaria asked. Vaisala sniffed and shifted slightly, already tensing up. No, of course not. I'm a witch. Zaria blinked slowly. There's no judgment. Just curious. Ah, Vaisala sighed. Sorry. People get annoyed. I don't have a broomstick like every other bloody bitch with a weird core. Why would you have a broomstick? Zaria was getting amused at how much Vaisala assumed she knew. Apparently, witches and their workings were common knowledge. I'm a witch, Vaisala said. You say that in a tone that indicates it should explain things. Oh, right. Guess you don't have much information. Vaisala ran her hands through her hair, letting it cascade down her back. I have a weird core. I'm sure you've heard of witches flying about on broomsticks. Zaria nodded, then shrugged. It's something I know, so I assume I heard of it in life, but I could not tell you how or where. That's a reason to recover your wraiths, if nothing else, Vaisala said. I imagine not knowing how you know things is frustrating. Zaria held her hands out. It just is. Vaisala smiled softly. For a murderous house that eats people, I do like your outlook on the world. Well, when it comes to flying, not so much for most weird classes, except the Striga of old could. But the weird classes all have unique requirements. For witches, we cannot have a standard weapon. We instead must wield a household item as our primary tool. Broomsticks are a popular one because they're easy to find, can function well as a staff, and you can easily replace the bristles if you need a new set of runes painted on them. Vaisala raised the spork. I wanted something with more heft. Brooms are all well and good for spellcasting, but not much good for making a demon's skull concave. I suppose that makes sense. But how does the flying myth come in? Oh, one of the earliest spells lets us reduce our weight some, lets us float on water, and if you time it just right and have a kite and a death wish, you can get pulled along in the air, which is also a terrible idea because it gives you no way to land. Zaria chuckled at the idea of an aerial flock of kite-based witches plummeting to the ground. I can see that. I'd like to see what your mimics can do, Vaisala said, for strategic purposes. But I'd also like to not get eaten. Can we practice without that risk? Absolutely. This gives me a chance to test some things too, and take a measure of your skills. Although I'd like some meat to feed them, so they won't be hungry, though. Vaisala swallowed hard. I'll be back shortly, then. Zaria just chuckled and made her final preparations. Not long later, Vaisala returned, carrying a bag that was partially soaked through. It looked like she'd just grabbed the slop bucket from the butcher and poured it into a bag, and Zaria suspected it looked that way because it was that way. Ready? Zaria returned to her body. Ready. I'm not letting you fight solo against my boss. I can control Maw, but you're a primary caster class. Non-lethal could still be bone-breaking. I'm fine with not having my bones broken, thank you very much, Vaisala said, her eyes lighting up with a unique combination of amusement and horror. So, what have you got for me? Ready? I'm going to send them out so I can see how they do. Vaisala nodded. She tossed the bag of viscera to the stairs in front of Zaria's porch, then hefted her spork, holding it like a battle axe. Ready. Zaria sent a command to Rav and the other mimic. Per our new tactics, attack the witch, do her no permanent injury, cause her no death, and return when she surrenders. Or if you are too badly injured to continue the fight. And enjoy your snack beforehand. Rav's tongue lashed out along with the other mimics, reaching outside the door to grab onto the sack and drag it inside to consume. Vaisala rolled her shoulders and did her best to look unconcerned, but Zaria could see the way she flinched at the meaty chomping sounds. Then they came out, together. The other mob was one of the candle mimics. One of its arms was curled up, holding Rav on its shoulders, with the crate mimic's mouth facing forward and snarling. The candle mimic's other hand clutched the discarded shield of the night from yesterday, holding it between itself and the witch. Rav's tongue lashed out at Vaisala, and the witch blocked it with her spork. Zaria expected Rav to grab the weapon, but Vaisala was too fast for that, already leaping to the side. She lashed out with her spork, thrusting with the tines forward, but the candle mimic was able to pivot and bring up its shield in time to intercept the blow. Then, one rune in the bowl of Vaisala's spoon sparked to life. From the simple impact of weaponized utensil on shield, there was a secondary impact as energy detonated outwards, shoving the candle mimic back. The motion ripped away its wax feet as they scraped across the ground, leaving only the iron underneath to dig another couple feet of furrows in the soft earth. Rev cooed, impressed, while the candle mimic opened its chest mouth and snarled. Wax flowed from its calves to reform its feet, and then the wax all across its body started to drip. It had activated an ability Zaria had discovered during earlier testing. Candle mimic unique ability, heated malleability. Increases speed, strength, and agility by 100%, but the heat will damage the candle mimic, reducing resistance by 5% per second. The candle mimic shifted, now strong enough to hold Rav without the need for its shoulder, and charged back in. Vaisala was almost immediately on the back foot. Not only was the candle mimic lashing out with its tongue, not only was Rav snapping and whipping his tongue at her, but the mimic was also bringing the shield to bear, meeting every one of Vaisala's strikes with an answering thrust, forcing her off balance. When she looked like she was regaining her stance, the candle mimic swung Rav like a club. Vaisala barely managed to block with her spoon, and Rav cooed in excitement at being used as a blunt instrument. Vaisala, for her part, was starting to sweat under the sustained assault. She ducked under the next dual tongue lash before smacking the ground in front of her with her spork. There was another flash from Maroon, and then Vaisala was airborne, the impact propelling her up and over the candle mimic. She turned the launch into a controlled flip, lashing down at her adversary with a spork strike. Only the candle mimic's currently enhanced speed let it block in time, and this time, Vaisala was ready to activate a new rune on her spork. This time, instead of propelling the candle mimic backwards, it rammed the candle mimic into the ground, sinking it up to its knees. The strike gave Vaisala another aerial burst and landed a few feet away, well out of reach. She shoved the handle of her spork against the ground and started to trace a circle around herself. The candle mimic couldn't free itself in time to prevent whatever Vaisala was trying to do. It also didn't need to. The mob dropped its shield, grabbed Rav with both hands, and hurled the crate mimic at the witch like a javelin. Vaisala just had time to widen her eyes in shock, but it was too late for her to respond. Rav's tongue launched out, wrapping around Vaisala's waist and pulling her in. "I yield," Vaisala shouted, her eyes fixated unblinkingly at Rav's open mouth and rows of teeth. The command stopped Rav in his tracks, and both he and the candle mimic followed Zaria's command to immediately turn around and head back into the house. Vaisala wiped at her forehead, panting. "Well," she said, "bugger me with St. Riogoth's splintery prosthetic, but that was harder than I expected. Had to use 3 runes." "In your defense, it was 2-on-1, Zaria said, preening at the praise. She did look at Vaisala's spork. Sure enough, all 3 of the runes were gone. "Did you use any mana-based abilities?" Vaisala shook her head. "Don't have any. That's the other thing about weird classes. Runes replace mana for us." "Oh, really?" Zaria leaned forward. "Can you put them on anything? Not just your spork?" "Any object, yes." Vaisala blinked slowly. "Oh, fuck me sideways. They might count as objects." "Yes, they might," Zaria said, practically purring. "Why don't you come inside and find out?" To her credit, Vaisala barely hesitated before entering. Chapter 8. "So, this is your dungeon?" Vaisala asked, looking around the kitchen. She eyeballed the crates, each with a candelabra next to them, with a wary crease of her forehead. Zaria used her once daily ability to relocate her body, reforming it from the wall over the oven. It let her loom there, hovering over the structure. Vaisala jumped a bit in shock at the sudden change, and Zaria chuckled. "It's my home. I wasn't exactly planning on combat in here. I'm working to make it more dungeon-esque, but for now I'm working with what I have." Vaisala nodded. "Well, it's a very..." She trailed off, groping for the word. "I'm guessing you removed any personal effects?" "Not that I can remember. Apparently, I wasn't a very sentimental human, or at least, not one that liked sentiments on my walls. Or colors, Vaisala muttered, probably thinking it was too quiet for Zaria to hear. But even though Zaria was in her body, she wasn't limited to just using her ears. Now that they were inside her dungeon, Zaria could hear every noise Vaisala made. Zaria couldn't help needling Vaisala back for the comment. You should have seen it yesterday. Plenty of red. Maybe I should leave that for the future. Vaisala shuddered, then paused. You know, if you are looking to be intimidating, which many dungeons are from what I've heard, you could put some red back. Make it look like this kitchen is for serving people. Zaria cackled. As the main dish. Oh, I like that. I'll do some work when I can spare the mana and my core is secure. Speaking of which, my concerns remain, Vaisala said, moving towards a chair. She paused before grabbing it. This chair isn't a mimic, is it? Don't have chair mimics. Yet. Zaria motioned for her to sit. Or table mimics before you ask. In fact, I'll make it easy. My current mimic types are crate, candle, and chest. But don't go spreading that around. I don't want to make it easy for adventurers in here. Vaisala took a seat, chewing on her lip for a moment before speaking. So you do plan on eating everyone who walks in, huh? Not everyone. You, for example. And also there's... Zaria trailed off. Actually, it's just you. Everyone else gets eaten. You shouldn't do that, Vaisala said, her voice soft. Zaria folded her arms. I'm a dungeon. Why wouldn't I? I exist to challenge people and kill the weak. And unlike other dungeons, if people get too leery of delving, I can just stand up and walk away. I suppose appealing to your sense of ethics is a lost cause, Vaisala said, looking at the table. It hadn't been a question, but Zaria decided to answer. She stretched her torso from the wall, elongating it until she could reach Vaisala, and put a hand on the witch's shoulder. I do have ethics, Zaria said, matching Vaisala's soft tone. I'm not a monster. I won't be sending mimics out to steal people from their bed. I won't harm a child save for life or death. And I won't go into a town and start crushing people underfoot. That's a very short list of morals, Vaisala said. It's not exhaustive, just a sample. But don't kill adventurers is like telling a human don't eat animals or plants. I need to kill to grow stronger, to survive, and to thrive. Zaria put a hand under Vaisala's chin, gently lifting the witch's chin so they were eye to eye. Hungry night, she had beautiful eyes. I am a predator, Vaisala, but I will be a fair one. The strong, the clever, and the observant will survive. The rest will perish. Vaisala didn't break her gaze. Instead, the witch's eyes blazed. And you would limit your own growth? Zaria cocked her head. Explain? Rumors spread faster than chicken huts can walk. People will know all who enter your home never return, or will come to see you as a threat. If a herd of cattle understood they were being led to the slaughter, they'd stampede. Sapients are smart enough to understand that. No one will care for your ethics, Zaria. They'll care that you kill capriciously. Zaria let out a frustrated hiss and withdrew back to the wall, crossing her arms to think. What Vaisala said had the ring of truth to it, but that didn't mean the mutant core had to like it. My mobs are mimics. Their greatest strength lies in stealth and ambush. Why is that different from some mutant rabbit, or skeletal monstrosity, or hungry bird lizard looking for a fight? Vaisala spread out her hands helplessly. Wait. I think I do know. She chewed her lip for a moment longer, testing the words before speaking. It's because the latter options are not a binary pass or fail. Against those three, you can fight and win, you can see them and flee, you can fight and die, or you can fight until you are too weak and flee. But against your mimics, if you don't see them and you aren't strong enough to survive the initial assault, there's no such thing as a fighting chance. You get pulled into a hungry maw and devoured. Zaria blew out a frustrated breath. What the woman was saying made sense. So what would you have me do then? Change the mimic's behavior? Vaisala shrugged. Can you order them to only go for the head once the fight has gone on for some time? And to not fully bite legs and arms off while the target lives? The majority of the time, Zaria said. Vaisala raised an eyebrow, but Zaria shook her head. I'm not taking away my mimic's greatest strength, but I'll order them to mostly not go straight for the kill. If you're right, and rumor travels faster than I will, then people will know what to expect before I arrive, no? Vaisala tapped her chin. You know, I half expected you to insist that I bond you before you agreed to that. No, Zaria said, so forcefully, Vaisala looked shocked. I will get what I want, but I'll do it because I earned it. Any fiend can threaten to get their way. I'm not interested in that. I want you to bond me because you want to, and because I like you. You're an abrasive bitch in the best way. Vaisala grinned broadly. Well, when you put it that way. She cracked her knuckles and looked at the crates and candelabras. Which one should I try the first rune on? I'm glad you're eager to get started, but I want to know what's happening first. No offense, but I am allowing you to do spell work in my dungeon. How does this work? Right. Vaisala reached into a pouch in her skirt and pulled out a brush and paint. At tin tier, all I can do is create runes. By inscribing them on an object, I create a single-use rune that will be erased upon activation. All the energy I placed into it spent. I know 4 action runes right now. Vix, Car, Booth, and Mare. Or Impact, Absorb, Ward, and Repel. Zaria steepled her fingers, listening intensely. I'm guessing what I saw earlier was the Impact rune? Or the Repel rune? Both, Vaisala said, grinning. It takes much longer, but I can merge the runes. If you were to write those as a sentence, it would be, upon impact, repel. Oh, I see. So, you could build a suit of armor that would repel whoever struck it with, let me guess, upon ward, repel. Vaisala grimaced and made a seesaw motion with her hand. Not exactly, although you're close. I'd personally go with upon absorb, repel, because absorb covers any kind of blow received, not just ones that are blocks. A shield would get upon ward, repel, assuming I could do either to a shield or armor. Zaria extended her torso closer to Vaisala again. This has to do with the class limitations, doesn't it? Got it in one, Vaisala said. I could do that to a shirt, but the limitations of the weird means I cannot inscribe the runes on anything that is classified by the system as armor or weapons. Some classes gain that ability, rune blades being the best known one, but I'm not interested in that. Hence, the spork. Zaria hesitated. That seems like a rather extreme limitation. How badly does that weaken you? Not as badly as you'd think, Vaisala said, because I don't rely on runes for my armor. She gestured towards her leather garb. At higher tiers, when I have more rune slots and can spare some for permanent runes, I'll likely swap to cloth and just embroider my runes into it. Zaria nodded. How many slots do you have? 3. Although that's a bit of a rude term for them, don't you think? Zaria stared at her for a moment, then broke into a fit of giggles. Vaisala gave Zaria an impish grin. How many rune slots do you have? Zaria said, once she got her laughter under control. I can have 12. I leave 4 open for mid-combat rune work if needed. That's what I was doing when the candle hurled the crate at me. Vaisala froze, and her mouth moved for a moment, repeating what she'd just said. Crush me between Mother Hylena's thighs? That's a sentence that I don't think another human being has uttered before. You're probably right about that. What was the rune you were starting, by the way? Ward. It's simple and quick to draw, and it would have given me a few seconds to come up with a plan. Vaisala drummed her fingers on the table in a short staccato rhythm. I think I would have slapped an absorb rune on your candleman there after the ward broke. How would that have helped? Zaria asked, momentarily distracted. Without any set conditionals attached, the absorb rune just pulls in all energy around the subject into them. It can get some minor burns on a person or animal. Not enough to be an effective weapon. But since he was made of wax, of course. It was already melting itself. Vaisala tilted her head. I called it he, you called it it. And that right there points to the big question of if I can enhance your mimics. Because normally, putting those runes on living creatures causes immediate activation, which makes it less than useless because it's actively harmful. Zaria called one of the crate mimics over. Not Rav. She didn't want to experiment on him, especially when she did plan to eventually make him into a servitor. But she hadn't built attachments to the other ones. They were just tools for her to use. The crate slid along the floor towards the witch. Vaisala folded her legs up into a lotus position as the mimic approached, doing an excellent job of making the gesture look totally natural, and not at all a response to the hungry crate sliding towards her. Then grabbed her brush. "Can you lift it up? It'll be easier to reach, and I'd rather not sit on the floor." Zaria answered by raising a chair from the ground beneath the mimic. "Thank you. Now, please don't distract me. This will take a bit, and if I make an error at any part of it, I have to start over." Zaria had nothing better to do, so left her body. Discorporate like this, it was impossible to bother the witch, and allowed Zaria to just metaphorically sit back and watch as she worked. Even though the rune was small and seemed simple, Vaisala worked with the delicate care of a master painter trying to brush a masterpiece onto the head of a pin. Zaria could feel something happening to the air around the witch. Mana moved along, tracing every stroke of the brush. "You have so much power in here," Vaisala muttered, not looking up from her work. "This is so much easier than it would be if I were outside." Zaria checked her mana totals, wondering if this was having an impact. Sure enough, Vaisala had taken up a point of Zaria's mana and placed it into the paint, which then went to the mimic. At the same time, Vaisala put a final brushstroke on and waited. The mimic sat there. Zaria could feel the mana in the rune start to pulse, ready to release its effect. In a moment. But wait. This was her mana. She had absolute control of it. With a quick force of will, Zaria commanded the mana to remain inert inside the rune until activated. The rune settled down. "That was unusual," Vaisala said. "I could have sworn it was going to go off. But it didn't. It works." She pumped the air with her fist. "I wonder if that's because it works on all dungeon mobs, or just your mimics." Zaria slid back into her body. "If I pick up a second mob type, we can test that. I'm not sure I will, but I'm also not sure I won't either. There's some advantages." Zaria realized she'd been rambling and stopped herself. "Anyway, we can discuss later. Probably shouldn't reveal my long-term build plans to you until we're bonded. But for the rune in this instance, it at least partially works because it was my mana to begin with. It looks like you pull ambient mana to do your runes. Am I right?" Vaisala nodded, and her sweat-streaked forehead furrowed. "How did you know that, though?" "Because it's my mana," Zaria said. "Which is also why it didn't activate. It wanted to. I'm sure if you'd done that outside, it would have treated the mimic as a creature. But since it was in here, I could command the flow of mana and tell it how to function, if that makes sense." Vaisala nodded eagerly. Her eyes were alight with possibilities. "There's so much about how mana works we don't understand, but that's in line with what we are sure of. Dungeons have control over their mana to such a level of detail, archmages would give up their bait and tackle for a fraction of that control." "Another reason to become my Striga, then? To make archmages jealous?" Zaria tried to keep her voice casual. And the way Vaisala grinned, that did not go as planned. "I didn't say no. I didn't say yes either." Vaisala ran her hands through her hair. "It'll depend on how the fight goes. I might not even be alive afterwards." She chewed on her lip for a moment, then shook away the thought before it could coalesce fully. "So, 4 runes. I can use 4 for your mimics, 4 for myself, and keep 4 open to flex during the fight." "About that, one thing doesn't quite add up for me. Why did it take that long to make a single rune, but you were attempting to make one during the fight?" "Ah, right. That second method, doing it during the fight, is what we call a gross rune. The one I made for this mimic is a fine rune. Gross runes always instantly activate and have a weaker effect. It's best to work with fine runes if you know what to expect. I prefer the flexibility. Zaria nodded, then leaned back in. The fissure will open soon. We should finish preparations. And then, I do want to hear more about you and how you work. She saw Vaisala's expression and coughed. Your class, I mean. Of course you did, Vaisala said with a knowing smile. Of course you did. She let that hang in the air for a little bit. Let's finish up here then. Any idea how you want those runes spread out? I do, in fact, know exactly what we should do, Zaria said. When she finished explaining her plan to Vaisala, the witch was fully on board. The runes were inscribed, and now all Zaria had to do was wait. It didn't take long before the sky started to darken, heralding the fisher's imminent arrival. Chapter 9. Zaria didn't remember the fisher appearing while she was alive, just the demons that came after. So when the sky went dark, it wasn't immediately apparent that was the cause. But the timer on her map also indicated it was 1 hour until the fisher. It wasn't hard to add 2 and 2 together and get to incoming demon attack. She was pretty sure that was how math worked, at least. Zaria stood up. After so long remaining stationary, she expected to find her limbs stiff and aching, but there was no creaking of joints or soreness to work out. All she had to do was set off, striding to the precise location where the defenders had their improvised barriers. Zaria took the long way around the town. She didn't want to risk trampling on any of the defenses. The defenders heard her coming. Vaisala must have warned everyone to expect her approach, which didn't save Zaria from worried glances. She took the time to study them in turn. It was a motley assortment. Every able-bodied adult in the town was here. On one side of the town, and armed with what could only loosely be called weapons. Some had bows and crossbows, which at least were proper weapons, and there were maybe 3 swords among the town. Axes were the most common tools chosen to function as weapons, but among the armaments were pitchforks, hammers, at least 1 scythe, and a few people just holding wooden poles with nails driven through them. They'd do some damage, to be sure, but they looked equipped to brawl in the streets, not offer a stiff defense against demons. Honestly, the wooden logs they'd sharpened to points and set up as spikes facing towards the fisher were more threatening than anything they held. Their armor wasn't much better. They had some, to be sure, mostly gambesons and a few pieces of chain, with at least 1 person wearing scale mail. But all of it looked worn and battered. It was clear the bare minimum of repairs had happened, just enough to keep the armor functional enough. Vaisala's spork, somehow, looked like it was far more of an actual weapon than the others. Perhaps that was just because Zaria had seen her use it before. But there was also something in the way she held it that radiated a combination of confidence and willingness to cause extreme violence. "Zaria!" Vaisala shouted. She had to shout. The wind was picking up, pouring out from a singular spot 100 yards further to the west of the town. "Get your mimics ready. We have a half hour before this gets intense." Zaria moved her body to the porch to shout, 43 minutes to be exact." Vaisala blinked, but didn't question how the dungeon knew the precise time. "You heard the dungeon," she shouted to the assembled defenders. "This is your last chance. Get some water in your gullet. There will be a feast afterwards for those who survive." "How can we trust her?" the ogre from yesterday demanded, his voice thickening into a harsh growl. "Because I made a deal," Vaisala said. "We both get something we want. Besides her help, if any of her mobs die, we get the shards from the mobs. I'll be divvying them up after the fight." That got everyone's attention. Mob shards were the fastest way for classes to level up. Sure, they could advance just through the act of fighting and killing, but mob shards would offer far more experience. Also, no one here save Vaisala had a class. For everyone else, the shards could form a hero corps, or a weird corps, Zaria supposed, so they could start advancing from regular combat. Even the distrustful ogre looked eager at that. But his apprehension hadn't vanished completely. "And what does she get, huh?" "The Fisher Corps," Vaisala said, then glanced at Zaria. This had been a sticking point in their last conversation, but Zaria had been insistent. "And our dead." "You can't be serious," the ogre roared. It wasn't a question, it was a demand.
You're going to feed our dead to this thing?
Zaria stepped in to help Vaisala with her poorly worded statement. You can have them back for burial. It's the armor and weapons, or what passes for it, that I need, and anything else they have on them. The ogre's expression changed from horrified outrage to just outrage, which was at least an improvement.
What use could you possibly have for that?
So I can make new mimics, new weapons.
To kill demons, or to kill adventurers?
The ogre spat. Both, Zaria said, not bothering with deception. But the latter only faces danger if they come inside. The ogre's face was a thunderstorm, and Vaisala stepped forward to hold up a hand. Listen, she said. It's me. You know me. You know I'm only doing this because I think it's needed. The ogre glowered at her.
She wouldn't help us unless...
Vaisala shook her head firmly to cut him off. This wasn't a condition. She was going to help as long as she got the Fisher Core. But this was the trade I made for the mob shards. You can have your own hero cores, finally. You can defend yourself as opposed to relying on me, or that damn cult. Isn't that worth the loss of some battered armor and weapons? The ogre took a deep, slow breath, then nodded.
Fine.
Glad that problem wouldn't flare up mid-fight, Vaisala went around the group, talking to everyone who looked shaken or disturbed. Since this was some touchy-feely mortal nonsense Zaria didn't care about, she turned her attention to the fisher's point of origin. It was nearly invisible to the human eye, but Zaria could zoom in her senses. There she found it. A tiny little spot of crimson light, no bigger than a wedding band. It glowed blood red around the rim, and in the center was... If Zaria had still been in her body, she would have gasped. On the other side of the fissure, like looking through a keyhole, was a wide open area. The ground was not the fields and forests that surrounded the town, however. Instead of grass, there were bizarre flesh-colored plants that wiggled and writhed like tentacles. Behind them were larger plants that looked like twisted masses of flesh, warped into the shape of trees and dotted with eyes and mouths. The eyes glancing around with wild fear as the mouths chattered their teeth together in a pale mockery of speech. The sky of this strange place was sickening, an abhorrent patchwork of bruise yellows, moldy greens, and the disgusting pallor of a corpse, save for a single ring that hovered overhead. It was like one of the moons during an eclipse, save for the corona was violet flames, and the center was not a solid mass, but a swirling mixture of black and gray. As Zaria watched, some immense creature flew from the central ring. Larger than any bird Zaria had seen, larger than even a rock, this beast had wings of flesh and writhing lamprey-like tentacles instead of a head. Bolts of green fire leapt from some source beyond her vision, striking at the creature. Zaria moved her vision closer to the ring, trying to peer through even further. But two things happened at once. One was her point of vision hit some kind of barrier, an invisible wall between worlds that halted her ability to extend her senses further. A message flashed across her vision. Error. Extraplanar senses require additional upgrades. That thought was driven from her mind, however, when an eye appeared on the other side of the keyhole, peering back through. Reflexes drove Zaria to recoil. Dungeon. This was neither speech nor system message. It was like the speaker had writ it into the fabric of reality around the portal. Zaria glanced at the defenders. They didn't seem to have seen or heard it. Demon, she said, projecting her thought towards the eye. Instead of response, she got a new message. Error. Extraplanar messages require additional upgrades. The eye retreated, but there was no doubt in Zaria's mind whoever or whatever possessed the eye had seen her. Tiny claws appeared at the edge of the portal and pulled. Immediately, the fissure widened. Zaria glanced at her timer. It was rapidly dropping, minutes vanishing in a mere handful of seconds. She thrust herself back to her body. They're moving up the time frame, she shouted. Vaisala, get ready! Vaisala scowled and hefted her spork. Bugger me with the rotting knob of the Death Lord. You heard her. Get... Whatever the witch had wanted people to get was drowned out by the wind scaling up in intensity in a matter of seconds, spiraling around the portal. Leaves were ripped from branches where the branches weren't pulled free on their own, forced into the rapidly expanding maelstrom around the fissure as hot air from that other world poured through into this reality. Then came the howling, guttural and rasping. The sound cut through the wind. The first demon leapt through, bellowing in fury as it whipped its head around. This one had a build somewhere between ape and feline, with a sloped back covered in irregular spikes that were too thick to be quills. Its eyes were full horns, ones that crept up over its forehead and around the side of its skull like a ram's, and its jaw was blunt and short. When it saw the group, it roared, revealing 3 rows of teeth. More joined the first one, all of them of varying shapes that made chimeric mockeries of normal animals, save for the 4 that had the build of humanoids, but stood on cloven hooves. Those had weapons, too. Cruelly hooked greatswords made of some crimson metal. They also wore armor, the same blood-red steel as their weapons. The demons weren't charging yet, although from the way they clawed at the dirt and growled, they were eager for blood. Something was holding them back. Zaria noted one other interesting detail. Several of the demons looked like they'd taken recent injuries, small scrapes and cuts that hadn't had time to heal. The ones armed and armored showed signs of that, too. Their equipment looked like it had been cared for, although it had some signs of recent combat. Did they fight among themselves on their homeworld? Hard to tell. And not important right now. Just something to put in a box to examine later. For a more pressing concern, Zaria took the pause to command her mimics. Attack only demons. Follow the attack patterns we set up last night. Try to cluster together as much as you can. Candleman, once the crates have entered the fray, pick them up and use them as weapons. Maw, focus on whatever demon seems toughest. Do not give chase. If the fight doesn't end before 20 minutes are up, return to me for new orders. And finally, spit. Don't swallow. That last one was important until she could test what consuming demon blood would do to the mimics. Zaria switched to her map. Here, she could see the battlefield spread out before her. The demons were marked as red dots, the town defenders as blue. Vaisala had a special icon, a large spork. Zaria was on the map as a green square with a toothy chest as her icon, and the fissure itself was still visible, but the symbol had changed to a bright, flashing red. The countdown neared completion, the last few minutes flying by faster than what they actually denoted. Then the thing that had been tugging the fissure opened, stepped through. This demon was nearly as long as an ogre was tall, and built like a scorpion, save human hands in place of the legs, with a massive pair of hands where the scorpion's pincers would be, and 3 writhing tentacles in place of the stingers. It opened its mouth, one with disturbingly human lips, and Zaria braced herself for the roar. It didn't roar. Instead, wordlessly discordant notes slid from its mouth, like slime pouring from a drain, a mockery of song that flowed over the other demons. One by one, their skin lit up with a sickly yellow glow. Vaisala paled. "Zaria," she shouted. "That thing! You have to kill it!" "Really? I figured I'd just watch it eat your entire town and my mimics, and then dine on some of the finest chicken feet." Vaisala shook her head and swore. "I mean, you have to kill it. That thing's an elite. They're supposed to only come out of major fissures. It's too strong for us to handle. It's on par with a god's fucked dungeon boss." "Ah, that clarifies what you mean." She switched to her mobs. "Ma, you have your target. Break a couple of the lesser demons and divert to the elite." At that moment, the song of the elite ended. For a handful of seconds, it was like the world held its breath, only the rushing wind of the portal providing any sound. Then, with one final roar, the demons charged. "Wait for it," Zaria said to her mimics, the thunder of demonic paws and hooves rumbling in the air, the beast's claws tearing deep furrows in the dirt with every step. Vaisala held up her hand and shouted the same words to her archers, followed by, "Pick your targets." She waited until the demons were closer, then gave a single command. "Fire!" Bowstrings twanged and crossbows clacked. Bolts and arrows flew through the air. Most of them landed uselessly on the ground, but a few struck home, biting into demon flesh. Exactly one arrow landed lethally, a perfect shot that hit directly into a demon's forehead. Death was so instant, the demon's body managed a couple more steps before it collapsed on the ground. "Now!" Zaria commanded the mimics. Per the earlier plan, Maw leapt off her porch. All 4 candle mimics sat atop him, each one armed with a shield. They had proven terrible at weaponry, but they didn't need weapons. They had jaws of their own. Maw set off, charging at the demons. He could move shockingly fast by adopting a tripod gait, his hands serving as a pair of legs to let him swing his singular, actual foot up. The same instant the demon slammed into the defender's lines, Maw slammed into the side of the demonic horde. He grabbed one demon with both hands and, without hesitation, tore it in half. Fiendish entrails spilled to the ground, and the candlemen leapt off to begin their assault. The defenders took down a few more demons, using their farming tools to create an improvised pike wall. The sharpened logs helped break up the demons' charge, forcing them to maneuver around the spikes and into the waiting defenses. Vaisala was one of those in the front, stabbing at demonic necks with the tines of her spork. Yet it was clearly not going to be enough. The Elif Zaria had seen earlier screamed as a demon caught one of his wrists in a single clawed hand, then used its full force to punch through the Elif's chest. It pulled back a moment later, the Elif's still beating heart in its claws, before shoving the organ into its mouth. Energy coalesced around the demon, and its posture grew more upright. Zaria's mimics weren't the only things hungry this day, it seemed. To make matters worse, this was before the elite had joined in. That horrific singing scorpion was lagging behind its troops. It had set its sights on Zaria, clearly focused on the largest threat it could see. In turn, Maw focused on it, already dropping back into his tripod gait and letting loose a giggle before charging. Zaria watched it approach for a moment longer, weighing her options. The benefit of Vaisala's runes would probably be best served with the original plan. And now that the defenses had clumped the demons together, it was time to move to Phase 2. Zaria gave them a single command to the crate mimics on her porch. "Fire!" Each one hopped up a couple of inches. The moment they landed, the runes Vaisala had given them activated. Upon absorb, impact. They exploded under each mimic, catapulting them straight towards the demons at speeds they never could have managed on their own. As the frontrunner of the crate mimics turned projectiles, Rav let out an excited coo. Now it was time to see if this would be a true battle, or if it would just be a bloodbath. Chapter 10. The crate mimics didn't wait to land until they started their assault. Their tongues lanced out as they were flying over the demonic forces, wrapping around necks and arms. Before the demons could even react, the mimics had latched on, and the momentum of their motion pulled tongues taut. The sudden anchoring made the mimics whip about in wide arcs, smashing into demons with their solid oaken bodies. Then they reeled their tongues in to bite on their prey. Zaria swelled with pride that the maneuver had worked, as furious bellows of pain arose from the demons, their hatred swelling in the air, when they weren't cut off by death rattles. That initial assault had taken out 6 of the demons in a single volley, and now the crate mimics were in the midst of the demons. The monsters didn't seem to have the intelligence to respond to such an unorthodox attack. From the way they tossed their heads about and sniffed the air, many of them couldn't even tell where the attack was coming from. Many, but not all. The one that had eaten a heart already whirled on the nearest crate mimic and slammed into it with big, meaty fists, punctuating its hatred by bellowing with every strike. Another one that had also eaten a heart, grabbed Rav and lifted him over its head, trying to toss the mimic away from the battle. Rav was too quick for that. His tongue lanced out to wrap around the demon's neck. The demon grunted with shock at the sudden change, and Rav reeled himself in, biting into the demon's head. Into, not through. This demon had more strength than its fellows, and that translated to increased resistance as well. It flailed about, raking Rav's sides with its claws. The demon could pull furrows of wood up from Rav's hide, but Rav just responded by chewing on the beast's skull with even more determination. Then, one of the candle mimics smashed the demon in the stomach with its shield, driving the wind from the demon's lungs. The demon dropped its arms to protect itself, which was the wrong move in this case. The candle mimic could now bite onto the demon's wrist, and now joined Rav in chewing on this particular brute. Zaria took some quick notes to herself. She'd have to prepare for higher resistance fights, both from adventurers and demons in the future. Moments later, Rav finally got through, and with a sickening crunch, the demon went limp. Rav landed on the ground, and per Zaria's instructions, regurgitated the demon's well-chewed gray matter. That sickening sight broke the spell over the defenders. "Come on, you blighted sheep-buggers," Vaisala shouted. "You gonna let boxes and candles have all the fun?" The defenders rallied at her words and charged forward, taking advantage of the demon's confusion to push back. Vaisala led the charge, whirling her spork about like a master with a glaive. She was now using her runes freely, activating impact runes whenever she struck a demon and there was another behind her target. Now that they had humanoid threats again, the demons rallied. They knew what they wanted. Hearts. And any time they got their claws on a human, the sickening crunch of a shattered rib cage was not far behind. Whenever they ate, they underwent a similar transformation to the first that Zaria had seen feed. They grew more upright, their muscles filled out, and moments later their tactics became smarter, responding to the threat of the mimics less like confused animals. One in particular had eaten 3. He'd been one of the ones wearing armor. After the third heart, he'd fallen back from the fight, surveying the battlefield. Even though his eyes were just horns, somehow there was a malicious intelligence radiating from behind his gaze. He locked eyes on Zaria, snarled, and charged. The scorpion made of hands whistled a few notes to the demon, enhancing it in some way that Zaria couldn't discern. That was all the time it had left, however, because the moment the last note left the monstrosity's lips, Maw arrived. The chest mimic boss slammed into the scorpion's side like a charging gorilla, and the scorpion demon hissed in response, twisting to try to bring its massive forearms to bear. Maw leapt to the side, hopping to stay ahead of the scorpion's grasp. That brought him in range of the tentacles it had in place of a tail, which lashed down at Maw. Maw grabbed onto one with both hands and popped open his lid, dragging the appendage into his mouth and clamping shut. First blood to Zaria's boss. The injury infuriated the scorpion demon, and it scuttled back, getting some space between itself and Maw, then whirled on the boss and shrieked. The sound was like fingernails dragged across the fabric of reality. The air rippled in front of the boss, traveling in a wave towards Maw. It blasted bits of wood and splinters off Maw, who had to sink his hands into the ground to avoid being bowled over by the force of the blow. Then the scorpion rushed back in, grabbing onto Maw with its massive hands, and slammed the boss into the ground. Zaria charged. The sword demon that had been charging her a moment ago froze in shock. He must have assumed that she'd be immobile. A dangerous assumption. Zaria took one quick step to the left and balled the talons of her foot into a fist, sideswiping the demon with a kick. He parried with the flat of his blade, but the sheer force behind Zaria's kick was enough to send the demon's blade back, cracking the sword against his helm. Then Zaria kept moving. Maw had gotten his tongue wrapped around one of the scorpion demon's larger arms and was biting into the creature's wrist. It was shrieking in agony as it slammed Maw against the ground repeatedly, like a child throwing a tantrum. But the chest mimic was a boss. It provided a challenge for 5 low-level adventurers. Blows that would have shattered a man's spine or broke a lesser mimic in half just made Maw bite harder. Then Zaria closed the gap. The scorpion had been so entranced with its prey, it hadn't registered Zaria's approach as something it needed to worry about. Just another sound in the cacophony of battle. Zaria put an end to that assumption by stomping down on the scorpion's back, putting her full weight into the motion. To her surprise, the scorpion demon did not explode like an overripe tomato, but something in the creature did snap, drawing pained shrieking from it. It latched onto Zaria's legs with its smaller hands and lashed at the bottom of her home with its tentacles, but Zaria was now determined. She sunk her talons into the scorpion demon. The moment it was secure, she started to stomp rapidly, slamming it between her bulk and the ground faster than it could break free. In the chaos, it lost its grip on Maw. The boss staggered to the side, a bit rattled from being slammed about, then noticed the sword-wielding 3-heart-empowered demon. Zaria did not know how much strength 1 heart, let alone 3, gave a demon, but it certainly gave this one the brains to hesitate before charging Maw. Maw giggled. "Keep that thing off me," Zaria said, even though her commands couldn't work out here. But Maw could still hear her, and it made Zaria feel better to speak. She stomped again, trying to finally kill the scorpion. "I'll keep this off you." Maw charged the sword demon, lunging to close the gap. The demon leapt to the side, moving with preternatural grace, and swung his blade with far more finesse than he'd displayed earlier, drawing a quick slash on Maw's arm. Zaria stomped a few more times as she watched the fight unfold. Maw moved with an animal's fury, lashing out with fists and trying to grab on, while the demon moved like a master swordsman. Just moments ago, he'd been a near mindless brute, slashing wildly, and now he looked like he'd spent years studying the blade. He could easily give Vaisala a run for her money now. But Maw was a boss mob. Now that the fight was in full swing and nothing could get in his way, Maw could activate his abilities. He leapt back from the demon and landed on all 3 limbs before popping his lid open and letting loose with a veritable stream of digestive juices. They washed over the demon and immediately set the thing screeching in fury as its skin sizzled and popped with sounds like bacon and released smells like a latrine. In a dungeon fight, a healer would be able to get rid of that acidic debuff with a simple spell. But the demon didn't have a healer. He had a sword and fury. He charged back in, slashing at Maw, but the acidic spray had eroded the demon's eye horns. The demon could still discern his surroundings, clearly, but his motions were far less precise than they had been a moment before. Maw capitalized on the clumsiness, lunging in to grab the demon by the shoulders. In a single motion, Maw bent forward, lifting the demon up into his mouth. The demon had just enough sense for its enraged screams to become screams of terror, right before Maw bit down hard on the demon's upper torso. Because of Zaria's injunction against swallowing, Maw just chewed happily on the demon as it kicked and thrashed, using its hands to shove the demon back in if it ever looked like it was going to break free. Zaria took a moment to look at her prey as well, and realized she'd been stomping a bloody corpse for some time now. She cast it aside with a single flick of her talons, then turned her attention to the defenders. The battle there had turned, and the demons were finally being driven back. But it had been a costly victory. 3 of Zaria's candlemen and 2 of the crate mimics were dead, as well as 10 of the town's defenders, every single one of the latter missing their hearts. Vaisala was leaning against her spork, using the tool like a staff and panting heavily. She'd picked up several bruises and cuts over the course of the fight, but was alive. There was one last demon, a gravely injured creature that was scrabbling on the ground, trying to get away from Rav. The crate mimic was reeling it in by its ankles, and no one seemed inclined to finish the job, instead letting Rav pull the monster to his jaws and biting down hard. "The fissure," Vaisala said to Zaria. She pointed in the direction. "Can you close it?" Zaria put herself back in her body. "How?" "Just damage the edges of it." Vaisala took a deep breath. "Since you want the fissure core, press in from the sides. Don't just stomp it." "Ma?" Zaria said. The chest boss was still chewing on the demon and ignored Zaria's command. Right. She hadn't told the mimics to return when the fight ended, just when 20 minutes had passed. To save time, Zaria gently scooped the boss up with her talon and brought it up to the floor of her house. The moment it was in contact with her structure again, Zaria could give it new orders. "Damage the sides of the fissure until it closes, then grab the core it leaves behind. If you see anything coming, spit that acid attack through the portal, then beat the edges harder. Return after. Hurry." She did not know how long they had before new demons came pouring through. Maw cackled in what Zaria hoped was affirmation. Sure enough, the moment the boss was back on the ground, he loped off, charging the fissure. He battered the sides with his fists, and the air rippled around the point of impacts. With each blow, Zaria could see the fissure visibly shrink, the crack growing smaller and smaller. She moved her vision closer, trying to get a better look at what was on the other side. What she saw shocked her. The flying creature with lamprey maws was on the ground now. Demons were swarming around it, snarling and scraping, but the creature was putting up a decent fight. That word, creature, felt right. Something about it felt off in comparison to the demons. Part of that was the lack of horns. Instead, the creature was just eyeless, but something else was just wrong in a way even the demons weren't. "They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend," Zaria said to Rav, just needing to rid herself of the thought. "But I don't think that applies when your enemies are demons, and their enemies are bat-winged, lamprey-mouthed things from a deeper pit." Her speech drew the attention of one particular demon, however. Even though she'd been using telepathy, and was on a different plane of existence, he whipped his head to face her. He had the most humanoid build she'd seen so far, tall and muscular, and wore black leather that contrasted with his skin, so pale it was almost translucent. Most noticeably, however, were the actual eyes. Although horns still grew where a human's eyes would sit, this one also had more normal eyes, just located where a human's temples would be, and twice as large, and black where a human's eyes would be white. That was, without question, the same type of eye that had peered through at the beginning of the battle. The demon had been watching the fight with the lamprey bat thing. Now that he had Zaria's attention, he, without turning away from Zaria, pointed a single finger at the monster. A bolt of bright green and purple lightning leapt from the sky, nearly as thick as Zaria's entire structure. It crashed down into the lamprey-jawed beast, a monster that had been fighting and holding its own against dozens of demons so far. Even though she didn't have eyes, the blast still dazzled Zaria's vision. Then it cleared, and the beast was gone. Not dead, just gone, erased from existence. All that remained to show it had ever been present was a scorch mark on the ground and several dead demons. Then came those words again, words that split reality to manifest themselves to Zaria.
"Dungeon, know this. The error has been logged. We have noticed."
An instant later, Maw's final blow snapped the fissure shut, sealing the demon on the other side. No, not just a demon. A word rose to Zaria's mind, unbidden, and she immediately knew it had to be the correct word for what she'd just seen. That was an archfiend, one that she'd just gotten personally interested in her. Maw giggled as he scooped up the fissure core, and notifications flashed across Zaria's vision, informing her of her victory. "Congratulations! You have reached Tin 5. See new features now, Y/N?" Glad to have something to occupy her mind while the people grieved their dead and her mimics returned, Zaria selected yes. Chapter 11. Before checking her notifications, Zaria took a moment to gather her winnings from the town's dead and ensure Vaisala gathered the mob shards. One person, a gray-haired man with a hungry look, had tried to take them before anyone had noticed. When confronted, he denied it. A house looming angrily over him had changed his tune rather quickly, and soon he'd emptied his pockets of his ill-gotten gains. "Thank you for that," Vaisala said. "I would have smacked him with my spoon, but this was easier." Zaria shrugged. "Looming comes naturally to me. Did you get enough shards?" "Yes," Vaisala said, both seeming excited and a bit forlorn. An odd combination to watch. "With your mob shards and the bonus experience people have stockpiled from fighting demons, we can easily get 5 new hero cores out of this. A full party." She ran a hand through her hair. "Thank you, by the way. That would have been much uglier without your help. And it was kind of you to let the dead keep their clothes." Zaria laughed. "Don't start thinking too highly of me. I just didn't need anything from them." It had been a good haul for Zaria. The scythe, a bow, a crossbow, a gambeson, and a set of chainmail were all hers now. There were a few other items of lesser import, or duplicates of existing items, that she'd stashed away for later use. She was slightly annoyed that the scale-wearer had survived the fight, but there would be more opportunities for better armor in the future. Vaisala sighed. "Of course," she said. "Hungry night. Can't have you making this decision easier on me, can we?" "No," Zaria said, getting a surprised glance from the witch. "I will not pretend to be something I'm not. You deserve to know what you're agreeing to." "That's something, at least." She ran her hands through her hair. "I'll have an answer for you by the time my guildmates arrive. I don't want to leave this town before then anyway. Need to give the new hero corps a bit of training." "They can always try a dungeon run," Zaria said. "You know, to test their skills. Rank up some more, get some more shards, maybe even pick up some good loot." "Do you actually have good loot?" Vaisala asked. "I think we both know I do not." Vaisala laughed, some of the tension fading from her shoulders. "I appreciate the honesty. Then I'll let them decide. But after that fight, don't be surprised if they're unwilling to face down Maw." "Can't imagine why," Zaria said dryly, then grew serious. "When you have a minute, I want to talk to you about demons. There's a lot I don't understand, and I want to tell you about what I saw through the fissure." Vaisala's mood abruptly turned, growing taut as a bowstring. "Bugger me with a broadsword. You saw through the fissure?" Zaria nodded. Vaisala's eyes lit up with curiosity, but she visibly bit back the question before it could form on her lips. "Then, yes, do tell me more, but later. I need to tend to our dead." "Where are they to be buried?" "Why?" Vaisala didn't sound suspicious, simply confused. "I do want to do one small thing for the town." Zaria saw Vaisala's forehead furrow and shrugged. "The sooner it's done, the sooner we can have more interesting conversations." "On the other side of town. That's where the graveyard is. What are you going to do?" "Save you all some work." Zaria walked around the town to where the graveyard was. Already some people had gathered here with shovels, and they froze when they saw her. Zaria ignored their discomfort and just spoke plainly to the group. "Show me where you're going to dig the graves." One of them, an elif that had survived the fight, motioned to indicate where. He was, like many of his species, smaller and slighter than the humans. The feathery antenna on his forehead twitched, a sure sign he was nervous around her. He looked up at her with eyes twice as large as normal for a human's, and played with his thick, wiry hair, the green of copper that had oxidized. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Instead of answering, Zaria was already sick of that question. She just stepped forward and used her talons to scratch deep, parallel furrows in the ground. 10 in total. "There. Should save you some time." "Thank you," the elif said. Zaria just grunted and walked further away, shedding her body in the process. They'd used up all the shits she had to give about the not Vaisala population of the town, as well as all the energy she had for interacting with people for right now. Besides, she was eager to get to her upgrades. There was just one thing to do before she could. It was time to absorb the Fisher core. Maw was guarding the valuable item currently. It was the size of a human head, far larger than Zaria's core, and instead of looking like a gem, it looked like a perfect sphere made of crystal. On the inside was a churning maelstrom of energy in yellows, greens, and whites, the same colors of the otherworldly sky Zaria had seen behind the fissure. Absorbing the object was simple as all else. Zaria just had to reach out towards it with her mana, run her mana through the core, and then withdraw the mana and core at the same time. The glowing orb flowed like water and poured into her. Zaria's entire structure shivered as the energy coursed through her. Her core stability indicator immediately jumped back up to 100%, and notifications flashed in her vision. "Excess stability translated to experience. Congratulations, you have reached Tin 7. Congratulations, core stability now allows for progression to Copper tier. Tin 9 and Copper capstone required for advancement." Zaria stared. 2 whole ranks off that one low-level Fisher core? This was clearly the fastest way to advance. And already she was close to copper after a single fight. Zaria checked to make sure she understood how things worked. Progression went, as she had thought, tin, copper, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, followed by the option of either diamond tier or ascension afterwards. Each tier had 9 ranks to it. As a dungeon core, even a mutant one, she'd get upgrade points to spend every tier, as well as new features and rooms. Those latter 2 wouldn't be every rank. Normal dungeon cores would unlock new mobs as well, which meant there was never a level without major advancement for them. But Zaria didn't unlock new mobs in the normal ways. Before she got distracted thinking of new mobs, Zaria opened up the list of unlocked features. New feature unlocked. See nameplates, tin 3. You are now able to see nameplates of adventurers and monsters, including class/type, tier, and rank when they are within your area of influence. New room unlocked. Den, tin 4. A recreational room for servitors to relax and unwind, decreasing their desire for rebellion. Can also be used to create eggs and attempt to hatch new mobs. New feature unlocked. See nameplates, map, tin 5. You are now able to see nameplates of adventurers and monsters, including class/type, tier, and rank when they are in your visible range on your map. Does not cover those shrouded by the fog of war. New feature unlocked. Extended walkabout, tin 7. When commanding your mobs to leave your dungeon, they will automatically attempt to return before the timer runs out, and the time they can spend out of your dungeon is increased to 1 hour. New feature unlocked. Fisher upgrades, special. You are now able to unlock special upgrades that use your absorbed Fisher cores. 1 upgrade per Fisher core tier. Current available core, basic Fisher core, 1. Zaria felt a thrill for most of these. The den she set aside. She didn't have the space for more rooms yet, and didn't want to push how she was using her rooms until she saw the available upgrades. Extended walkabout was just a pleasant bonus to her mobs. She did test see nameplates, pulling up her map and looking for Vaisala's icon. She was over by the gravestone, and Zaria focused on her, zooming her vision in until she could see the witch in real time. "We are gathered here today," the witch said, looking over the crowd, "to honor those who have gone into the eternal night, so that we may continue to walk the blessed day." Zaria tuned out the funeral speech and focused on Vaisala. Words appeared over the witch's head. Name, Vaisala. Tier and rank, tin weird core 8. Class, witch. Mastery, not applicable. Simple enough. Vaisala was going on about the accomplishments of the dead, and people were crying. Zaria pulled her attention back to her dungeon while they dealt with their feelings. She had more interesting things ahead. First thing to do, augment her existing mimics and make new ones stronger. Per the dungeon instructions, that was done via improved heart types, so she filtered down her available upgrades to see what options there were for her right now. The good news was, the list was manageable. The unwelcome news was, the list was only 2 items long. Improved heart creation. Allows the creation of improved hearts. Mobs created with improved hearts have a 25% increase to mutation chance and have 200% improved health regeneration when the dungeon is empty. Bosses created with improved hearts gain 1 extra ability. Improved hearts provide plus 50% loot value, 1 upgrade point. Elemental heart. Allows the creation of a single elemental heart. Mobs created with an elemental heart gain abilities associated with that element. Can be taken multiple times. Each time, a new element may be selected. Prerequisite. Improved heart creation, 1 upgrade point. While adding elemental abilities to a mob sounded interesting in theory, in practice, how useful would it really be outside of bosses? On the other hand, Maw's ability to spit acid had proved critical in the fight. The improved heart creation ability was worth it, just for adding a new ability to Maw and to future bosses. That mutation chance could be interesting too. According to the dungeon instructions, a phrase Zaria had a feeling she'd use often, mutation could result in variants on existing mobs, giving her a way to create new ones without needing to find items to turn into mimics. She took improved heart creation now and set elemental heart aside to consider for later. She had points to spend freely. 5 remaining, plus the Fisher upgrade. In fact, I should look at that next, shouldn't I? She asked Rav. It could inform the rest of my build. Rav cooed sleepily. which Zaria took as agreement, so she filtered again and read. Demon Slayer mobs. Your mobs gain a temporary fiendish ability from consuming demonic flesh and deal plus 50% damage to demons. Stacks with all other damage increases, including those that normally only apply to other creatures. Cost, 1 Fisher core slot. Distortion steps. Your mobs gain a plus 50% speed boost when in the area of an active fissure. In addition, all mobs gain a short-range teleport, usable anywhere within your area of influence, or within the area of an active fissure. Cost, 1 Fisher core slot. Special. Mobile core types gain 50% speed boost themselves when in the area of an active fissure. Fiendish Spellslingers. Your mobs gain plus 25% mana regeneration, which increases to 150% regeneration while within the area of an active fissure, and for 1 day after consuming a demon. Absorbing the mobs will transfer the benefits to you. Cost, 1 Fisher core slot. Diabolical Mutations. Consuming demonic flesh gives your mobs a 200% increased mutation chance. Cost, 1 Fisher slot. Hellish Cuisine. Throwing a living demon into your ovens grants the same benefit as cooking a living sapient. Cooked demon flesh, even if the demon died outside of the oven, is also safe for both mob and mortal consumption, granting the demonic regeneration buff, as well as increasing mutation chance in mobs. Cooked demon flesh lasts for 1 month before spoiling. Cost, 1 Fisher slot. Special. Must be Yaga Core, Chef Core, or Devouring Citadel. Those were all the abilities available to her at tin tier, and already Zaria could see how powerful Fissure abilities were relative to the normal dungeon upgrade systems. Just comparing the 200% mutation chance from diabolic mutations versus the improved heart creation's 25%. As interesting as the mutation chance was, Zaria discarded that option for now. She didn't know how useful mutations would actually be, and didn't want to waste points until she was sure. After some consideration, Distortion Steps and Demon Slayer mobs were both, similarly, cast aside. While they were useful skills, Demon Slayer mobs wouldn't provide much benefit against adventurers, and Distortion Steps' major benefit, the short-range teleport, wasn't especially useful with how small Zaria's dungeon was for now. That left her with Fiendish Spellslingers and Hellish Cuisine. So, she said to Rav, glad to think aloud, Fiendish Spellslingers won't be that useful for you all yet, but gaining a massive increase to my own mana regeneration by absorbing, that could be life-saving in a pinch. On the other hand, Hellish Cuisine gives me something nothing else does, a way to control when the benefits are doled out. I'm not tied down to being mid-fight, but it offers less benefit for the next fissure. Rav gurgled and sighed. Oh, that's a good point. I could send you all together demon corpses now, and that means I can gain the benefit immediately. The mimic hadn't said all that, of course, but the idea had come to her at that moment. Okay, I like that. Also, Hellish Cuisine benefits Vaisala too. And since I'm the only Yaga core that exists, well, it'd be a shame to pass up on unique abilities. Rav cooed. You just like that because it means you get to eat sooner. Zaria stood up to head back to the battlefield so she could start gathering demon flesh. 2 abilities down, 5 to go. An idea occurred to her. System. Filter for Tin Tier and Yaga Core eligible. The list was still long, so after a moment, Zaria added to the filter. Change Yaga Core eligible to Yaga Core, Mutant Core, or Mimic Mob Type required. She read over the list. Since every single one read either Special requires Yaga Core, Special requires Mutant Core, or Special Mimic Mobs, Zaria filtered those phrases from her vision for readability. The Mimic abilities all also had the prerequisite of improved heart creation, another phrase she discarded so it would keep the list more manageable. Raptorial Legs. One of your talons elongates and is raised off the ground, making it a better weapon. Does bonus damage to structures, 1 upgrade point. Grasping Hands. You can manifest hands from the walls of your hut that you have full control over. You may invest command into the hands to allow them to act independently, treating them as mobs for 2 command per tier, 1 upgrade point. Baba's Cauldron. You gain spellcasting abilities. Unlike normal dungeon spellcasting, these spells can originate from the exterior of your structure and can be cast at targets outside your area of influence. 2 upgrade points. Prerequisite, Babamorph, Elemental Hearts. Babamorph. Your body can be given a boss heart, functioning as a boss mob. Does not count against normal limits for boss mobs. 2 upgrade points. Structural Mimics. Your mimics can take the forms of doors and windows. 1 upgrade point. Amorphous Mimics. You gain a new mimic type, the Amorphous Mimic. Amorphous mimics can take any form you've seen, but only for 15 minutes a day. 2 upgrade points. Enticing Mimics. Your mimics look like a higher quality version of the item they are mimicking, making them more enticing to adventurers. 1 upgrade point. Lurking Mimics. Your mimics can remain inactive outside of your area of influence for up to 3 times tier hours without loss of control. This time is counted separately from the time they are active. If, for example, you have 30 minutes of external command, a mimic can leave your area of influence, travel 15 minutes, go inactive for 3 hours, then travel 15 minutes back to you without loss of control. 2 upgrade points. Mimic Weaponry. Your mimics, when in the form of weapons, can manifest an arm to wield them. When they are wielded, they are balanced like a mundane version of the same item, even while using abilities that would normally distort their balance. They do 20% more damage than a normal item of the same type. 2 upgrade points. Structural Integrity. Your core stability decreases 50% less from all sources. 3 upgrade points. It was still a lot to go through. Since her core stability was doing fine, Zaria discounted the idea of spending 3 of her precious points on structural integrity. Many of the mimic options weren't particularly inspiring either, and she discarded most of them, save for Lurking Mimic and Mimic Weaponry. Those were both very tempting, but she wasn't sure she was going to stick with just mimics for her mobs. One option she'd seen in the menu was a higher-ranked ability that would let her take other mob types, and she was leaning in that direction. Mimics would be the predominant force in her dungeon, of course, but mixing in some other mobs would help keep adventurers on their toes. Raptorial Legs was tempting too, as was Babamorph. The idea of having a second boss that would always be inside the dungeon, even during Fisher fights, was an enormous boost to her defensive options. Grasping Hands was less exciting, although she could see some fun combinations with Mimic Weaponry. On the other hand, she could probably simulate Grasping Hands from getting Gauntlet Mimics at some point down the line. Baba's Cauldron sounded interesting, but would take all of her points to unlock. It was something to keep in mind for later. After some careful consideration, Zaria went with Mimic Weaponry and Babamorph. If nothing else, she could arm the Candleman, Maw, and the Babamorph with Mimic Weaponry as needed. And the benefit of a second boss at 10 was too good to pass up. She kept 1 point in reserve to wait on Vaisala's decision. Structural integrity would stop mattering if Vaisala agreed to become Zaria's Striga. If Vaisala declined, by holding on to that 1 point, Zaria could get structural integrity at 10-9, which would be critical to allow her more time to find a Striga. If Vaisala accepted, Zaria could spend that 1 point on Elemental Hearts, then either Baba's Cauldron or Raptorial Legs. Pleased with her decisions, Zaria settled in to start resummoning her defeated mobs and send them out to collect demon corpses for her. It was time for a good old-fashioned feast. Chapter 12. Despite her apparent eagerness to learn what Zaria had seen, Vaisala didn't return until the following day. When Zaria saw the witch approaching, Spork slung over her shoulder, she repossessed her body and waved. Zaria couldn't help but notice Vaisala had a large pack resting in the bowl of the spork, a sign that made Zaria hopeful the witch was planning to leave with her. "Was wondering what happened to you." "Had to finish building the new hero cores and get them to the people who would best use them," Vaisala said, raising her free hand in acknowledgement of the wave. "Can I come in so we can talk? Without fighting mimics?" "Mind if we talk on my porch?" Zaria motioned to her form with arms that were far more wiry than they had been the day before. "I don't want to get too used to moving my body around." Vaisala nodded and stepped up, eyeing Zaria up and down. "You've changed." "Took an upgrade from my physical form. It's a boss-level mob when I'm not occupying it now. Zaria summoned a chair for Vaisala. Any chance the freshly minted adventurers are going to run my dungeon? Vaisala laughed. St. Riagoth's wooden member? No. Not unless you want to stick around for a couple of weeks for them to get comfortable with you. They're terrified of the idea of getting eaten by Maw. Zaria sighed. Should have expected that, I suppose. Vaisala kicked her feet. My guild members sent a runner ahead. They'll be here later in the day. A copper group. They can't stay to defend this town indefinitely. They were just coming to relieve me so I could return to the guild for a few days, but they can take over training the new hero course for a bit. We can probably get a group of Tin Coven members to run your dungeon easily, though. Zaria nodded. That'll be nice. So, what classes did they go with? We've got an ogre knight now for a tank, an Urkin cleric for healing, and then the most classic group composition possible. Archer, rogue, mage, for the other three. Vaisala ran her fingers through her hair before leaning back in the chair, arching her back until something popped. She let out a satisfied sigh and settled back in. None of them wanted weird cores, and since our trainers are all weird, they went with the best-known composition so we could train them as easily as possible. Plus, it's tried and true. I can follow the logic there, Zaria said. She tried to feign interest. Vaisala clearly cared about these people, but Zaria was eager to move on to the next location. Still, she did her best to keep up the conversation. Think they'll be all right? Once my guildmates get here, yes. And another fissure shouldn't open in the next few hours, right? Zaria checked her map before answering. Nearest fissure isn't for another 3 days, and there's 2 towns closer to it than this one. Although it's not really near either of them. Looks like it's a couple miles away from any humans. That's good. Vaisala's jaw loosened. She'd been clenching it between sentences, and Zaria only noticed now that the tension was absent. What direction and how far off? Northwest, and about 5 miles. Why do you ask? Vaisala worked her mouth for a moment, muttering numbers. Should be no problem then, she said. There's a dungeon in the region that should notice that on its map. It won't have the exact time frame. I didn't know that was possible until yesterday, when you told me to the minute how long we had. But dungeons do have some idea of timelines. They just see it as percentages, not days and hours and minutes. That's good to hear. And we could be there too. I can cross 5 miles in no time. There. She'd said it. Vaisala smiled. We could, but we won't. Zaria's pulse spiked. Oh? No. Vaisala looked hesitant for a moment. It was a new expression on her face for Zaria. I'd like if we could go to the Tower of the Midnight Coven, my guild hall. I need to report back. It's been a while since I was last there, and I'm hoping they have books on Striga. Zaria cocked her head to the side. Don't want to rely on the system messages, she said hopefully. Don't want to do this until I'm sure I know what I'm doing, Vaisala said bluntly. I'm sorry. I know I told you I'd have an answer by now, but there's so many questions. Do you know how to even form the bond? I'm positive it's in the instructions I have, Zaria said. She pulled them up. Sure enough, there it was. So, apparently, you just need to run a thread of your mana through my core, and then... You're shaking your head. Why are you shaking your head? Remember what I said? I use a rune-based system, not mana like other classes. Vaisala shrugged. So, if nothing else, we need to go back to the tower to figure out how we do this. Zaria clenched her hands. That second reason is valid, but you are still hesitating on this. Yes, Vaisala said, again not sugarcoating anything. Because it occurred to me, I don't know a lot, actually, including if this is for life. And I don't know you. But I figure we have time to travel to the Midnight Coven and do some reading. I can get to know you during that. And as an added benefit, because I know time is pressing for you, if I do turn you down, that means you'll have other weird cores to bond with right there. Zaria thought about pushing back, but restrained herself. There was a valid reason, so arguing now would be pointless. Plus, it was thoughtful of Vaisala to make sure Zaria had access to more witches. All right, I'm guessing you want to stay here until your guild arrives?
Fuck no. Vaisala's lips curled in disgust. Found out my ex is leading the relief party, which I know was Rahana trying to motivate me to not stick around, and bugger me sideways if it isn't effective. I'm perfectly fine leaving now, long before she gets here. Unless you have things you want to do still? That got a laugh out of Zaria.
No, I'm done. You'll want to come inside and have a seat, though. I don't wobble at all when I'm walking, but standing up involves some shifting.
Vaisala stood up. Then let's go. We can talk more on the way.
Zaria chuckled again, relieved the witch shared her eagerness, then waited for Vaisala to be inside and firmly seated before she stood up. Once she was ready, she pulled up her map. The Tower of the Midnight Coven was about 60 miles by road, or just 30 if Zaria just plowed through the wilderness. After a moment, Zaria decided to split the difference, sticking near the roads, but not walking along them. That way she wouldn't have to gamble on the terrain being an impediment. Without a moment's hesitation more, Zaria set off. You can come out now, she said. Vaisala stepped back onto the porch, clinging onto Zaria's doorframe with knuckles that were rapidly turning white.
How fast are you moving? She asked.
We should be there in a couple of hours, Zaria said, assuming we don't hit any forests along the way. Are there forests along the way? That'll slow me down a lot. She didn't think she was moving particularly fast, but her increased height and the length of her gait meant anything more than walking speed wasn't slow either.
You're going at the speeds of a horse near full gallop, and you're going to maintain that the entire time?
Why wouldn't I? Zaria said. Think about it. What slows a horse down? The need for food or water or to catch their breath? Deepest hells, if nothing else, their heart will force them to slow eventually. The same things that makes a human stop, right? Well, I'm a building full of hate boxes and angry candles. I don't need to worry about biology. I'm pretty sure I don't even have blood in my legs, so I can run endlessly.
Hungry night, Vaisala whispered, the wind almost tearing the sounds away from Zaria's hearing. The amount of ground you can cover, only those with aerial mounts will be able to surpass you.
And a Striga in flight, probably, Zaria said, unable to keep the pointed statement back.
Vaisala pursed her lips, but did nod in agreement. And probably that. Can we talk inside? The wind will make it difficult.
I'd rather be able to speak to the coven when we arrive, Zaria said, and I can only move my body once per day. So let me try something first. Take a seat.
Vaisala did. She had gotten over her shock at Zaria's speed fairly quickly, although she still hustled to the chair with brief hesitation. Once she was in place, Zaria focused. In theory, she could control everything within her area of influence. That counted the porch, which meant she should be able to... Vaisala's hair fell still, and the sound of wind vanished. What? Vaisala asked.
Told the air inside my area of influence to stay still, Zaria said. It takes a bit of focus, but honestly, it's good practice. Could come in handy at some point.
Vaisala's forehead furrowed, and she leaned over, sticking her hand over Zaria's railing. Moments later, she pulled it back. I could feel the wind, she said. It's like there's a wall, but it's only stopping the air.
I'm glad it worked, Zaria said.
Why'd you ask me to sit first?
Because I didn't want you moving around and distracting me if it was hard, Zaria chuckled. So, let me tell you what I saw through the fissure.
Vaisala sat back and listened as Zaria described the other world, the diseased sky, and the arch-fiend annihilating the strange creature. I've heard of something like that lamprey flyer, Vaisala said. It came through a fissure. The demons apparently turned on it immediately. Didn't even try to attack the sapients in the area. Except this one looked more like a giant flightless bird, with a mass of those mouth tentacles for a face, and no real wings. One of a couple strange things to come through.
What else? Zaria asked.
There were reports of a golem with dragonfly wings around the Karashine Mountains. Definitely otherworldly. And also there was a metal vessel that flew through the air over the capital of Dranlith. Vaisala chewed her cheek. No one saw them come through a fissure, but nothing else makes sense.
Probably. Probably? Zaria leaned forward. According to the dungeons, the older dungeons, I mean, there's been a lot of oddities happening besides the fissures. At the same time the first fissures appeared, the system to spawn new dungeons broke down for a couple of years. Time is strange between worlds. Apparently, elsewhere it's been only months or weeks since dungeon spawning broke down. Other worlds? Like where the fissures lead? Not certain. Neither were the dungeons. It could be another world, or it could be a plane. Your description might help them narrow it down. What's the difference? Zaria was keen to learn more. While she was excited for the Striga bond, she did wish she'd gotten one of the wisps that the dungeon information had mentioned. It seemed like she was lacking a lot of knowledge other cores got, and the wisps were probably the source of that information. Worlds are like here, spheres floating through a sea of stars. Planes are outside the universe, but still part of it, apparently. Things like the world the wisps came from, Wispheim, or a place called the Betwixt that hurts my brain to even consider. Interesting. Zaria made a note to herself to ask the dungeons about that when they spoke. What else has been happening? Well, when dungeon spawning returned, mutant cores like yourself started appearing. Most of them died. The dungeons say something big is coming. We're lucky the council that rules over the wisps hasn't declared our world, I forgot their term, lost or dead or whatever. Vaisala waved her hand dismissively. You can ask them about it yourself. One dungeon we're in contact with sits right next to the tower. He's a platinum tier, over 500 years old. Lucky for you he was right there, Zaria said. Vaisala laughed that wonderfully melodic laugh of hers. Oh, luck had no hand in it. We started our order in a dungeon town centuries ago, when that dungeon was just tin. Back in the days of the Threllian Empire, they saw weird cores as an affront to the gods. That's why we were founded so far from civilization, and claimed the dungeon as our own. The Threllians didn't find us before the collapse. You're using a lot of words that I don't know, Zaria said. And it feels like it might be important. Sorry. I forget that you don't know, well, that you lost all your knowledge. Vaisala ran her fingers through her hair, then leaned forward to fix Zaria with her gaze. Short version? Because the demons are more pressing. Of course, Zaria said. Hundreds of years ago, all of this continent was under the domain of the Threllian Empire. There were, and still are, other nations and empires across the sea, but Threllia ruled all here. This land is still called Threllia, as a testament to them. However, as empires are prone to doing, they collapsed. The 3 children of the last emperor founded new nations. Dranlith is the one we're closest to right now, and then the redeemed Threllian Empire, and finally, Carabin, to the south. This area is on the edge of Dranlith. Parts of the redeemed Threllian Empire and Carabin both have claims to this land, too. Right before the fissures, it looked like they'd go to war over it. But the fissures changed that. Vaisala nodded firmly. They changed that almost overnight. Suddenly, there were demons running across the land. The redeemed Threllian Empire collapsed because 4 fissures opened right in their capital, and now it's a dozen nations run by warlords, archmages, and a few other powerful beings holding sway over territory they can control. One of those new nations is even, reportedly, run by a dungeon. Carabin and Dranlith both got luckier with that. But they've pulled their armies and their guilds inwards, focusing on protecting the larger population centers and the farms that feed them. Places like this, the Edgelands, they've been left to the demons. The only thing keeping the demons at bay out here are the dungeons. A couple guilds like mine that aren't bound to any nation. She trailed off and sighed. And as much as I personally dislike them, the Reclaimers. That last one was a name Zaria knew. The people who were shouting about salvation and I fed to my mimics? Yeah, Vaisala sighed heavily. I have a feeling that's gonna bugger you right up the arse one of these days. They're a spin-off the old Imperial Church, which collapsed with the redeemed Threllian Empire. They have kept the Threllian prejudices with them, and are trying to capitalize on the chaos out here to establish a new dominion for themselves. Such as the hatred of the Weird Cores, Zaria said. Vaisala nodded. We're not part of the normal system. From what the dungeons tell us, other worlds rarely have weird cores. A fact that's only furthered the Reclaimers' hatred of us. We're rare and strange, so we must be evil. Huh. You know, I regret now that I ate them so quickly. Vaisala stiffened. Why? Because that made it too quick. Should have fed them all feet first. Vaisala stared at Zaria for just a second before laughing. You had me worried there. It would be my luck to find out I'm 20 feet in the air in a dungeon that has a hatred of my core type. Hatred sounds boring, Zaria said. I'm here to have a good time, kill demons, fight adventurers, and just live my second life. She hesitated. It is nice that my wants reduce the number of people that get killed by demons. Means more people to adventure in me. Vaisala chuckled at that. Heard that from dungeons before, too. There are some dungeons that, over the centuries, have really grown to hate mortals. But they kind of view the demons as a rival predator walking into their territory. That's what I was thinking, Zaria said. Except the hating mortals part. But the demons will thin the herd. Vaisala shook her head, but her lips curved in a smile. You'll get along well with some of the more reasonable dungeons. Thanks. I think? Zaria went quiet for a moment, just enjoying the peace of the landscape rolling along beneath her talons. Are there forests in the way? Between here and the tower, I mean? Right. Not any major ones. You'll need to take the road or just cut through a few places where vegetation thickens, but it's mostly plains from here to there. Good. Now, about the demons. Am I right that they get smarter by eating hearts? Smarter, stronger, faster. Vaisala's lips curled downwards, like the wafting scent of something sour had just hit her nose. After 10 hearts, they're smart enough to have language, make strategies. Out here on the edge, there are even a few places where the demons have taken over, formed little kingdoms of their kind. But no archfiends have come through that we know of. That's a relief, Zaria said. I need to at least get a couple more tears before I fight something like that. Otherwise, I'll go down. Vaisala's smile returned as fast as it had vanished at Zaria's confidence. At least a couple, Vaisala said. Although, going down isn't really an option for you, is it? I mean, you don't have a tongue I can see. Zaria barked out a laugh. Haven't given that much thought, but I guess not. Probably for the best I remember little about being flesh and blood. Can't miss what I don't know. Although, Zaria had to add privately to herself, she was curious. Fair, Vaisala said. She sniffed the air. Okay, this is driving me to the point of distraction. Dare I ask what you're cooking in there? It's definitely not a person, Zaria said quickly. Vaisala stared at her long and hard, her eyes searching every inch of Zaria's form. Most of the time, that doesn't need to be clarified. If I ever throw a living sapient into my oven, I get something special. Don't know what yet, but one of these days, I'm excited about that. Vaisala shivered, but didn't object. Suppose it's not any worse than anything else a dungeon does. So what is it then? Because it does smell delicious. Roast demon rump. I hate every word of that. Vaisala made a face. Including the fact that demon meat is a good way to be corrupted and become a monster. Good news, then. I have a skill that means when I cook it, it's safe. Provides a buff, even. Want to try? Vaisala grimaced. Maybe later. Why the rump, though? Does the recipe require demon arse for some reason? Nope, Zaria said brightly. I just thought it was funny. Rumps make for good eating anyway, and this means I left behind a bunch of assless demons to confuse the town. That got a smile from the witch. Okay, that is funny. Wish I could have seen their reactions. She stretched her back again. Mind if I go inside and rest for a bit? I didn't sleep well last night. I have a room set aside for you, up the stairs. It's the one with a bed. Mimics have been told to completely ignore you. Appreciate it. Wake me up when we're almost there, if you would. I want to make sure I'm fresh for when a house on legs approaches so they don't blast you to all the hells and back. I'd prefer not being exploded, Zaria said seriously, then paused. Well, I mean, I assume I would. But I guess you can't be down on anything you haven't tried, right? That earned Zaria one last peal of laughter from the witch as she headed inside. With that, Zaria left her body to return to a discorporate form, and Vaisala retreated to her room to sleep. Her room. Zaria liked the sound of that. Although the witch was still hesitant, Zaria was even more determined. Seeing Vaisala's softer side, and seeing the way her eyes lit up when she talked about history, everything about this woman was ideal as far as Zaria was concerned. This was her Striga, and as soon as she could convince Vaisala of that, the better off everyone would be. Chapter 13. Zaria was still a few miles out from the tower, and just getting ready to wake Vaisala, when a voice in her head stopped her in her tracks.
Who and what are you?
The voice carried more than just words, however. Emotions came with it. Caution, anger, but above all else, a nearly overwhelming sense of power. Zaria quickly commanded Rav to go wake up Vaisala before she responded. Nice to meet you, angry voice in my core. I'm Zaria. Who am I speaking to?
Sestmir, came the reply. I am confused, little one. You say you hear this in your core, and you are showing as a dungeon, yet you are moving closer. Or rather, you were. It was wise to stop. Many of my mobs may be away, Tin Core, but a single one of my world mobs would shatter your core without any effort.
Zaria wasn't in her body, so didn't have teeth to grind, but Sestmir's threat still rankled her. Sestmir, I've offered you no harm, given no offense, and posed no threat. I'm guessing you're the Platinum Dungeon that works with the Midnight Coven.
Indeed.
Well, I have a member of the Coven in me right now. Amusement flowed from Sestmir at the phrasing, and Zaria brushed past it. I was coming here to meet the Coven and see about collaborating with them. So, to ease your confusion, I am a mutant core. I am moving closer because I'm walking. But if you'd prefer, I can walk away. Sestmir hesitated before responding.
I should not have threatened.
It wasn't an apology, but to make nice with the overwhelmingly powerful dungeon, Zaria chose to believe it was one.
Much of the Coven is in the field, as are my mobs. It makes me testy with anything new.
I'm glad you believe me, Zaria said. Sestmir chuckled in her mind.
Lying through telepathy requires a great deal of practice, little one, and you are far too young to have had time for that practice.
Zaria couldn't refute that, so just let the comment hang in the air for a moment and let Sestmir continue.
Who do you have in your dungeon, O Walker?
Just Zaria, if you wouldn't mind. And it's Vaisala. Do you know of her? Tension crept into Sestmir's voice.
What happened to her? We were just sending someone to relieve her, but you must have left before they arrived.
Oh no, nothing's wrong with her. I'm just fast. But I assure you she's fine. A shriek inside of Zaria snapped her attention back to Vaisala's room, and she couldn't help but laugh. Rav had, needing a way to wake up Vaisala, licked her cheek like an eager puppy, except his tongue was nearly as wide as her face. Well, she's a bit unhappy, but fine.
Unhappy?
Sestmir asked. Apparently she does not like a mob licking her awake. I should have clarified my orders more. Sestmir rumbled with mirth.
A bit, then? I know Vaisala well, as I know all members of the Coven, and she is rarely only a bit unhappy.
Zaria! What the shit? Vaisala shouted to the air. She stalked towards the porch. I may be understating. Give me a moment, Sestmir. I have to calm a furious witch. More amusement poured out from the core, who was definitely less abrasive than his greeting would have suggested.
Story of my existence these days.
Vaisala had reached Zaria's body and was staring at it, her arms crossed. "Did you tell that mimic to lick me? I thought I was about to be eaten." Zaria slid into her body. "I told him to wake you up. Should have been clearer. But then again, what good options are there for a mobile box to wake you?" "He could have," Vaisala said, then trailed off. "That is," Vaisala crossed her arms. "Okay, you have a point, but by the withered tits of the Dust Queen, I still don't like it." She took a deep breath. "Are we there? I don't see the tower." "Close enough for Sestmir to contact me. I was talking to him just now." She switched to Sestmir. "Has she always been the type to flame up hot and burn cool shortly after?"
"She only cools quickly if she likes someone. I imagine you have a great deal to tell me, both of you."
"How much should we tell this guy?" Zaria asked Vaisala. "I don't know protocols for the coven." Vaisala rubbed her cheek a couple times, then muttered something about a bath before answering. "Sestmir knows everything that happens in the tower. He's incorporated it into his dungeon structure, so tell him everything." "Vaisala says to tell you the story. It started when—" Sestmir cut her off.
"Just show me."
Zaria blinked. Vaisala raised an eyebrow, and Zaria motioned for her to sit down. "Just a second. Working things out with Sestmir." She switched back to the Elder Core. "What do you mean?"
"Ask your wisp," Sestmir said. "They'll explain it."
"I would, if only I had one." Sestmir's mental voice carried so much anger, it would have terrified Zaria if it was directed at her. Thankfully, his fury seemed to be focused elsewhere.
"Those fools. Those imbeciles. Those fucking self-important ignoramus."
Zaria made a note. That was probably an archaic plural for ignoramus, but ignorami sounded like a fun word to play with later. "Who?"
"The Seelie Council. They have been debating the issue of mutant cores and what they should do about wisps for them. We had hoped they'd see the errors of abandoning you all to your own fates."
Sestmir went quiet for a moment, but there was such a heavy weight to the silence that Zaria could feel it.
"I will show you. Ready your mind."
"What do you—" Zaria was cut off when it hit.
"Okay, Sesty baby, we need to talk."
The person speaking was tiny, only a couple of inches tall. She was female, with hair the color of rose petals and wings like tulips hovering in the air.
Or rather, we don't need to talk sometimes. It's time for you to learn how to send me information quicker.
"How do I do that?"
Sestmir answered. Zaria knew it was Sestmir, but his thoughts were quicker, brighter, younger. That was the only way she could put it.
It's so easy. Just take the memories and focus on them, then spin them up like they're mana. Send them at me in a rush.
Sestmir tried. He tried a few times. Zaria could feel each attempt, each failure, as if it had been her own. The sensation of spinning memories was bizarre and alien to both of them, until it wasn't. "Mean?" Zaria blinked. "Oh, I felt... Wow. And you want me to do that with my... me?"
"As much as you're comfortable sharing. You can filter it. Perhaps just..."
The entire time he'd been talking, Zaria had been spinning up her memories, as the knowledge Sestmir sent had shown her. She threw most of everything at the Platinum Dungeon. Almost her entire memory up to this date. It was a gamble giving him so much, but at the same time, if he wanted to crush her, he was platinum. She was tin. For all the power of being a walking dungeon core, Sestmir hadn't been exaggerating about how badly a single one of his basic mobs could wreck her. Zaria only held back the exact details of how her mobs worked and what she had seen through the fissure. The former she held back because any advantage could be life or death if someone in the coven became hostile. The latter was, so she wasn't giving up every single one of her bargaining chips right away. Beyond that, though, it was best to get everything out there. If Sestmir was going to take umbrage to any part of Zaria's existence, she wanted to know before she got closer.
"The relevant bits."
Sestmir laughed and sent her the image of a smiling face along with the amusement.
"I suppose turnabout is fair play. You've had quite the busy brief existence, little one. Apologies. Zaria.
Yeah, although I imagine anyone born in the last 5 years could say the same. Zaria sent a face in response, mirroring the Elder Core. Her expression was a sigh to accompany the thoughts. Zaria, what's going on? Vaisala was tense, her hands on her knees, and she looked like she was ready to do something with all that nervous tension, but had no outlet. Sestmir and I are having a meeting of minds. I'll get us moving, though. Zaria switched back to Sestmir. May we approach, old man? She sent a wink with the latter 2 words to make sure her intent was not misread as anything other than her trying to be friendly.
Yes, but move a bit slower. Give me time to inform the Coven. They will send out someone to meet with you before you grow too close. Stop when you can see the tower. That will be far enough.
Zaria sent him appreciation, then walked forward, moving much slower, the strut of a chicken just pacing around the barnyard. He seems cranky but nice, she said to Vaisala. Vaisala sighed and slumped back in her seat. I'm glad to hear it. Sestmir, he's become like a second guildmaster for us. His disapproval would have been terrible for you. Probably me too, if I'm being honest. He cares about us, but the Coven is his real love. If he considers any one member a threat to the whole, Vaisala trailed off. I didn't think his map range extended this far, or I would have warned you to stop sooner. It worked out fine, Zaria said. So, what should I expect when I see the tower? Vaisala smiled. Well, just wait a couple more steps. You're almost there. Zaria was intrigued by the mystery and bit back the urge to walk too much faster. The landscape here was craggy. Nothing that Zaria hadn't been able to maneuver around, but enough to obscure her vision, which meant she had no warning before she rounded the corner and saw it. The Tower of the Midnight Coven. It was larger than any tower Zaria had imagined, so tall it looked like its peak would scrape the bottom of clouds. The central pillar was easily as wide as a castle, and there were turrets coming off it at irregular angles with pointed tops that put Zaria in mind of a witch's hat. There were flying buttresses coming off the tower as well, but they took the flying part painfully literally. Instead of attaching to the ground, they just attached to smaller towers that floated in the air, dozens of them surrounding the structure. All of that would have been impressive enough for its sheer size and complexity, but the walls of the tower took that to the next level. By some trick of magic or mystic material Zaria did not know, staring at the tower was like looking at the night sky. If it had been night, the tower would have been nearly invisible. For the day, however, it looked like someone had taken the midnight sky and cut out an image of it in a perfect shape of a tower, then pasted it into the middle of the day sky. If Zaria still needed to breathe, it would have taken her breath away. Some of Zaria's wonder must have shone through her body because Vaisala beamed. Welcome, she said, to the Tower of the Midnight Coven. I do hope you enjoy the view. I do, Zaria said softly. A group of people were approaching on Zaria's map, a bronze rank group of 5. When they arrived, Zaria would have to answer questions and have conversations. So, in the interim, Zaria just enjoyed the beauty of this strangely alien tower and waited. Chapter 14. Vaisala, a voice boomed, warm and friendly. It immediately drew both Zaria's and the witch's attention. The bronze group had arrived, and at the forefront was an Urkin in jet-black scale mail. He was a good head taller than any of the surrounding humans, with the curved horns of his species, but his complexion was a dustier gray, rather than the greens Zaria had seen before. Although his manner was casual, Zaria couldn't help but notice his immense 2-handed sword was unsheathed and covered in runes. Zaria pulled up his nameplate. Name, Lurbach. Tier and rank, Bronze Weird Core 2. Class, Rune Knight. Mastery, Mournblade. Lurbach, you rat bastard, Vaisala responded, a smile on her lips. You still owe me 10 gold. When the hungry night did you hit bronze? About a month ago. He shifted, eyeing Zaria carefully. You've got one hell of a mount there, Vice. Vaisala laughed. Zaria, mind getting closer to the ground? Instead of responding with words, Zaria just bent her knees. All 5 members of the bronze group stepped back involuntarily.
Gods of the hungry night, Lurbach whispered. They weren't kidding. A dungeon that walks.
Vaisala leapt from Zaria's porch when the ground was close enough. She had spoken to Zaria beforehand, and they'd agreed to let Vaisala take most of the conversational duties. She knew these people. Zaria would speak up once it was needed. For now, Vaisala continued the conversation. A dungeon that walks and fights. Saw her stomp an elite fiend like it was a toothless snake, and her mobs did a number on the demons. Her voice softened. We would have lost the town if not for her.
And you? Lurbach asked. Are you well?
Vaisala nodded, although there was a hesitancy to the motion that neither Zaria nor Lurbach missed. It was a rough few seasons. Had some close calls. Lurbach clapped a hand on her shoulder.
Well, you're back now. You have plenty of time to rest. And maybe get that rank up. I see you're only Tin 8.
Although the question was friendly, there was a slight note of judgment to his voice. Vaisala set her jaw, but kept her tone pleasant. No dungeons around to bootstrap me up 2 full tiers, unlike some people. No shards meant I had to rely on experience gains, but since I was the only person defending the bloody town with a core, system automatically counted me as part of the town, since I couldn't form a party with a bunch of irons. Killed my gains. Lurbach grimaced.
I didn't mean...
Vaisala sighed and shook her head. Lurbach, it's been a long few days. Means I'm not in the most pleasant mood.
Are you ever?
Vaisala showed him her teeth. Technically, it was a smile, in the same way a noose was an embrace. I don't know. Ask me when someone isn't trying to imply I've been lazy in my advancement.
Lurbach sighed heavily. You haven't changed a bit.
Vaisala's smile softened into something that actually deserved the word. It's been rough out there. Sunbearer's radiant scrotum, Lurbach. I think you were right to take a couple years of dungeon duty.
Maybe, but you also had a valid point. This isn't my original party, Lurbach said softly. They're good people, all of them, but I've lost a lot too, Vice.
Maybe we can swap sob stories over a few beers, Vaisala said. I'm thinking at least 10 gold worth. Lurbach laughed, and the earlier tension seemed to be diffused. For now. He turned toward Zaria, who was glad to finally be included. He bowed, which she liked even more.
Sestmir informed us that you can see us here, Zaria, the walking dungeon. Apologies for my rudeness. I was hoping our interpreter would have arrived by...
Sorry.
The voice didn't have a source Zaria could see at first, until she noticed the streak of light approaching. She pulled in her vision to look at the speaker. The woman had grown since Zaria had last seen her. Well, except she hadn't seen her in person. But the woman had grown since the memory Sestmir had sent Zaria. Now nearly a foot tall, the tulip wings and rose hair was still unmistakable.
There's so much going on. Sorry,
she repeated herself, then flew up to Zaria.
That's quite the neat boss you have there. Hello, I'm Panara, Sestmir's wisp. It's a pleasure to meet you. Since you don't have a wisp of your own, the Coven summoned me to speak to you.
Zaria's eyebrows furrowed. Is it rude to speak directly to a dungeon? Panara rocketed back, like Zaria had just readied an attack. Lurbach's party shifted, preparing their weapons and spells. Vaisala laughed. Did I not mention she can talk? I forgot to mention she can talk. Silly me, slipped my mind.
That shouldn't be possible, Panara said. Sestmir said she was only 10. In fact,
the wisp's eyes flashed.
She is only 10.
She is also not overly fond of being spoken of like she isn't present, Zaria said, looking at the wisp.
Fine then. You are only 10. You should not be able to possess a mob. How? Even if you were taking the Dungeon Lord path, that's copper, minimum. So, explain yourself.
Panara crossed her arms. Mutant, Zaria said, giving Panara a shrug.
That doesn't answer...
Panara caught herself and paused, hovering midair on wings that beat so fast they looked like a blur.
Wait, it does, doesn't it? Mutant cores.
Penara took a deep breath, seeming to get herself under control.
Apologies. That was a stupid question to begin with, because what did I expect? You to just read the ability to me?
Didn't Sestmir tell you I could speak? It was Zaria's turn to cross her arm, studying the little wisp. So far, the wisp's flustered nature was underwhelming. A far cry from the self-assured woman she'd seen in Sestmir's vision. Penara sighed heavily.
No, he did not. Which he probably thinks is hilarious.
I do.
Amusement laced every single word. From the way Penara rolled her eyes, she had heard Sestmir's voice. To Zaria's surprise, she responded telepathically.
You have other things to do than watch this. Or does the battle no longer require, what was the term? Your direct intervention to ensure the coven doesn't shit the bed?
Sestmir just laughed, but his presence faded away.
Sorry about that, Penara said. Sestmir doesn't get one over on me often, and he revels in every chance he can. Now, I was late because I was talking to the current commander of the tower. Most of the high tiers are away right now, trying to seal a Hardness 5 fissure.
The manual I was given said that Hardness 4 should be left alone, Zaria said. Higher, I'm guessing, is even more risky. Is that not right?
The manual is poorly worded. It was intended for lone dungeons, but working with a powerful guild like the Coven and a silver-tier citadel, it becomes possible. That's why they're trying. Which you would know if you had been given a wisp, so we could contact you sooner.
Penara rubbed the bridge of her nose.
I told them that a book would be a poor replacement for the guidance of a wisp, but did they listen to me? No, of course not. I'm just a wisp. Who do I think I am?
I'm guessing you think...
And then they won't even listen to my testimony. They were debating if the planet should be isolated, and I've been here for the longest, but no one wants to listen. So we've had a few wisps go rogue. It's not my fault Pierre stole a token of merger. It's not my fault Relina decided to still be a monster. It's not my fault Chesu... Well, can't talk about that. Like, physically.
Okay, but...
And then? Did they listen? Even though I've been here for hundreds of years? Of course not. Do you know how rare it is for a dungeon to last to platinum and stay healthy and stable? Do you think Sestmir did that on his own?
Okay, so, does anything I say have any bearing on this conversation?
Of course he didn't. In fact...
Penara continued to rant, and Zaria tuned her out. She clearly needed to get it off her chest. From the way the Coven members were acting, this was normal behavior for her. Lurbach had called over Vaisala and was introducing her to the members of his party. That was also uninteresting. Zaria could pull their names off their nameplates if they became relevant. She took the time to feed her mimics some of the demonic meat. A fight didn't seem likely at this point, but one death had been enough to make Zaria cautious. The fact that sentence was something she could say was a testament to how Zaria's life had gone in some unexpected directions. Penara said something that caught Zaria's attention, drawing her back to her body. Say that again? Penara blinked.
Oh, you mean from the beginning?
Please, for the love of all the gods, devils, and any other beings that will listen, no. Just the last bit you said. It included the word portal. Penara pursed her lips, but did so.
And now I'm scrambling to find alternative means to get assistance for you poor mutant cores. But to do that, I need access to a portal. But I can't because the only one I know of is in the hands of the Reclaimers.
Zaria sat up straight. So, you're telling me that if I just feed more of the Reclaimers to my mimics, I can get this portal and I can get a wisp of my own? Penara bit her lip.
Not exactly. I can get you a fae to help, not a wisp. The council is watching the wisps heavily. But the gremlins, the brownies, and the haglings, they're largely being ignored because they can't travel off Wisp-Haim on their own. But if I have a portal, I can bring them here.
Excellent. Zaria rubbed her hands together, then hesitated. Can they still help me?
Oh, yes. All fae study how cores work. It's part of our curriculum. None of them will have the advanced degrees wisps possess, but they'll be knowledgeable and eager if Sestmir is right. You can turn a witch into a Striga with a bond?
Zaria nodded.
Well, if you can make a witch into a Striga, you can make a hagling into a hag. Although I don't know how you're supposed to do that now that witches were switched from mana to runes a couple major changes ago. Honestly, I'm shocked the system reactivated the Striga bond protocols for you. That feature was deprecated for a reason. But they did, and we can use that.
This definitely sounds appealing. Zaria glanced at Vaisala. She was talking to a member of Lurbach's group and laughing. What was the reason it was deprecated?
Balance reasons. All classes that could equal the power of a normal party, the solo classes, were phased out unless they had other penalties. Although I'm betting if the Striga protocols have been reactivated, that means the class has gotten some correction to its power.
Penara saw Zaria's face and winked.
Don't worry, your Striga will almost certainly still be powerful. Just not can one-on-one a dungeon boss powerful.
Fair. Already, the flustered wisp was proving how much Zaria was missing out by not having a similar companion. She needed to get to that portal. How well defended is that portal?
You're in luck there. The Reclaimers don't know how valuable it is. Just an old legacy dungeon they're using for a base of operations, with no idea what they're sitting on. So, no one there should be above copper tier. It's in the middle of nowhere. Just one of the little outposts they have scattered about.
Inside, Rav licked his chops, a reflection of Zaria's sudden hungry excitement. I can get the portal. I just need my Striga first, and right now, she wants to stay here for a bit. Penara cleared her throat.
2 points of order. One is that will draw the ire of the Reclaimers.
I've already fed 5 of them to mimics. I'm a bit past worrying over drawing their ire.
Fair. And second,
she switched to telepathy, shocking Zaria for a moment.
Sestmir gave me the impression she hadn't agreed to become your Striga.
She hasn't yet, Zaria said. Penara frowned.
Okay, then. Look, there's no good way to put this, but Sestmir wants you to know that if you force anything, he will take personal umbrage with it.
You may not believe this, Zaria frowned. Actually, you know I'm telling the truth because telepathy, don't you? Well, then I am glad to hear Sestmir is that kind of person. She gave the wisp a steady gaze. I've been saying a lot that she will be my Striga, but what I mean by that is I really want this to happen so I'm not worrying about the possibility of failure. I can burn that bridge when I come to it.
I understand,
Penara said.
But do try to meet some of the other witches here, just in case.
There was a note of genuine concern to the wisp's words that helped improve Zaria's opinion of the little woman even more. I'd love to. In fact, with everyone high tier being gone, are the low tiers running dungeons right now? Penara nodded. And I'm guessing Vaisala has to do official type reporting things?
Correct again,
Penara said. Then, why not rustle up a tin group and see if they're interested in trying their luck? I promise to play fair. Penara hesitated, then glanced at Lurbach, then back at Zaria.
Tin group with either a copper tank or healer is the best I can do. We never send in a group of 5 tins. Always 4 tins and copper. It's just better for our people's survival rates. And I'll have to clear it with the commander on duty.
Zaria rubbed her hands together. That's fine. I'm just glad to finally have a proper dungeon run. Just one more question.
Of course,
Penara said, switching to speaking aloud. Zaria followed suit. Where can I dig myself a place to rest my legs? I want to make sure I'm ready for my guests. Chapter 15. Zaria followed Penara to a clearing where, apparently, the Coven was going to build a new reservoir soon. Right now, it was the perfect spot for her to dig out a hole for herself to settle into. Vaisala had gone to report in, although she'd promised to be back afterwards. Then, Zaria got to work redesigning her dungeon per her conversation with Vaisala, and to take advantage of an expert. Penara, do you have just a moment? Penara hesitated.
I should be getting back.
Of course, but I want to make sure my dungeon is a well-balanced encounter. Vaisala said it was too lethal before, and since I have access to the expertise of such an accomplished wisp... Zaria let the word hang in the air, watching Penara closely. Penara smirked.
You know, I know you're buttering me up.
Is it working? The little wisp's smirk turned into a grin.
Absolutely. Please tell your mobs to treat me as part of your dungeon so I can come in without any disruptions.
Zaria did as instructed and let the wisp fly around for a moment.
Okay, I see the problem. Your force concentration is all out of order. I'm guessing you max out at those mobs? 4 of the crates, 4 of the candles, and 2 bosses?
I think. I haven't built new ovens since leveling up, so it could be more. But even if I am not capped for command, space is kind of at a premium in here. Panara blinked at the word ovens, then shook her head.
Oh. Okay, that's your version of command pylons. Interesting. I'd tell you to construct additional ovens, rather, to find out, but I see what you mean about space. Can you get bigger?
I can, but there's balance concerns. Not system balance. I mean, my physical balance. Wait, that's still confusing. I mean, House Dungeon may fall down. It also takes a while, so I want to work with what I have.
Completely understandable. Although, I do have some notes for how you can add more ovens and mobs, but that'll take time. This is truly a fascinating challenge. For every other dungeon I've ever worked with, I tell them to just grow their dungeon and populate it. But for you, let's talk balance on a tight mob budget.
Panara launched into an explanation, far more detailed than Zaria had expected. She delved into some of the details for determining how powerful a mob was, and included a rule that Panara preached heavily on, the rule of 5.
It's complicated, but it essentially boils down to this. You, as a dungeon, are as powerful as 25 adventurers of the same tier as you. If you were to concentrate all your power in a single location, that's because you are 2 grades above them. Grades are like tiers, 5 times more powerful for each step, but for beings within the same tier. So a tin A grade and a tin B grade are of 5 times different power, but a tin A grade and a copper B grade are roughly equal. Dungeons are 2 grades above adventurers, and bosses are 1 grade above.
Zaria could feel herself getting confused, and tried to pay attention as the wisp plunged ahead. She was clearly knowledgeable, but she clearly was used to having months to explain herself, and was now rushing ahead.
That same rule applies to each tier. So, as a tin tier dungeon, you can go one-on-one with your full might against a single bronze adventurer, because the jump from tin to copper is a 5 times multiplier, then again from copper to bronze, which means if you concentrate all your mobs in one room like you did, Zaria caught on and realized why she'd annihilated that group of reclaimers earlier. That encounter was 5 times stronger than they were, even collectively. Exactly, Panara said brightly, and her excitement was visible on her face. Now, each mob is roughly as strong as an adventurer of the same tier. A boss is a challenge for 5 adventurers of the same tier, so it's technically as strong as copper tier.
Zaria did some quick mental math. That doesn't seem to add up to the amount of mobs I have.
Right, it's not precise, because 25 tin tiers would have access to group spells and added healing. You'll have more than 15 mobs and 2 bosses once you have the space and ovens to control them to balance that out. But as a general rule, 25 tin tiers can fight all of your mobs and win half the time.
Zaria considered for a moment. And if I were to go in, stomping and possibly casting spells of my own?
No idea, Panara said brightly. You could be a half grade above, which would add an extra ×2 multiplier for balance, but honestly, that only matters when you're doing risk assessment. If you're fighting 25 tin tiers at once, someone is trying to kill you. So at that point, fair play doesn't matter anymore, does it?
A valid point. So until that inevitably happens, to make it balanced, I should have 5 mobs in the first room, 5 in the second. I'll need to find room for 1 more oven, and then 2 boss rooms. Panara shook her head.
You can make a balanced dungeon with what you have. Because it's generally considered bad form to do 5 or more mobs in every room, unless they are spaced out enough to not all gang up at once. That would make every room a deadly room, and people would rarely even reach your boss. Half the time they'd die in your first room. Half of those that made it to the second room would die. You'd rarely get groups that survived all the way to your boss, and most would be too drained to handle the fight.
Zaria sent her an image of a face with a furrowed forehead. And that would be bad? Penara thought for a few seconds before answering.
The longer they are in your dungeon, the more experience you gain from the encounter, so it would slow your advancement.
Zaria lit up at that explanation. Literally. Apparently, excitement made the ambient light in her house brighter. Ah, see, that I can get behind. So, should I make the first rooms as easy as possible to sucker them in? Penara opened her mouth, and Zaria sent her the image of an upraised hand to halt her. This method of communication was handy. Wait, I see the problem there myself. If I make it too easy, they'll just blow right past the mobs.
Exactly,
Penara beamed.
You're a quick study. Further proof you mutant cores deserve wisps.
At least after we've stabilized, Zaria said. Penara pursed her lips into a razor-thin line.
No, before then. You should have one from birth, like every other dungeon core. Even if the wisp doesn't bond with you, which would be smart, the death of a bonded being is traumatic for everyone who survived, having a wisp there to guide you all through your early stages, well, I can't prove more mutant cores would have survived if we did that, but I can hypothesize.
I wasn't going to say it, Zaria said. Mainly because you're being helpful, and I didn't want to insult your governing body. Until after you were being helpful. Then you'd have gotten an earful. Penara's laughter was laced with bitter notes so strong Zaria wanted to pucker, and she didn't even have a mouth.
It's fine. The Sealy Council, well, they're thousands of years old. Their membership rarely changes, and they're prone to heavy-handed measures. Not exactly the people you want in charge during a situation that requires finesse. But what do I know? I'm a lowly wisp.
Zaria couldn't miss the bitter flavor of the laughter carried into the wisp's words, but the dungeon got the impression Penara didn't want that poked. Instead, she pulled the conversation back to the task at hand. So, escalating difficulty. I have 4 rooms that have enough space for a fight. Because I have to keep my core hidden under the stairs, I think I'm going to use my body boss only if my core is threatened, until I can get some more space and a proper core room. Penara cocked her head to the side.
Where is it now?
Under my stairs. Penara's eyes flashed with fear.
Yes, please. I didn't realize that's terrifyingly exposed. Do you have anywhere better to put it?
Everywhere else I could make would be more likely to attract curiosity. My thinking was, no door to under the stairs means minimal interest. Once I get a bit bigger, I can put space between walls and nest it in there, and then I can use my body as a proper boss. Penara nodded vigorously.
Yes. Do be very careful.
As much as possible, Zaria considered. Should I be worried now?
Not from coven groups. You're safe here. But before you leave, find something better.
That's good, because I cannot pull my body back until tomorrow, so it's stuck on my porch. Penara hesitated.
You know, just to be safe, build a trapdoor in front of it, she said after a moment. If someone comes for your core, open it and drop them into range of your feet, so you can stomp them to death.
Perfect. Zaria did so, making sure it was well hidden under the blanket that had once been her bed. Now, back to the mob distribution. What do you think about 2 in the kitchen, a candleman and crate, with a crate waiting in stealth for a surprise attack? Then 3 in the living room, 2 crates and a candleman, with one of the crates stealthed but the other obvious. Finally, second to last fight, 2 candlemen and a crate, with one of the candlemen hidden. Then, of course, Maw.
I think that works. Put a random non-crate mimic in the second floor pre-boss room, yeah? That way they won't immediately suspect the inactive candelabra.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to do something similar for Maw. Penara nodded firmly.
Then definitely do that there. I'm a proponent that a boss should test everything you learned on the floor before the fight. So, if the boss includes a sneaky surprise, so should the room right before, to remind the group to be on their toes.
Yeah, I see that. Zaria looked at her mobs again and let a slight sigh slip. I wish I had a final answer about a Striga. I want to experiment with new mob types, but without there being an urgent threat, it seems silly to risk core stability.
It is,
Penara said gently.
If you do hit copper before you find a Striga, entirely possible depending on how many tin groups are willing to come through before that gets resolved, then I'd experiment. But Going up a tier is a rough growth spurt. It will probably damage your core stability some. Better safe for now.
Thank you, Panara, Zaria said. As she spoke, she started the modifications needed. I have so many questions for you, but if you could get a group for me, I want to try out this new setup.
Of course. Although the commander on duty will want to speak to you beforehand, most likely.
I figured as much, Zaria grumbled. She was eager to see how these coven members did in the fight, but, well, a bit longer wouldn't kill her. She was immortal now. Whenever they're ready. Panara gave Zaria an enigmatic smile.
Oh, I promise. She'll be along very soon, and you'll know when she's on her way.
Then she dashed off, leaving Zaria to wonder what that meant. She went back to work on moving her mimics around, which meant she was a bit distracted when she learned the reason for Panara's strange demeanor a moment ago. A bolt of lightning lanced from the top of the tower, arcing upwards before curving back down to slam into the ground about 20 feet away from Zaria. The earth detonated from the impact, throwing up a cloud of smoke and dust. And then a woman stepped out of the obscuring air. She wore a black jacket, one buttoned tightly across her torso, with midnight blue buttons and silver thread that formed runes along the sleeves. Her pale hair was pulled back in a fierce bun that highlighted the sharp edges of her cheekbones, and the only sign of age was the crow's feet at the edge of her eyes. She had a broomstick slung over her shoulder, although this was no simple peasant tool. If a sorcerer queen were to sweep her own castle, this would be the broomstick she'd use, with a handle of the finest mahogany and inlaid with intricately carved runes. She got such a striking image, Zaria barely noticed the other 5 who followed her out of the smoke cloud. Zaria just noted them for now. She was focused on the woman at the forefront and pulled up her nameplate. Name, Rahana. Tier and rank, Gold Weird Core 7. Class, Witch. Mastery, Stormcaller. Dungeon, Rahana said, inclining her head as if to say, I am acknowledging you with respect, but do not dare confuse this for a bow. Out loud, she followed up that word with a pause before continuing. If that title is appropriate, do you prefer Mutant or Yaga? Zaria slid back into her body. I prefer my name to titles. Zaria is fine. Rahana nodded. Zaria, then. I understand you want to work with the Coven, and I am interested in the potential for an alliance. But I've grown to know how the minds of cores work, and I imagine you're itching for delves to start. Relief washed through Zaria. I am indeed. Then I'll keep this brief and tell you what I told this group. I do not expect you to hold back or go easy on them. I will not be shocked or angered if none of them return alive. Rahana eyed the group over. All of them have run Sestmir's tin floor by now. They know the risks and have accepted them. The Coven has no room for fools who do not know their limits. I'm glad to hear that will cause you no anger. Zaria turned to the group and eyed them up and down. One stepped forward, a square-jawed man with no armor, but wearing 2 small bucklers, one strapped to each arm. He looked out of place, not just for his odd choice of weaponry, and not just for his shaved head, but also because his clothing was not black like the others, but simple brown. You lead this group? Zaria asked him. He nodded. She pulled up his nameplate. Name, Zyver. Tier and rank, Steel 5 Cultivator. Path, the Guarding Moon. Body, Iron Crucible. That meant absolutely nothing to Zaria. Since Panara wasn't around, she hastily consulted her dungeon instructions. Cultivators are different from most classes. The formation of their core is accomplished through meditation and training, not through experience. Certain cultivation elixirs to refine their ki, see section 56.b for more information on ki, do require mob shards, so they will sometimes engage in dungeon runs for that reason, or for training purposes. Their progression follows a different path than most. Cultivators start off weaker than hero cores, but as their core is developed, they have a much higher potential. A low-tier cultivator will likely lose to a low-tier hero core. A high-tier cultivator will typically win. See section 19.c for more information on cultivators, and a better understanding of their tiers. If you find yourself frequently facing cultivators, see section 43.j for information on dungeon modifications for such groups. Zaria left that alone for now. He was here in front of her, and Rahana wouldn't have brought him here if she didn't think he could handle Zaria's dungeon. Zyver, she gestured to herself. This body is a boss you are not meant to fight. Endanger my core and you will face 2 bosses at once. Zyver bowed. As you say, Yaga Zaria. Then enter, Zaria said. And try to survive to my boss, would you? I want to see what Maul is capable of. Zyver nodded, then motioned his group forward. We don't know how many mobs or rooms there are in here, he said to his group. And Yaga Zaria has made it clear we will get no mercy. Try to be conservative with your runes. Focus on weapon strikes instead. Brenna. He nodded to the group's witch. She dressed like she and Vaisala shared a wardrobe, but in appearance they were nothing alike. Brenna had a far darker complexion, and her hair was in dozens of tight braids. Only use any of your runes in the early rooms if it's life or death. Just stand back and soak up experience until an emergency, or until we hit the boss. Fine, Brenna said, running her hand along the handle of her broom. Zaria knew the runes painted on the bristles were not any of the ones Vaisala used, but had no idea what they meant beyond, upon something, do something. Zyver continued. Vandra. This time he addressed a woman of copper tier. She was a witch, but had a mastery hedge witch. Vandra was dressed in simple leather armor and carried staff wrapped in 2 steel intertwined serpents. The woman herself was small and mousy, an impression not diminished by the wide glasses she wore. But there was a fire behind her eyes that undermined the meek impression. Stick only to your sustained healing unless someone takes a bleeding injury. Vandra nodded. And in the meantime, beat things to death. She hefted the staff eagerly. And in the meantime, beat things to death, Zyver said. Karen and Olena? Those last 2 included the group's rune knight and rune bow, respectively. These 2 were, without question, siblings, if not twins. They both shared the same narrow chin, high cheekbones, and rather bulbous noses. One of those cases of siblings that looked so alike, the familial resemblance was stronger than the differences in their gender. Karen had his raven black hair slicked back and held in place by a simple bun, and he wore a proper cuirass, as well as greaves and vambraces. Unlike Lurbach earlier, Karen had 2 smaller arming swords, each with the blade lined with runes. Olena, for her part, wore an archer's scale mail, and her runes were along the bow. Do not burn runes until the boss. Except to save someone's life, Karen said, his forehead furrowed. Or if it would be really, really funny, Olena said, with an impish grin. Yes to Karen, no to Olena. Zyver paused. Okay, if it's that funny, only once for this whole run, yeah? Deal, Olena said. Can I use runes if it would be funny? Brenna asked. Only if you using the rune is funnier than you trying to fight a boss mob with a runeless broom, Zyver said without hesitation. I don't think that's likely, though. Brenna sighed. Soon, copper, and at least 1 permanent rune. You just have to survive long enough to get there, Rahana said, a note to her voice reminding the group that her time and patience both were not unlimited. By the way the group jumped, they feared the stern woman far more than they did Zaria. Zyver nodded, and, with one last bow to Zaria's body, headed inside. Chapter 16. Zyver entered first, both shields raised, with Karen right behind him, his dual swords drawn and at the ready. Vandra had her staff clenched in both hands, a hungry look in her eyes. Olena and Brenna came up last, the archer with an arrow nocked, and the witch just looking bored. She still held her broomstick at the ready, but clearly didn't expect to need to use her spell work immediately. The candleman in the kitchen turned to face the group. Zaria had armed this one with a simple club it held slung over its shoulder. Zyver grinned. Only 1 mob, a nice warm-up. Then he charged. The candleman bellowed and surged towards Zyver, swinging its club. The cultivator blocked with his left shield, and then again with his right when the candleman's tongue lashed out for Zyver's waist. Zyver stepped forward, headbutting the mimic right in its waxen face, followed by a swift knee to the jaw in the Candleman's chest, a 2-hit combo that knocked the Mimic back a couple steps. That gave Karen a chance to get around behind the Mimic and lash out with his swords, drawing 2 deep cuts in the creature's wax. Against a flesh and blood foe, those cuts would be lethal, severing arteries and possibly even a spine. To the amorphous mass of the Candleman, however, it was a nuisance, and the mob whirled to face this new threat. Then Zyver shouted. The sound wasn't like anything Zaria had heard before. It wasn't something she thought a human throat could produce, a physical force that demanded attention. The Candleman whipped back to the cultivator like it had completely forgotten the rune knight at its back and swung hard at Zyver's skull. Zyver moved like lightning, once again using both shields to block the Candleman's counterattacks. "Line of sight, you lemon!" Elena shouted. Zyver rolled to the side, and the Candleman turned to face the cultivator. "Sorry," Zyver responded, bringing up both shields to block another overhead strike. Elena grinned and fired 3 arrows in quick succession into the Candleman's side, the arrows biting deep into the wax. Then Vandra charged forward. Since she was the group's healer, Zaria had expected her to hang back, but she hadn't been kidding. With a maniacal laugh to rival Maw, Vandra swung her staff like a club, bashing the Candleman against the side of the head over and over again. If it had just been the Candleman here, the fight would have ended in a few moments. But the crate mimic, lurking in the corner of the room, still had to act. Its tongue lashed out, wrapping around Karen's ankle and yanking hard. It completely caught the rune knight off guard. Karen barely even had time to gasp before he slammed into the ground, the air driven from his lungs. The sudden shock loosened his grip, and his swords fell from his grasp. He tried to choke something out, but couldn't manage more than a grunt that was lost in the sound of the fight. That silence nearly cost him. For a moment, it looked like the Mimic was going to get a nice bite in before anyone could react. Then, Brenna pointed her broomstick at the crate Mimic and said a single word. "Naimot." One rune flared to life, followed by the entire room being filled with a cracking peal of thunder that shook Zaria's wall. A bolt of lightning struck the Mimic's tongue, charring the creature's flesh and making it shriek in pain. Its tongue fell slack long enough for Karen to kick himself free and grab his swords. Meanwhile, Brenna found her voice. "Pick up," she shouted to Zyver. Zyver leapt back from the Candleman. "Slow," he shouted. Elena activated a single rune on her bow and fired an arrow into the Candleman. When it struck, the Mimic moved like it was walking underwater. The crate Mimic lashed out towards Brenna, now that the witch had aggro, but Zyver was there, intercepting its tongue with his shield and knocking the limb upwards. Then, catching Zaria off guard, he rolled forward, bringing himself right up in front of the Mimic and slamming down hard with both shields on the crate's back. Before the Mimic could react, the agile cultivator had leapt back. The brief slow on the Candleman wore off, and now the Mimic was in melee. As fast as Zyver had been, the 2-pronged assault presented more attacks than he could easily block, and the Candleman's club got past his defenses, slamming him across the shoulder blades and sending him stumbling forward to where the crate Mimic waited, opening its jaws with hungry anticipation. A resounding crack filled the air. In the chaos of the fight, Vandra had slipped through unnoticed right next to the crate Mimic and brought down her staff across the top of the crate with all her might. The wood cracked under the blow, and the Mimic fell limp just before it could bite into Zyver. The party rounded on the Candleman. Badly damaged, and now truly alone, they made quick work of it.
"How's it going?"
The sudden voice in Zaria's head would have made her jump if she'd been in her body still. Thankfully, no one could see her reaction. Pinara had returned and was hovering by one of the second-story windows. "Good. Although I don't understand something that just happened." Pinara nodded.
Sesmir figured you could use my help, and I finished what I needed to take care of. So, what's going on?
Zaria recounted the fight quickly for the Wisp. The bodies of her mimics were dissolving, and the party was picking up the shards they dropped, as well as a few copper coins. Zaria had seen in the dungeon instructions that they would be expected, so she just made simple discs and hoped she got the size right. From the way the party exclaimed, Zaria may have overestimated how large they needed to be. As the party picked up their loot, Zaria finished her story with, And then the crate mimic really only took 3 hits, and the Candleman took several, yet the crate mimic went down first, and it has a wooden hide. I'm very confused. Are the crates weaker than I thought? Penara shook her head.
No, although I can see why you're confused. May I come in? I prefer to talk directly to your core.
Zaria opened a window, and the wisp fluttered down to Zaria's core.
Thank you,
she said, landing on what had once been Zaria's bed.
So, to answer your question, it's because of the spell. The party is all tin, save the copper healer. Steel is the cultivation equivalent to tin. Loosely speaking, it's their second tier, so puts them on par with tin hero cores. But all of them were holding back on their spells. Normal hero cores wouldn't. They just now sit down and recharge their mana. But weird cores don't have that luxury. To compensate, they're spells that are prepared in advance. The runes they don't do on the fly, those are far more powerful than the equivalent from a standard class. So that lightning bolt, it was a much bigger blow than a tin mage doing the same.
Zaria projected the image of a nodding head to Penara. So, that means they'll probably chew through Maw? Zaria asked, feeling a bit disappointed at the prospect. Penara held her hands to her mouth to stifle a laugh. Probably for the best. In such a small space, the party would easily hear it.
No, not at all. A boss is a boss. And every rune they burn now is one they can't use against him.
Zaria's excitement returned. And each room is harder, so they'll go through more between now and then. Penara nodded eagerly.
The don't use any runes isn't tenable, and they know it.
Good. Zaria checked back to see what the group was doing. Going to settle in to watch the show. They're headed to the next room. Did you want to see?
Of course,
Penara said.
But I don't need to go anywhere to watch. So long as I'm in here, I can just stare into your core and see what you're seeing.
Oh, that's good to know. Is that a wisp ability or one of mine?
One of yours. It'll work for anyone who can see your core. And I'm excited to see a new mob type.
Penara rubbed her hands together in apparent glee.
As much as I love them, centuries of watching variations on the theme of serpent can get a bit old.
Wait, every one of Sestmir's mobs is a snake? Before Penara could answer, Zyver had charged into the next room, going for 2 quick shield slams to the Candleman's head, then whirling to smack the obvious crate before it could lash out in surprise. Like Zaria had hoped, he hadn't noticed the other crate that lay in hiding. The moment he'd hit both mobs, Zyver let out another one of those screams that seemed to draw the mobs to him like flies to honey.
Not just a snake, Penara said. Just snake-themed.
The group is going in hard. Even Brenna was joining in now. She'd reversed her grip on the broom and was wielding the handle like a staff. Even though the witch didn't seem to have much physical strength behind her attacks, every bit of damage helped. Their healer remained the largest surprise of the group. Vandra had an insatiable bloodlust that Zaria would have expected from a primalist's rage, but without any augmentation. Just bashing mimics with unbridled fury. Although, this time, someone equaled her in terms of sheer fervor. What do you mean, snake-themed, but not a snake? Zaria asked, finding it shockingly easy to split her attention between Penara and the fight. The one who matched Vandra was the Rune Knight. After being tripped earlier, Karen was attacking like he had something to prove. While he didn't seem to enjoy himself to the, quite frankly, worrying degree Vandra did, he certainly was striking with much more ferocity than before. It meant he dealt more damage, but also made him reckless. The Candleman focused on Zyver since the cultivator, in his role of tank, was keeping the mob's wrath on him. But Karen was chipping away at the Candleman with such force that the mob's attention was turning back to the Rune Knight.
Well, it means,
Penara said. Then she sensed Zaria's excitement and fell quiet. The Candleman's attention snapped to Karen in a sudden fury, catching both Rune Knight and cultivator off guard. The mob sunk its fangs into Karen's wrists, drawing blood. Olena's arrow punched through the mimic's center of mass, felling it just before it could do more damage. But Karen still withdrew with a scream of pain. Then, the second crate mimic struck, its tongue lashing out to grab Brenna. Instead of going for the ankle, this one got its tongue around Brenna's wrist, pulling hard. It gave the witch a chance to scream a warning to her party. Zyver cursed and rolled back, putting himself between Brenna and the mimic, then kicked out with one foot to catch the mimic on the top of the jaw. His shields came up, and he pressed them hard against Brenna's stomach, becoming a physical barrier between the mimic's maw and Brenna's arm.
"Deal with the weaker one," he shouted. "1 rune each."
He didn't need to say it twice. Olenna let loose with a flaming arrow as bands of frost wrapped around the blade held in Karen's uninjured arm, before he brought it down in a deadly overhead strike. The 2 blows impacted back to back, rapidly shifting the mimic's temperature. The mimic may be a semi-living being, but its skin was still wood. Having its body rapidly heated before the temperature dropped precipitously caused the material to splinter and crack all along its form. When Vandra brought her staff down, the mimic practically shattered. A good tactic, but one that cost the group 2 runes, and gave the mimic behind Zyver time to work its mouth around the cultivator's foot, sinking its jaws into Zyver's ankle. For Zaria's instructions, it didn't sever the foot immediately, but the bite went deep. This did provide one benefit to the party. Brenna's wrist was now free, letting her bring the broom to bear on the mimic. She shouted, "Faimat!" and one of her runes flared to life. This time, she didn't hurl lightning, but let loose a stream of acid that hissed and bubbled against the mimic's wood. Then Vandra stepped forward and pointed her staff at the mimic. It was her turn to shout a command, activating a copper rune, and apparently the commands need not be a fancy language.
"Fuck all the way off!"
A beam of light leapt from her staff, shearing the mimic in twain in a single strike. Immediately, Vandra turned to her party members and flipped her staff. She had wrapped this end of the weapon in leather over some kind of fabric to make it softer. Before Zaria could quite process what she was seeing, Vandra blatted both injured members of her group. This time, the runes that flared to life had a familiar component to them. Each had the trigger of upon impact. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the runes probably said something like, upon impact, heal. Did she set up her healing runes to let her heal her party by beating them with the soft end of her staff? Zaria asked.
That's Vandra, Panara sighed. For what it's worth, that end of the staff apparently doesn't hurt when she's using it for healing. The full rune she uses is, upon impact, heal without pain. It's actually less painful than normal healing from what I've heard. The wisp shrugged. Also, her motto is, if it's worth doing, it's worth beating someone to do it.
Panara cast Zaria a sideways glance.
She would probably be amicable to being a Striga, you know.
Yeah, no thank you. I prefer communicating with words, not beatings. The party seemed relieved, and sure enough, their injuries were healing before Zaria's vision. I'm guessing that's why she works with the Tins?
Oh no, she likes the challenge of keeping the most vulnerable alive and safe.
Zaria found that hard to believe, but Panara probably knew this woman better than Zaria's brief acquaintance. That was the first 2 rooms cleared. 1 room from Olenna and Karen each, 2 from Brenna, 3 from the Copper Vandra. The cultivator didn't seem to use runes, so there were fewer resources for him to burn through. But if the goal for Zaria was attrition, which it seemed to be, she was happy with how this run was going. The group gathered at the base of the stairs, and after an unspoken look between them, began to climb to face the next room. And after that, Maw waited hungrily for them. Chapter 17. Zyver gathered the group together at the top of the stairs.
"Karen, what was that?"
The Rune Knight glared at his tank.
"I wanted to kill that angry wax man fast. What's wrong with that?" "What's wrong with that?"
Zyver's eyes flashed.
"How am I supposed to hold aggro, huh? You could have gotten yourself killed."
Zaria nudged Panara. So, I don't fully understand how aggro works. Explain?
Right, of course.
Panara ran her fingers through her hair.
So, short version? Mobs, crit, and really any being with a body made of mana or numena. Don't ask about that latter one. It'll never come up on this world. Don't feel pain the way normal mortals do. They just feel something like annoyance or aggravation. They'll react like they're in pain, but, well, once you fight while possessing a mob, you'll feel the difference.
I'll take your word for that for now. So what's that mean?
Aggro is a measure of what's currently annoying the mob most at any given moment. It forces them to have tunnel vision on whatever's on top of their aggro chart. Literally, every other person becomes harder for them to even see. To allow for mob control, tanks deal less damage, but their attacks all do massively increased aggro, so much so that, unlike other classes, they can even enforce a limited version of it on flesh and blood creatures. But if a damage dealer does too much damage, or a healer heals too rapidly, they'll take over aggro, and won't have a tank's ability to resist damage. Karen got lucky to keep that hand. I'm honestly shocked he didn't lose it.
Zaria grumbled. Faisala asked me to tell the mimics not to bite through limbs. I thought it was a balance thing.
Pinara giggled. Honestly, when the mimic is still in trap mode, that's probably the best way to avoid groups refusing to run you. But once the mimic is exposed, take off the limiters. Don't hold them back then.
That felt like a fair compromise. So she commanded the mimics in the next room to do that. Rav was in this room, which gave Zaria a pang of concern. If Rav dies, can I remake him? Pinara furrowed her forehead.
It's generally a bad idea to give them names if they aren't bosses or servitors. That's how we get attached. But since you have already done that, yes. Just create an extra mob heart, and a standing command for Rav's personality to flow into it if he dies. Then just use that same heart when it's time to respawn him. You can do that for any mob you feel a particular attachment to. Don't worry about bosses. Their personality remains part of you.
Thank you. And after this, I do want to know more about servitors, but not right now. I imagine there's a lot to that. Glad she'd thought to ask, Zaria did as Pinara suggested, spinning up the new heart in preparation. Just in time, too. While talking to Pinara, the group had resolved their little spat, with Karen promising not to overdo it, and they headed to the next room. This time, Zyver entered carefully, opening the door by pressing his shields against it. This room contained an obvious candleman and an obvious crate mimic, both watching and waiting. It also contained a lit candelabra and 3 other crates. The crates were all just mundane items, but the candelabra was a second candleman. Zaria had been deliberate here. The group was watching the crate and had not yet seen the stealthed form of a candleman. They'd have no reason to suspect the light source. Zyver didn't step into the room. Olena, he said, pointing to the 3 mundane crates. Olena fired 3 arrows, one after another, into those 3 boxes. Each one struck home. For good measure, she added an arrow to the oven in the back of the room, this one clanging harmlessly off the iron surface. They were learning to be careful. Good. Zaria was pleased to see that. It wouldn't help them here, but it was nice. I have to change things up a bit each run, Zaria said to Pinara. Not much, but once I get a few more mobs, make sure people never quite know what the stealth object in each room will be.
Normally, it's discouraged to do that,
Pinara said, but she paused afterwards, her lips silently working over the problem.
But it actually makes sense for you. Just try to keep relative power the same so it doesn't feel like bad luck can wipe a party.
She studied the room for a moment.
Huh. I just noticed you figured out how to control your internal environment on your own. Otherwise, the heat from that oven would turn your candlemen into puddle people.
Absolutely, Zaria said. The dungeon instructions aren't entirely useless. They're just terrible for clearing up any ambiguity. Zyver squinted at the room a moment longer, then raised his shields. If we get ambushed again, he said to the group, burn 1 rune each. Don't wait, just do it. Let's try to avoid another near miss. Then he charged. The first portion of this fight went much like the fight in Zaria's second room had, which made sense, since it was against a crate and a candleman once again. This time, the group was going slower and steadier with their damage, making sure not to pull aggro away from Zyver. The 2 mobs were putting up a good show, but overall were not posing much of a challenge. Then the candleman at the back of the room surged forward, going for Olena. The archer barely had a chance to shout. Instead of biting into her like Zaria had expected, the candleman's wax flowed around the archer, wrapping around her face. Only then, once she was muffled, did the mimic bite into her hip. The action from the group was immediate, but also hesitant. This new form of grapple meant it was difficult for them to get in a strike that would injure the Candleman, but not harm Olenna. She struggled against her attacker, trying to scrape away the wax, as her brother ran to her side and activated another one of his sword runes. His slash took the Candleman's head cleanly off its shoulder, freezing the wax solid in the process. However, the Candleman stored nothing important in its head, so at best, this was a minor nuisance for the mob. It did, however, free Olenna to breathe. She nocked an arrow. One of the runes on her bow flared. Then instead of drawing the bow, Olenna pulled the arrow free and stabbed the mimic with it directly. Flames erupted from the injury, melting a significant portion of the mimic's wax and allowing Olenna to break free. "So the bow runes apply to the arrow?" Zaria asked Pinara. The wisp just nodded, then motioned for Zaria to be quiet so she could watch the battle. Perfect timing, too. The next part of this fight was going to be fun. Zaria had given these Candlemen a separate command from the first two. Now that the fight was turning against them, they activated the ability the one had used against Vaisala just the other day. Both of them sped up dramatically as their wax bodies dripped from the sudden surge in heat. The change in tides turned the fight against the adventurers almost immediately. Adding to the chaos, Rav sank his teeth into Zyver's thigh. This time, the mimic wasn't hampered by Zaria's order, but the cultivator's tank abilities shone through. In spite of the immense force behind Rav's bite, Zyver managed to mostly hold on to his limb. Mostly. Zyver lost a chunk of flesh from the bite, and Rav dropped to the ground, swallowing happily. "All out!" Zyver shouted. Every single member of the party, save Zyver, activated a rune. Olenna's next arrow punched through the first Candleman, then turned mid-air to strike its target from behind, streaking through the wax to come back for a third blow. Karen activated a rune on each of his swords, turning on Rav and striking the mimic from above with 2 frost-laced blows that froze the mimic solid. Brenna let loose with a lightning bolt that tore a chunk out of the mimic Olenna had targeted, and as a final blow, Vandra sliced the remaining Candleman in half with a single beam of light. Zaria was practically chortling. That was a total of 3 runes from Karen in this fight alone, 2 from Olenna, and 1 each from Brenna and Vandra. The healer had to spend another 2 runes on Olenna and Zyver, smacking them both back to health before their wounds could knock either unconscious. The group sat there for a moment, breathing heavily, before Brenna clapped her hands together. "So, who's ready for the boss?" Zyver shot her a sideways glance. "Karen has spent half his prepared runes. You and Olenna are both down 3. Vandra's spent 6. "I've only spent 2, Vandra said. It placated Zaria some to see the party was as shocked as she was. "The healing whack rune is my copper permanent. Although it's almost drained of energy, I probably have 3, maybe 4 uses left on it before it needs to recharge. Depends on how much of you the dungeon eats." "You did not just call it," Zyver said, but Karen stepped in. "I didn't spend half. I go for 10 prepared, 2 free. So I've got 6 strikes left." Zyver shot the rune knight a glare, then looked at Olenna. "Surely you have more sense here?" "Nope. I'm dumb as a rock." Olenna flashed him a grin, then turned serious. "There's only one more room in this place. It's the boss fight. So why not go in, try it out, and be ready to fall back?" "Because we might die?" Zyver looked incredulous. "You all are serious." "Look, I've been very good," Brenna said. "I haven't fired off any runes for humor yet." "We all have more than half our runes left," Karen said, his amicable demeanor changing to something more sincere. "And we've done well enough, given this is a brand new dungeon for us." Zyver took a deep breath. "You can say no," Vandra said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "You are the tank, and I promise I'll only tease you some. But I've been doing this since 10. Trust me when I say this is still within our limits." Zyver sighed. "Fine. But if we die, I'm going to haunt all of your ghosts. A ghost haunting other ghosts. You understand that, right?" "Oh, come on," Olenna said. "We will haunt the dungeon. Together." Zyver snorted. Can I do that? Zaria asked Panara, glad that the group wasn't going to give up before Maw.
No, thankfully. Panara waved the thought away. Can you imagine if every single person who died in a dungeon could leave behind a ghost? You'd be overrun in a few years. Anyone who dies in your area of influence doesn't have the option of haunting anything.
Zaria noted that implied they could haunt elsewhere, but there wasn't time to pry into the nature of hauntings. Now when the group had gathered the loot and was heading to Maw's room. Zyver opened the door carefully, then swore.
"What's wrong?" Karen said, then stepped to look for himself. Oh yeah, I see the problem here." Zaria cackled.
Maw's boss room was set up like a storage shed. Rows and rows of crates lined one wall. The back wall was a collection of candelabras leaning against the wall and framing the window. Against the remaining wall, there were 3 large chests, the 2 inanimate ones perfect imitations of the boss. Zyver glanced at Elena, who shook her head before he could speak.
"I'll run out of arrows before I run out of targets." "So anything in here could be the boss," Zyver said.
"Or it could be a boss with multiple bodies," Vandro said brightly. "So it could be 5 of those crates collectively are the boss." "Oh, or maybe they'll merge together to form a crate man," Brenna said, her eyes shining with excitement at the thought.
"Well, I'm open to suggestions for what we do here," Zyver said. "I really don't like the idea of getting in melee range of them and—"
Brenna stepped forward. "Leave that to me." She twisted the handle of her broom, then brushed it along the floor of Zaria's dungeon. Ink dribbled down between the bristles, released by some mechanism in the broom. "Didn't think I'd get space to do an improvised rune. Damage will be low, but still be ready with your taunt, okay?" She pointed her broomstick through the doorframe. "I'm about to aggro the fuck out of this room." Zyver raised his shields and nodded for her to go ahead. Brenna took a deep breath and put a finishing touch on the rune before she shouted, "Ta Naimat!" The rune exploded in light, and a ball of lightning shot out of the floor and raced into the room. It traveled forward just a bit, then unleashed a series of smaller bolts that struck everything in the room, the crates, the candelabras, and, of course, the chests. Maw leapt to his foot and giggled, standing nearly 2 feet taller than the tallest member of the party. His lid popped open, revealing rows of teeth and a hungry mouth. Then he charged at Brenna. Zyver stepped up, letting loose his weird shout. Maw turned just enough to move right towards the cultivator. Zyver dropped into a crouch, preparing to defend himself, but Maw stopped a few feet from Zyver and let loose a stream of acid. Zyver was fast, but the attack caught him off guard. He blocked much of the strike with his shields, but some of the acid splashed through, burning his arms and chest. A quick whack of Vandra's staff repaired the damage, just in time for Maw to lunge in and reach for Zyver. The cultivator didn't block the attacks like Zaria had expected. Instead, he rolled forward, ducking between the mimic's arms. He slammed the mimic in the ankle with his shield as he passed, then came up behind Maw, forcing the mimic to pivot to face him. Zaria could respect the move. It made Zyver harder to heal, but made sure the rest of his party was clear of any more acid sprays for the rest of the fight.
"Don't burn all at once," Zyver shouted.
In a single fluid motion, he came up from his roll in a leap, kicked off the back wall of the room, and used the height he gained from that to bring both shields down in an overhead blow on Maw's lid. The party surged forward, a runic arrow from Olena and a bolt of lightning from Brenna racing ahead of Karen to strike the mimic in the backside. Moments later, the rune knight closed the gap and slashed at Maw's leg with a sword that glowed with frost, but didn't activate a rune on the other blade. "They're trying to manage aggro?" Zaria asked Panara. The wisp nodded quickly. "The other downside of weird cores. Because their spells hold more relative power, they can rip aggro away from the tank if they don't spread it out." Maw balled his hands into fists and swung wildly at Zyver. The cultivator had to move fast to block the blows as they came from both directions, driving him further back, until he was almost touching the wall. For a moment, it looked like he'd hold up against every single one of the boss's blows. Then Maw's tongue lanced out and wrapped around the tank's waist. Zyver's eyes went wide, and Maw pulled him in. Pinara looked horrified.
Did you tell your boss to one-shot the tank?
Relax. Even I know that's bad form. Zaria chuckled. The party was frozen in horror for a moment as Maw chewed on their tank. Then Brenna screamed and let loose a stream of acid. That was a signal to the rest of the party to unleash as well, blasting into the mimic with everything they had. Maw shook himself and spat Zyver out on the ground. The tank rolled to a stop, looking dazed. He was covered in tiny cuts and spotted with acidic burns, but alive. The party let out a mixture of excited whoops and warnings for him to move. Maw giggled and belched loud and long. The sound wasn't just for show. Noxious gas rose from the mimic's mouth, flooding the room and darkening all sight for a bit. Zaria waited eagerly as Maw did as she'd instructed. As the party coughed and sputtered, Maw grabbed the 2 chests and moved them into the center of the room with him, then went into stealth. A quick command from Zaria opened the windows, and natural airflow expelled Maw's cloud. The party took deep breaths and looked around. "Over there," Karen said, pointing to where the chests had stood. The 2 inanimate chests had hidden things Zaria had left on the wall. One just had text that read, "Pick well or deal with the contents. You'll find them unpleasant." The other had papers that were dropping every second, revealing the paper below. It was on the number 20 right now, and as they watched, that number fell away to reveal a 19. It was Pinara's turn to send a wordless question. "I thought groups might get tricky with area spells to spoil my fun, but now all 3 chests have damage. How are they supposed to know which one is Maw, since they blasted all 3?
Ooh, Pinara said. That's a nice trick. What happens if they don't pick any in time?
Then both the inanimate chests activate. Zaria grinned. Both have inactive mob hearts in them, surrounded by nails. According to the dungeon instructions, I can detonate mob hearts. "This is the only one with acid burns," Brenna shouted, pointing at Maw. "Right here." A moment too late. Zyver took a step forward, and Zaria dropped the number 1 to reveal a single word on the last sheet of paper. Boom. Zaria sent a surge of mana into both of the mob hearts, and they exploded in spectacular fashion, showering the party with splinters and shrapnel. A nail struck Brenna in the hand, getting a scream from the witch. Another went straight through Karen's leg, dropping him to 1 knee. But the worst happened to Zyver. The tank took a nail directly to the cheek, and it embedded itself in the bone. Maw stood up from among the wreckage, giggling in that disturbing fashion of his, and reached for the tank, holding up Zyver to drop into the boss's gaping lid. Vandra stepped forward and activated 3 runes on her staff with a rapid series of creative swears. 3 beams of light leapt forward, striking Maw in the back of the leg, and pushing the healer to the top of the aggro list. "Run," she said to the party. Maw hurled Zyver to the side and lunged for the copper healer, grabbing her by the waist and lifting her up. To her credit, Vandra didn't scream or panic, instead letting loose blast after blast into Maw's open mouth. The party, to their credit, didn't run immediately. Olenna and Brenna unleashed their ranged rune attacks without hesitation. Karen lunged forward on his good leg, activating all the runes on his swords at once, and slashed for Maw. Maw dropped Vandra into his jaw and snapped shut. The sound was sickening. Moments later, the last of Olenna's arrows and Brenna's spells struck home. Maw teetered to the side before collapsing. Dead. Vandra rolled out of the mimic's mouth, blood flowing from her stomach and back. She was alive, but barely. Zyver, half blind with pain, grabbed her staff and smacked Vandra atop her head with it. 2 blows spent the remaining power in her healing rune. It slowed the flow of blood, but Vandra's injuries were deep, impacting multiple organs. Without hesitation, Zyver dropped his shields and scooped her up, then leapt out the still-open window. On the ground, Zaria could see his legs snap from the landing, getting another howl of pain from the monk, and sending him collapsing to the dirt, right in front of Rahana. The high-level witch flicked her broom, and healing energy washed over the 2. Inside of Zaria, Brenna had dragged herself to the window and looked outside. She cheered when Rahana healed the tank and healer, and a moment later, the other two members of the party joined her exuberance. Zaria shared in their excitement. Words had just appeared in her vision. Congratulations! You have reached Tin 9. Please ensure you have a capstone selected to prepare for copper advancement. Brenna wasn't finished yet. She walked over to Ma's body, holding the broom in her good hand, and Zaria could see there was a single rune left on the broomstick. Brenna pushed Ma's lid mostly closed, then pressed the rune against Ma's tongue, activating it. Electricity coursed through the appendage, making Ma's tongue waggle up and down. At the same time, electric contractions forced Ma to expel the last of the air trapped in his body. The result was an electrified corpse blowing the largest raspberry possible. Now that, Brenna said, was a good use of the humor rune. Then, without another word, she collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 18. Vandra came back inside to collect the collapsed members of her group, once confirming with Zaria that she had permission to walk through. A small part of Zaria was tempted to surprise the healer with a mimic or 3, but that would not be fair play, and the healer had been willing to give up her life to save her group. Zaria could respect that. Once the other 3 were smacked back to health and the loot was collected, Zaria had made silver coins, which also seemed to be too large. The group departed. From their excited conversation, however, the group was taking their near death as a badge of pride and not shame. How close is she to copper, do you think? Brenna asked.
I would bet not far off, Zyver said. Already looking forward to the next run?
Brenna nodded. We've got enough shards here to get everyone but Vandra and you to copper, and she's already there. I really want to do another run once she tears up. You know, when rune management isn't as tight. Karen clapped Zyver on the back.
How close are you to your next breakthrough? Close, Zyver said. It's not quite as numeric as how you all advance, but my foundation is firm and my core is full, so it will be soon.
Good, Olenna said. If the Yaga doesn't hit copper soon, we should at least do a run of Sestmir's copper floor together. Brenna made a face. Give me 1,000 hungry boxes before any more snakes. Zyver opened his mouth to respond, but the group had left Zaria's hearing range, so his response was lost. Still, that seemed like an overall positive. She turned to the wisps still sitting by Zaria's core. So, Zaria asked Panara, how'd I do?
For a first full run, I'd say you did well. I'll make some notes to send you about minor improvements once I've organized my thoughts, but you've got a knack for this. And, of course, my expert guidance surely helped some. Panara flashed Zaria a grin. And congratulations on Tin 9. Have you picked a capstone yet?
Not yet. Zaria glanced outside. Can you spare just a few more minutes to go over that with me? I think I need to talk to the boss lady.
Let me check.
Panara went silent for a moment, her expression falling slack, then snapped back.
Sestmir doesn't need me, and hasn't gotten any requests from the guild for my help either. I have to say, it's weird working directly with mortals. Always so busy, everything moving so fast. So, yes, I have time to wait. Just don't tell Rahana about your plans with the Reclaimers. She probably won't like that.
Noted. Zaria projected her consciousness into her body on the porch and gave Rahana a small seated bow. Your pupils did well, Rahana snorted. They're not my pupils. My pupils would have made it out without needing me to give them a saving heal. In spite of her gruff tone, Zaria could see the hint of pride that lingered behind the elder witch's eyes. You've seen what my pupils can do. Vaisala was your student? Zaria asked. Rahana gave Zaria a curt nod. She left that out, did she? Sounds like her. Girl's got the memory of a cast-iron sieve when it comes to giving people the necessary context. Zaria considered all the times Vaisala had talked about things that the Yaga Corps had no frame of reference for, and laughed. You know, I believe that. And you want to take her off on some adventure? Like the Strigas of old, but riding in a magic house. Rahana looked Zaria up and down, and curved one perfectly trimmed eyebrow upwards. You know, if this is some kind of trick or trap,
I'll take personal offense.
She's lucky to have people that care about her, Zaria said. Especially powerful ones. But no tricks, no traps. Just a dungeon looking to heal a broken core. Before I explode. Has she mentioned that yet? For that matter, have I? Rahana snorted.
Maybe once or twice.
Rahana studied Zaria a moment longer, then nodded to herself with some realization. Whatever it was, she didn't share.
How long are you here?
At least a couple of days to give Vaisala time to research. Then there's some other quest I have to complete. Zaria held up a hand to forestall Rahana's question. Dungeon quests. Nothing that directly involves the Midnight Coven.
Rahana shook her head. You don't have to do that, even if you join the Coven.
I'm not accountable if I join, Zaria said. I must admit, that makes the prospect much more appealing. Rahana laughed.
Not quite that easy. But you don't answer to me if you join. Not even to the guildmistress when she's in residence. We decided pretty early on that we weren't interested in trying to run roughshod over you dungeons. You'd answer to Sestmir. He and the guildmistress have an understanding.
That is appealing, Zaria said, and then paused. And Vaisala, or whoever is my Striga? Who would she answer to then?
Oh, that's going to be a whole mess to sort out.
Rahana let out a long sigh.
My guess? She answers to the Coven for any matters except quests you are undertaking. But don't hold me to that. It'll be up to the guildmistress.
Rahana brushed imaginary dust off her coat.
You're welcome to stay here as long as you're willing. Are you interested in more groups?
Absolutely, Zaria said. But it costs me some stability to resummon mobs after each run. Let's put a limit of 5 groups a day. If all manage a full clear, that won't drop me that much. And I would like to get closer to, if not reach, copper.
Perfect. I'll get some set up. If you need anything, reach out to Sestmir. He can help, or get my attention if needed.
Rahana gave Zaria a mirthless smile.
I've learned you dungeons are unsubtle when you want something.
Zaria chuckled. Well, when you're a building full of monsters, there aren't many subtle options. Rahana returned the laughter.
Just to be clear, did you want to join the Coven? We are certainly open to new membership from dungeons, but to be honest with you, any organization on the continent would welcome your membership. Right now, at 10, you're already worth basically any long-term investment. When you reach higher tiers, you'll be a highly sought-after ally.
Ally or commodity? Zaria asked, watching Rahana's face carefully. This time, Rahana's smile was far closer to a grimace than anything else.
Depends on who. I'll happily tell you the Midnight Coven would see you as an ally and a member. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that's what everyone will say, however.
Zaria gave Rahana a nod of appreciation for the honesty. I'm not willing to commit to anything yet, but so far, I've liked what I've seen from your organization and its members, so let me say I'm considering for now and leave it at that. Rahana nodded.
Then please settle in. Oh, Vaisala said she'd be by later to let you know what she learned.
She readied herself to leave.
Any other questions?
Just one, Zaria said. Are there any more tests, or am I clear of them now? Rahana, to her credit, showed almost no reaction to the question, just raised an eyebrow.
What gave it away?
Your presence here, Zaria said. You're far too important to wait on a tin group to finish a dungeon run.
Rahana shook her head. I could have just been here as backup healing.
Please, Zaria said. You could send 3 extra coppers to wait for that, and combined, their time would be a fraction as important as yours. I'm guessing normally you would have sent a silver along, but you're short on high-tier manpower right now, so you had to watch it personally. Rahana studied Zaria a moment longer, then gave the dungeon the first genuine smile Zaria had seen from the witch.
All right, you spotted that. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. But how good are you? What was the test?
Zaria considered for a moment. This was to make sure I wasn't an actual threat. Somehow, Pinara was passing you messages. I'm not sure how she managed that without me noticing, but I bet... Zaria studied Rahana's face for a moment. The witch gave nothing away, but Zaria hadn't expected it to be that easy. She was just buying herself time to think and seem wise and mysterious. Ah, of course. She was giving messages to Sestmir via telepathy. He was passing them to you. From the slight widening of Rahana's eyes, Zaria had succeeded in seeming knowledgeable. You guessed the method, yes. At that, the band around Rahana's bun unwrapped, revealing a small black snake that had been holding her hair in place. It whispered in Rahana's ear. Shalina wants me to clarify that it's not Sestmir, but one of his servitors. Shalina has become an advisor to whoever has command of the tower. The snake whispered in Rahana's ear. Also, she doesn't want you to think she's rude. She's just very shy around new people. A pleasure to meet you, Shalina. So, that was a servitor. In this case, it took the form of a snake that could talk and hide herself from Zaria's senses, and carry messages from Sestmir. That certainly could come in handy. Shalina wound herself back around Rahana's hair, nestling back in until she vanished. As for what the test actually was, probably to see my thought process in action. Panara could make sure you knew I wasn't excessively cruel, vicious, or malicious, and if I failed, you would have killed me. Rahana shook her head. Not that last part, she said. A dungeon core. We wouldn't deliberately kill you unless you were an active threat. And here, you may be powerful, but you're not that powerful. We would have just kept an eye on you until you either proved that wrong or left, whichever came first. Zaria nodded. I've answered yours. Now you answer mine. Is this the last test? Rahana's expression was completely inscrutable for a moment. Then she softened. You sound so much like Vaisala right there, she said. The answer is no. There is no such thing as a final test. But this is the last test where I don't know if I can trust you. I'm sure you'll have tests for me as well, for the Coven as a whole. Rahana's eyes widened, and she gave Zaria another genuine smile. In fact, now I wonder if I've passed your test with how I responded. Zaria steepled her fingers together and studied Rahana. I now believe I can trust what you say. What you do, well, I haven't had much chance to see how trustworthy that is yet. Rahana inclined her head. This time, unlike before, there was some actual respect in the motion. Then we'll see what we will see. But since you do know you can trust my word, I have one last thing to say. Zaria braced herself for another warning about harming the Coven, and if she posed a threat to Vaisala or any of the witches, then there would be unspecified but terrible violence. You are our guest, Rahana said, and the Midnight Coven takes the old laws of hospitality seriously. Should anyone attempt to harm you, you will have final say in their fate. Should anyone manage to harm you, they will suffer what you suffered 10 times over. And you will only leave here without a Striga if you choose to do so. But if you need to interview every single witch in this tower to find a Striga, I will make that happen. You will not leave here with death looming over you. Oh. Zaria was honestly speechless. That had been the polar opposite of her expectations. Thank you, she managed. Rahana nodded. And now, you are correct. I have duties to attend to. I'll be watching you with great interest, Zaria. And then she vanished in a flash of lightning that arced back up to the tower. Zaria watched her go and shook her head. Layers upon layers to that conversation. Zaria had a feeling they would revisit parts of that in the future. For now, however, she pulled her consciousness back to the space under her stairs. It was time to go over capstones with Panara. And prepare for the next group. Chapter 19. Panara was waiting for Zaria still, cleaning her fingernails with a toothpick nearly as long as her forearm, but filed to a point so fine it could serve as a tool for the wisp.
So, how'd it go?
She asked eagerly. I think I like Rahana, Zaria said, as she slid her presence back into her core. She's blunt, honest, and admitted you two were testing me. Panara winced.
Sorry, but Sestmir said that it would make Rahana feel better. He trusts you already, or isn't afraid of you, which for him is the same thing.
And you? Penara smiled.
I don't have any reason to distrust you. Never did. And some people call me naive, but I like to assume everyone has the best intentions until proven otherwise.
She wilted a bit.
I also don't like subterfuge, so I am sorry about that.
Zaria sent her the sound of a snort. No apology needed. It was the right call. I may have been almost literally born yesterday, just a few days off, but apparently I'm not as trusting as you. I wonder why.
Have you considered recovering your wraiths?
Zaria sent the wisp the image of a shaking head. I read about them in the dungeon instructions. Fragments of my old life, right? Contain my memories? No, thank you. Either I remember how terrible my old life was, and it's full of emotional crap I don't want to deal with, or I remember how great my old life was and then have to deal with the loss. Better to assume my life was boring before, and now it's interesting. Penara giggled, and Zaria sent her a wordless question.
Sorry, it's just, well, so many dungeons want their memories back. But because they can't send out world mobs until bronze, they can't find them for a long time. And by the time they do, so much has changed. But you, a dungeon that would walk around and look for her wraiths, don't want to do that exact thing.
Zaria saw the irony, but not the humor. Are there new stable cores being born? Or copper or tin dungeons out there that haven't ranked up? Penara cocked her head.
Of course. Why do you ask?
Just because I don't care about my memories doesn't mean I don't care about the others. If I have mobility they don't, how hard would it be to find another dungeon's wraiths and bring them back? Penara's mouth made a perfect little O of surprise.
You do that? Why?
For starters, because it's something I can do that other members of my people can't. That's reason enough right there. But also, Zaria sighed, if I'm being honest, I figure if I help dungeons out, I can probably get them to talk to me. At the same time, it'll help deflect any jealous anger over my advantages. The last one made Penara's eyes widen, and she nodded slowly.
You're worried about making enemies just because you exist.
Wouldn't you worry about that? I imagine not every dungeon is perfectly fine being stuck in place, and as I tier up, it won't be long with the added benefit of Fisher cores before I'm too strong for any one mortal to threaten. But other cores can threaten me, so it seems prudent to try to help. I am immortal after all, right?
You are,
Penara said, then held up a finger to forestall Zaria's next words.
To be clear, immortal in the same the ravages of time mean nothing to you. You are not, by any stretch of the imagination, unkillable. If your core is broken, that's it, and there's no coming back a second time.
Zaria considered for a moment. I thought that might be how it worked. I really don't want to pick up any enemies I can't just outlive. She hesitated. Any more enemies. I am about to start a one-core war on the Reclaimers.
Practical,
Penara said.
So, you are going to go ahead with that?
Absolutely. Especially because it'll let other mutants get something like wisps. For the good of my kind and all that. Zaria sent her a shrug. Anyway, I have more questions, but I'd like to get to the good part. My capstones.
Right,
Penara said brightly.
Do you know what a capstone is?
I know what the dungeon instructions say. It's an ability that I need to select to enable advancement to the next tier, and it's free. Penara sighed and held her head in her hands.
If I get a hold of the being behind writing them, I'll give them a piece of my mind. 1,000 pieces, actually. That is true, but it's more than that. Capstones are incredibly impactful abilities that determine how your dungeon advances for the rest of that tier, and probably for the rest of your time as a dungeon. You should never make the choice lightly.
That seems like something that should have been included, Zaria said. So, can we go over them? Penara lifted her head.
Absolutely. Let's grab the list. You should be able to just pull them up by filtering out everything that isn't a tin capstone, then project them into your core so I can see them.
Zaria did as instructed. Elemental affinity. You gain an affinity for an element of your choice. Eliminates increased command costs for mobs made with an elemental heart of your chosen element, and increases your ability to create elemental traps. Magic gear created from your chosen element has a 10% chance to randomly upgrade to rare. 0 upgrade points. Special. Tin capstone. Master of your domain. You can provide bonuses to any sapient being that voluntarily lives within your depths and form a humanoid body around your core that can be used to communicate and interact with them. This body cannot persist outside your area of influence. 0 upgrade points. Special. Tin capstone. Minion Lord. You gain a humanoid mob suitable to your dungeon type. These mobs can equip gear like adventurers. 0 upgrade points. Special. Tin capstone. Regional effects. Mimic Mist. You gain the ability to impact the region you occupy. Your mere presence in an area generates a mist in a 2-mile radius around you. Every nightfall, a random inanimate object within your region will become a free-willed mimic. But unlike other free-willed mimics, its kills provide you experience, no matter how far you are from them. In addition, you gain limited awareness of anything happening within the mist. Special. Tin capstone. Prerequisites. Mimic mob theme. Regional effects. Hauntings. You gain the ability to impact the region you occupy. Your mere presence causes random hauntings to occur in the area, creating spooky effects for inhabitants of the region. Every nightfall, one creature that has died in the area will arise as a free-willed ghost. But unlike other free-willed ghosts, its kills provide you experience, no matter how far you are from them. In addition, you can influence the dreams of anyone sleeping within your haunting. Special. Tin capstone. Prerequisites. Striga bond. Warning. Prerequisites not met. Bigger on the inside. Your mana will gradually warp the space within your dungeon, allowing rooms to have a larger interior than the actual dimensions of their wall. In addition, you can fold space within your dungeon, creating pathways and portals that are invisible unless you mark them. These can serve as traps or to move mobs about. Special. Tin capstone. Prerequisites. Yaga core. Zaria and Panara studied the list for a moment. I have some thoughts, Zaria said, but I'd like to hear yours first.
Right,
Panara said. She smoothed herself over.
Sorry, it's been a few centuries since I last looked at the tin capstones, but it's coming back to me. So, the most popular is elemental affinity, hands down. It saves you the cost for your chosen element without locking you out of other elements, so it's useful to basically every dungeon. Sestmir picked it. He chose Earth, because serpents aren't the tankiest mobs ever, and the added defense for that was just what he needed. It also has a later ability at Bronze that lets you get the same bonuses to related affinities. He has the cost reduction for both magma and steel mobs.
Zaria sent her a nod. I'm still not sure about elemental hearts and mimics. Wouldn't it make them stand out more? Panara had been about to go into more detail, then paused when Zaria spoke. She bit her lip and drummed her fingers on her arms for a moment longer.
It might,
she said.
Mobs always display their elemental traits in some way. But since such a key feature of the mimics is their ability to remain hidden, I'd imagine they could disguise that, at least while in stealth form. But I can't be certain.
I'll keep that in mind, Zaria said.
Yes, you should. You haven't picked up elemental hearts yet, I'm guessing?
Zaria sent her another nod.
You should, Panara said. Even if it turns out it doesn't work for your mimics the way you want, elemental mob hearts lets you use them in traps, like how your chest traps worked during the boss fight, but with added effects. You can even spin up and strategically destroy the hearts without creating a mob to get some very clever spell work out of it, with practice.
Oh, that sounds handy. But why doesn't the ability mention it? Panara sighed.
Most creative uses of abilities like that don't get documented. Honestly, the documentation for much of this is misleading. It's absolutely critical you run things by someone who knows more. If you don't decide to bond with a Fae, at least check with me or another Wisp before selecting capstone abilities to avoid getting a weak one, or passing over a strong one.
I promise you I won't. So, the next one? Panara fluttered her wings and pulled herself up in the air.
Master of your domain, also known as the start of the Dungeon Lord tree. It's an incredibly powerful ability long-term, although the first ability in the tree is a bit lackluster. That being said, it's probably useless for you, unless raising an army of mortals is on your list of plans.
Zaria snorted at the thought. I'll have my Striga, and maybe pick up 1 or 2 more people over time, but An army? Please. Pinara giggled.
I thought you might say that. Then, unless you're getting armies, the primary benefits down that tree are, well, a powerful body that can walk around and talk to mortals with your full strength behind it.
She gave Zaria a look of exaggerated innocence.
Something you clearly need.
Right. Zaria sent Pinara a dry chuckle. I got something better for free, so no to that.
I thought you'd say so. Then, Minion Lord. This one is, almost universally, the worst of the most popular 3. There are so many ways down the line for you to get humanoid mobs. Hells, you already have one. Complete waste of a capstone. Some of the later abilities can come in handy, such as the ability for your humanoid mobs to hold basic conversations and blend in among sapient society, which lets them purchase things for you. But there are better ways to accomplish that, too. I can tell you more, but... Zaria sent her an image of a shaking head. No need. It sounds like the benefits are things I can do. Or ask my Striga to do. Pinara hesitated, biting her lip again, then nodded. You're right. I cannot think of a single thing in that whole tree that you and a Striga combined couldn't accomplish.
So, that leaves the more specific abilities. Zaria looked at them. I'm guessing the region effects get better at higher tiers.
They do, Pinara said. Some of the greatest dungeons to have ever existed had regional effects. It means you'll have to stay in a place for the effect to start. If a dungeon moves their core room far enough that it goes outside of their region, it takes 24 hours for the effect to restart.
It was Zaria's turn to pause. There are dungeons who move their core room 2 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Pinara's eyes sparkled.
Most dungeons go for the floor plan layout, so tin floor with easier mobs, then downstairs, and that's where you find the copper floor, and so on. But some favor the hallway layout, where it's just one long extended area. Sesmir did. Can you guess his layout?
Zaria didn't even need to think hard. Let me guess. It's a spiral, like a coiled snake.
Exactly, Pinara said. But some do extend their dungeons just in a straight line. If they shift their core room the entire length, it can be a few miles, depending on the dungeon's age and how heavily they focused on growth.
There was a joke about length and focus on growth that Zaria wanted to make, but decided instead to stay on task for now. So, for me, I'd have to stand in one place for a day to get the benefits, every time I went somewhere. Pinara nodded. I'll consider that. I'm not overly fond of being denied a chunk of my power if I arrive at a fissure with less than a day to go. So, that leaves bigger on the inside. What can you tell me about that?
Absolutely nothing,
Pinara said brightly. Zaria waited for a follow-up, a ha-ha or a just kidding, but none came. What do you mean, nothing? She asked, trying to stay calm.
Sorry, probably a bad time for humor.
Pinara settled down.
But for real, I can't tell you anything about that ability because it's Yaga Core exclusive, which right now means it's you and you alone.
So I guess I shouldn't take it, Zaria said.
I wouldn't say that.
Pinara held up her hands to forestall Zaria.
Here's the thing. Generally, exclusive abilities are tied to a particular mob type, like regional effects. Or they're tied to a particular theme, or even to a particular contained entity type. But they tend to be some of the most powerful abilities available long-term. Normally, I'd immediately recommend that you take the exclusive if it's being offered. But in this case, it's a complete unknown for if it will be worth it.
Zaria considered for a moment. Do I have to decide now? Pinara shook her head.
You just hit tin 9. It'll be a couple of days before you hit copper and need to make a selection, based on the 5 runs a day you'll have. Why do you ask?
I have 2 free upgrade points, Zaria said. I was saving up for a stability increase in case Vaisala declined to become my Striga. But now that I'm here, finding a Striga shouldn't be hard, should it?
I'm pretty sure Sestmir will ensure you have one if Rahana doesn't, Pinara said.
Then I'm going to take an elemental heart and test it out. It's down to the tried and true elemental affinity, or gambling on the exclusive. So I'd like to understand what elemental heart looks like with mimics. Penara nodded.
Good idea.
Glad to hear I'm not being dense. The guide said the universal elements are fire, earth, water, air, light, and dark. And the world elements are fiendish, magma, storm, wood, steel, and ruin. Is that right? Penara shivered.
It's correct now. Fiendish and ruin weren't world elements here before. But after 5 years of fissures, the world elements have shifted. Steel will probably become rust in a few more years, and wood will become rot or bone, depending on how things go. It'll color how magic works.
Well, that sounds very sad, and something I don't have control over, so I'm not going to think about it. Instead, to focus on the now, I'll make a bonus room in the attic and have an elemental fight there. Let me pull up the list and... Zaria paused. Penara? I think there might be a problem. Penara leaned forward.
Oh no. Did another one change?
No, Zaria said. She showed Penara the list of available elements to her. Available elements: moon, frost, cloud, serpent, bird, death. They all did. Penara stared at the list in horror.
Sestmir,
she shouted, her telepathic call so intense it was physically painful to Zaria.
What are your elements showing as?
Without hesitation, Sestmir sent over the information. It was a fresh vision of him, in that instant, pulling up his list and sending it to Zaria and Penara. It was the same 12 that Zaria and Penara had expected, the 6 universal and the 6 world elements.
What's wrong?
He asked. Penara shook her head.
I have no idea. But whatever it is, it's very, very wrong.
Chapter 20. Sestmir, Zaria, and Penara talked themselves around in circles about the new elements for the next hour, trying to figure out what this could mean. The confusion was getting to everyone, but especially Penara. The little wisp was increasingly agitated as the conversation went on.
What's weird about it, besides everything else about this list, is that frost and cloud are both complex elements made by mixing air and water. About 1 part air for every 4 parts water gets you frost, and a mixture slightly more air than water gets you cloud. But it should not offer them as baseline abilities, not until you've selected the initial elements.
Zaria interjected. Wait, question. What happens if you do equal parts air and water? Penara furrowed her forehead.
You get elemental mist. Why do you ask?
Because you've mentioned the ratio for cloud about 3 times now, and you've always stressed the slightly more, so I got curious. Sestmir chuckled in their minds. He'd given them his undivided attention, pulling his point of focus into Zaria's dungeon with her permission.
She's got you there, Pen, he said. I don't think worrying a furrow in Zaria's floors is going to get us anywhere, although we're about to get a fresh perspective. Zaria, you may want to get to your body.
Zaria glanced outside to see what he meant. Vaisala had nearly arrived. Zaria slid into her body without hesitation. Welcome back. Have a good debrief? She asked. Vaisala waved and curled her lips. There's no such thing as a good debrief, just boring ones and annoying ones. This was one of the latter. She brushed her hair back from her face and eyed Zaria up and down, her annoyance fading now that she was away from the tower. Heard you had a group go through and live. Barely. Is barely a problem? Zaria asked. No, just a comment on what I heard. They seem to enjoy the experience, Vaisala said. You're a dungeon, Zaria. I know you're going to kill people. If I couldn't handle that, I wouldn't have come with you in the first place.
Can we please get back to the matter at hand?
Penara came fluttering out of Zaria's door and landed on the railing of her porch.
Hey there, Vaisala.
Vaisala nodded. Penara, what matter at hand?
Oh, just a terrifyingly disturbing revelation about Zaria's powers that have shattered every known law of magic and the system.
Penara drew herself up.
The elements she's been offered for her powers are different from the main 12.
If she expected Vaisala to gasp or turn pale or demand answers, the wisp was doomed to disappointment. Instead, Vaisala stood there in expectant silence for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. And?
And?
Penara's eyes threatened to bug out of her head.
And that isn't enough as it is? It could signal the world is undergoing a shift so fundamental, it could completely upend civilization as we know it.
Vaisala nodded slowly, then glanced over her shoulder to the tower. I mean, civilization looks just fine to me. Pinara blew out an exasperated breath.
Not this instant, obviously. A change to magic would need time to propagate outwards, spread through the world, upend things, and then civilization collapses as the fundamental nature of our world changes around us. Especially moon as an element. We could have moonborn on top of demons if that becomes an element. And death as an element? Do you have any idea how many undead that would spawn?
I don't, Vaisala said. Do you?
No. I've never even heard of a death element. But what else would it do? Everything could collapse.
How much time? Vaisala asked, still looking unimpressed. Pinara hesitated.
Well, months at earliest. Probably years.
Vaisala nodded. Months, right. And is that definitely what is happening to magic? Pinara stared at her, then shook her head.
Well, no, obviously. We don't know. And before you can say more, I see where you're going with this, but surely you understand my concern. And Sestmir's, and Zaria's.
Of course I do, Vaisala said. At least for the first two. You two have lived here for hundreds of years. I'm not surprised months away feels immediate to you. I'm not sure why you're panicking, Zaria. Zaria snorted. Who said I was? I just want to make sure I'm not going to blow up my core if I pick up an elemental heart ability. Vaisala glanced at Pinara. Will it? Pinara shook her head.
Of course not. Even the weird elements are still elements. The system wouldn't offer her something that would just be instantly fatal. The strange ones, moon, serpent, bird, and death, they might damage her core stability more than a normal mob heart would, but it's not going to kill her. But still, nope. No still, Zaria said. She gave Vaisala an appreciative look. I haven't gotten her to settle enough to answer that question for an hour. Maybe 2. Thank you. I would have answered it,
Pinara said, holding up her hands defensively. Sestmir sent them a telepathic version of a cough. The one time she asked, you shrieked, the world might explode, and then kept going.
Oh,
Pinara grimaced.
Sorry, I don't like when things go weird. And it's been 5 local years of weird.
Vaisala looked around, then shook her head. Sestmir spoke to you two between those 2 things Pinara said, didn't he? Can someone please translate for him next time? I will, Zaria said. But all he said was pointing out Pinara was wrong. She saw the wisps glare and decided to not change her course of action. Wrong, Zaria said. Pinara looked shocked, and Zaria shrugged. You were? My involvement is a moot point. I'll be listening. But I'll leave this to you 3, Sestmir said, sounding slightly bored. Call upon me if needed. Pinara huffed and crossed her arms, while Zaria relayed Sestmir's message to Vaisala. When Pinara didn't immediately resume speaking or ranting, Zaria took advantage of the silence to explain what had happened, so the witch would have full context. She told Vaisala everything, including the capstones and her choices and thoughts. Vaisala nodded along. We'll come back to your capstones. In the meantime, for the elements, I'm not saying we don't take that seriously, she said. But it feels like it's an overreaction, and a bit of catastrophizing. Wouldn't the system be issuing quests if we were months away from destruction? Pinara hesitated.
I suppose that is likely.
And we can do more tests on Zaria's abilities when we're roaming about. Although you're still set on hitting copper before you leave, right? Zaria nodded. I think it's for the best. The bonus of my copper capstone is... Wait, you said we? Vaisala gave Zaria a small smile. Was wondering how long I could get away with that before you noticed. Was hoping it would take longer. Damn the luck. But yeah, I did, she said. Rahana convinced me. Zaria didn't even bother trying to hide her shock. She did? How? She explicitly told me it was forbidden for me to do it, then refused to explain why I couldn't. Zaria cocked her head. That doesn't match up with our conversation at all. She told me she would make sure I got a Striga. I didn't take Rahana for being that two-faced, though I only knew her for a few minutes, so I could be wrong. Vaisala laughed. Collective testicles of all the gods. She's not. She's also known me since I was a child. It used to be, her telling me not to do something without a good reason was the best way to get me to do it. I never would have guessed that, Zaria said dryly. Vaisala raised her middle finger, her smile unwavering with the rude gesture. She only dropped the smile when she dropped her hand back to her side. Now, though, I know what she's doing. She knows I know what she's doing, which means she was trying to tell me she thinks it's a good idea, but didn't feel like she could tell me why. Zaria shook her head. Why would she do that? Penara spoke up.
Because she's smarter than I gave her credit for.
Both Dungeon and Witch looked at her.
I had mentioned my interest in going after the Reclaimer portal to her. I really do think you mutant cores need Fae. I also told the guild mistress and the rest of the High Coven. I was flat out denied. With everything going on, the Coven doesn't want a war with the Reclaimers. Neither side can afford it.
Vaisala's forehead furrowed, and she ran her fingers through her hair before nodding slowly. And now if I do it, well, I certainly won't be checking in because I'm already defying a direct decree, which means it's not the Coven doing it. It's a rogue witch and a dungeon that is allied with, but not part of, the Coven. So she wants to be able to throw us to the wolves, Zaria said darkly. No, not like that, Vaisala said, as Penara shook her head for emphasis. Fuck me sideways. Rahana wouldn't do that after giving you hospitality, and she definitely would never do that to me. But if the Reclaimers come to the Coven demanding recompense, they can say, so sorry, here's a war guild as compensation. We'll discipline the witch, and the dungeon isn't under our control. If the Reclaimers push us after that, they're the aggressors. They may come after you, but that risks them pissing off every dungeon on the continent once we've gotten Fae for the mutant cores. At the very least, it could piss off every other mutant. Zaria raised a hand before Vaisala could move ahead. And them being the aggressors matters why?
Because, Penara said, the other powers on the continent don't much like either the Coven or the Reclaimers. With everything going on, they're content to leave us both out here to rot in the Edgelands. But if they see a war brewing, they might leap in on it.
And, Vaisala said, picking up where the wisp left off, to make sure that there's no question from their own guilds and churches and populace about spending the resources. They're almost certain to join in on the side of whoever is on the defensive.
Not to mention the Unaligned Dungeons League, Penara said. They won't tolerate someone starting a war right now.
Zaria shook her head. Okay, so, in other words, this is all politics and subtlety. Exactly, Vaisala said. She had clearly heard the note in Zaria's voice and continued, I feel the same way about it. So, Rahana thinks me being your Striga is a good idea, and going after this Reclaimer's portal is a good idea. Plus, I want this. Just promise me one thing. Zaria nodded. Play fair when you're acting like a typical dungeon. When you stand up and go stomping to war, fuck restrictions, fuck the rules, and fuck anyone who gets in your way. But when you are telling people you are here to give them a challenge, where they might die or they might get power and wealth, they need to have a fair chance for the latter. Except Reclaimers, Zaria said. She hated to contradict Vaisala, right when Zaria was so close to getting the Striga she wanted, but she refused to limit her options against a real threat. Oh, of course. Vaisala waved away the exception. I meant for random adventurers, or those from guilds that will work with you. If someone deserves that, lure them in, feed them to your mimics, and we'll laugh afterwards. By the bosom of the Umbral Queen, I'll pop up during the maw fight and help shove them into his mouth. Deal, Zaria said. And not that I'm complaining, mind you. This seems like a large change from earlier. Vaisala nodded. I also took time to chat with Arenthis. Who? One of Sestmir's servitors. He and I get along, and I wanted the opinion of someone who is already bound to a dungeon, but isn't a dungeon or wisp himself. No offense, Penara. Both of you just tend to overlook some of the more flesh and blood concerns sometimes. He gave me some fresh perspective. And he's fun to talk to. I do like the mental image of you chatting to a small snake on your ear, Zaria said. Vaisala snorted. Oh no, Arenthus is a Lindra, a hybrid systemere made of Lin-Norm and Hydra. He's large enough to constrict you like a boa with a chicken, using only one of his 5 heads. Zaria had to laugh at the image. That is very different. Well, I'm very glad you decided to come along. Do you know how to do it? Not yet, Vaisala said. She patted the pack at her side. Got a couple of books on Striga from the library. You'll get your second group soon, so I figured I'd come by and spend time here reading up on things while they fight you. I'd like that, Zaria said. Great, Vaisala said. Now, we can figure out what your elemental selection means later. But I do have a question for you. Why was elemental affinity even an option? Bigger on the inside seems like it solves all your problems. Because it doesn't have numbers attached, Zaria said. If it did, it would be an instant pick. But as it reads right now, it could increase a single room to the size of a mansion, or it could add 6 inches. There's no way to know until I take it. Vaisala's forehead furrowed. I didn't take you for the cautious type. You seem to be more the type to throw yourself at whatever solution seems best at the time. And from what I know of how abilities work, there's almost 0 chance of that happening. I'm not talking about wading into battle here. That's do or die, in the moment. But these abilities will be with me for the rest of my existence, Zaria said. I really don't want to spend the next 5 centuries regretting a choice I made at Tintier. Vaisala shrugged. Why not just try it and respec if it doesn't work? Zaria stared at her, then at Pinara. Is that an option? She asked them both. Pinara nodded.
But it's so hard to do, I didn't think it's worth mentioning. You have to actually get a major fissure core, and those are so hard for a dungeon to obtain.
Is it? Zaria asked her. Or is it hard for dungeons that are locked in one place to obtain?
Oh, obviously it...
Pinara trailed off.
Oh,
she said.
Right. I'm still not used to that.
So, Vaisala said, besides the major fissure core, what other barriers are there?
Well,
Pinara said.
It'll have you unconscious for weeks, and I definitely won't suggest doing it until you're stable. It's also fairly new, so a lot of dungeons are leery of it. But you're young, so you won't be as set in your ways. And it is an option now. Wasn't for most of our history, but the system opened up the option when the fissures started appearing, to let dungeons rebuild themselves to fight the fissures better, or survive.
Well, between the elements being weird for me, and now this, definitely will take bigger on the inside when I hit copper. Zaria was relieved for the resolution there, and for having Vaisala agree to work with her. Everything was coming together. Now, there's one last decision to make. Do I take the elemental hearts still, with their strange elements, and learn heart-based spellcasting? Or do I pick up Baba's cauldron and see where that takes me?
Remind me of what the cauldron does, Pinara asked.
And show me, Vaisala said. Zaria created a piece of paper and inscribed it for Vaisala's benefit. Baba's cauldron. You gain spellcasting abilities. Unlike normal dungeon spellcasting, these spells can originate from the exterior of your structure and can be cast at targets outside your area of influence. 2 upgrade points. Prerequisite, Babamorph.
The cauldron,
Pinara said without hesitation.
That's so much better than normal dungeon spellcasting options, just for the ability to cast outside alone. Heart casting takes time to learn, while that should just give you a list of spells you can pick from. You'll want elemental hearts eventually, but until you get copper, expanding to add new mobs or rooms to your dungeon is basically not going to happen. And since you are spellcasting, you'll be able to experiment with those elements without needing to put them in mobs, or at least with one of those elements. Plus, that's the 3rd ability down that tree so far, right? You've got the Moon Hag, then the Babamorph, and that unlocked Baba's Cauldron?
Zaria nodded. Shit, Vaisala said. Why didn't you already pick that? You had a 3-chain before copper? No one told me what a 3-chain was, Zaria said.
It's a mortal slang term, Pinara piped up. Almost always, if you need 2 abilities to unlock a 3rd in a direct line like that, the 3rd ability in the chain will be stronger than the first 2. as a reward for sticking with it.
Ah, well, I still had to save a point for a stability upgrade in case I didn't get a Striga, Zaria said. Now I know it's coming, though, and I can respec if needed. I'll go ahead and pick it up the moment you figure out how to do the bond. Vaisala shook her head. I really didn't think I'd be the incautious one here. Only when it comes to my upgrades, Zaria said. With everything else, I think you've seen how I operate. Vaisala chuckled. That I have, Zaria. That I have. Now, mind if I get to my room before the group shows up? I'm hoping to watch the fight against Maw. Absolutely. Pick up my core from under the stairs and move it to your room. I'll build a proper core room once I hit copper and get bigger on the inside, but for now, I'd like to be in a better place. Vaisala chuckled. It's been years since I had a roommate, but sure.
You two have fun, Panara said. I'm going back to Wispain. If anyone knows why the elements are off, it'll be them. And I need to make sure things are ready on the other end of the portal once you've claimed it. She paused. With time being weird, I don't know how long I'll be gone. Promise me you will work on the issues with the elements from this end, though? I really have a bad feeling about it.
We will, Zaria said. She checked her map. Now, I actually see the next group approaching Vaisala, so come on in. I'll make a little one-way window so you can watch. And stay clear of the splash zone. In spite of looking a bit queasy at that phrasing, Vaisala didn't hesitate to stride inside. Chapter 21. Vaisala hissed air between her teeth. That's gonna hurt. Come on, you fuckwads, you can do this. For all of her encouragement, which the group didn't hear, Zaria didn't think that Vaisala's confidence was well placed. This group had been a disaster since the start of the run, and they should have pulled back before going into Maw's fight. Unless by this, Vaisala had meant die. The group was proving surprisingly good at that. Being picked up and carried by Vaisala had been an interesting experience. The perspective made it clear Zaria's core was roughly the size of one of the witch's fingernails. Now that gem rested on the bedstand in Vaisala's room, and the opposite wall had a couple of carefully arranged mirrors to let the witch watch without being watched. If she wanted other angles, she could peer into Zaria's core directly, but the image was incredibly small. This was the fifth and last group of the day. I think this is going to be the second wipe of the day, Zaria said. Well, not exactly. Her body still couldn't be moved again today, and Vaisala couldn't hear her telepathy, so Zaria resorted to communicating with her companion by inscribing text on the wall beneath the mirror. Vaisala sighed and nodded. Idiot healer, she muttered to herself. The man she was referring to lay dead on the floor of Zaria's dungeon. At least, the parts of him below the navel did, plus some assorted entrails. The upper half was in Maw. The healer had overreacted to the first acid breath and burned a massive healing rune, which had stripped aggro off the tin tank almost immediately. I think they could have recovered if the tank hadn't panicked, Zaria said. Vaisala blew out a breath. Maybe. That woman's head had rolled to a stop somewhere in the corner. She'd charged in front of the healer to block Maw's acid spray, but in her panic hadn't activated one of her defensive runes in time. Taking the full blast to her chest had been gruesome to watch. Zaria took a moment to look at Vaisala's face. She'd watched every single boss fight. The first two had been rough. Vaisala had been clenching her spork so tightly, her knuckles had turned white. Now, though, Vaisala was watching with an air of cool detachment. You were inoculating yourself, weren't you? Zaria wrote on the wall. Vaisala nodded. Being intellectually all right with people dying in the same building as me and doing nothing isn't the same as being emotionally all right with it. I'm used to death. I'm not used to just watching it. Or at least, I wasn't. She shrugged. With this group, that's 14 today? Maybe. I think the witch and the rune knight are about to wrap it. Sure enough, those two had shared a glance. As Maw tore into the last member of their party, those two turned to run towards the window. Wonder if I'll get experience if they break their necks. It turned out to be a moot point. The cooldown on Maw's acid breath had reset. With a giggling snarl, Maw whirled on them and let loose. The liquid sloshed over the two of them. Vaisala didn't look away until they were, without question, dead. Once Maw started licking up the puddles that had once been people, Vaisala turned back to the open book in her lap. She was sitting lotus-style on the bed. "You know," she said, scanning the page, "there's an age-old debate over which dungeon role has it worse." "Oh?" Zaria asked. Vaisala glanced up to the text on the wall, saw Zaria's question, and nodded. "I'd be curious what you think, between tanks, healers, or damage dealers. Tanks claim they have it worse because they take the brunt of the mob's aggro. Half the time, no one gets hurt but the tank. Healers claim they have it worse because every death gets blamed on them. Damage dealers claim they have it worse because if either of the other two screw up for a second, they can die." "I've only seen a few groups," Zaria wrote. "And honestly, from what I can tell, I don't see why it matters. At the end of the day, they're either alive and have some nice rewards, or they're dead and unable to argue. How about you? What do you think?" Vaisala had gone back to reading while Zaria wrote, and once the sound of the dungeon changing the wall to reflect text did she look up. She smiled once she read what Zaria said. "That's a good point. As for me, well, obviously, I think damage dealers have it worse, because that's my build. Have to show solidarity for my kin." She looked back at the book and made one last note. Then she put the tome down and sighed. "Well, you want the good news or the bad news?" "Good," Zaria wrote. "Good news is, I found the ritual to do it. The bad news is, we can't do it here." Vaisala rubbed her temples. "We need a reagent that we don't have access to." Zaria wrote a question mark on the wall instead of asking for clarification. "I need a hero core," Vaisala said. "Apparently, what we need is a foreign mana source that doesn't belong to you. Once ground up with a few relevant herbs that I do have, I can add some of my own blood and make it into a sigil that I draw on your core." "I can make a hero core," Zaria wrote, "or at least give you the mob shards needed to make one." Vaisala shook her head. "It needs to be a hero core that isn't full of your mana. One that's been inside a person for at least 24 hours, long enough to fully bond with them and flush all dungeon mana out. And that requires killing the person the core is bonded to." "I'm guessing weird cores from someone who dies in here won't do," Zaria wrote. "I wish. That'd be easy. But it has to be saturated with mana. And before you ask, it has to be mana from a mortal. So Sestmir can't just make us one either. Everyone who runs his dungeon has weird cores, at least of late." Vaisala tapped her chin. "I suppose he could have one left around from back when other guilds came by to run the dungeon." "Let me check." Zaria sent a message to the Platinum Dungeon. A short moment later, he confirmed that he never kept mortal cores lying around. They always got absorbed. Before turning her attention back to Vaisala, however, Zaria had a follow-up question for Sestmir. "Why would it matter if it's from a mortal core or a dungeon core?" Sestmir chuckled.
"Because we don't use the same type of mana. Pinara can explain it better than me when she gets back. But the short version is, do you know that air is not just one thing, but multiple gases?"
"I did not," Zaria said. "Wouldn't we see if there was gas?"
"Ah, but not all gas is visible. The biggest ones in the air are 3 different types: nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. Nitrogen is neutral. Breathing it provides no harm or benefit. For cores, think of nitrogen as just a normal gem with no power or sapience or will, just a sparkly rock. Of the other 2, however, this is where it gets interesting. Animals and sapients breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Meanwhile, plants breathe in carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen."
"Plants breathe?" Zaria thought.
"Well, they absorb. I don't know how it works. I'll have to ask Firelish. She's a plant dungeon. You'd like her, next time we talk. Regardless, that's how it works with mana. Mortals and dungeons use different mana, even though it's impossible to tell. We extract mana from our surroundings and convert it into something usable. The mana we release as part of that process can be used by mortals. The mana mortals use will decay into elements that bond with surrounding mana, and thus we can use it again later."
"That made a kind of sense to Zaria, although it was still odd to think about. Are we the animals or the plants in this analogy?
Which ones are large and immobile,
Good question. Let me stretch my legs and find out.
Sesmir chuckled.
A point. I suppose the analogy is imperfect. But there are plant mobs that can walk about, so it works well enough. Now, I do need to get back to the battle.
Right. Thanks for the explanation. Zaria pulled her attention back to Vaisala and wrote again, "No luck there. Also, apparently mana for mortals and dungeons is different, which makes me wonder, how do weird cores not have mana? You all still can do magic." Vaisala shook her head. "A weird core lets us create runes. They are limited bits of the language of the system, but there's no mana involved. It's more like we momentarily override a bit of the system. So, for example, upon impact, ward. One of the more popular defensive combinations. What that does, when written down and activated, is basically tell the system, this impact stops upon hitting the surface of the object. So instead of the impact transmitting to whatever is underneath, it just gets canceled out." She brushed her hair back. "It's how magic items work too, but those are constantly on, so they need mana upon creation to sustain them. Since our runes work for a limited time and activate once before vanishing, they don't need that initial infusion." "That seems less efficient than mana," Zaria wrote. "I mean, you clearly make it work, but why does anyone pick a weird core?" Vaisala scowled, then took a deep breath. "You don't know," she said, although it was clear she was reminding herself. "It's complicated and personal." Now she was addressing Zaria. "So, short version, for some people, it's because of the high-level abilities weird cores offer. They're worth the wait. And for others, well, some people don't have the option for hero cores. They won't work for us anymore. Weird cores are our only option left." Zaria had so many more questions, but Vaisala hadn't looked this uncomfortable around Zaria before, ever. She decided to instead take a different route. "Is there anything I need to know about how your runes work? And I want to stress need." "You know the important parts for life or death struggles," Vaisala said, then hesitated. Her scowl deepened, and she shifted in her seat, then let out a long breath. "Except one, I suppose. This could be vital. A lack of mana means I'm immune to some spells that attack mana. Mana burn, for example. I have no mana, so it can't be used against me." "That's good," Zaria wrote. Vaisala nodded. "However, if the spell drains mana first, then drains something else afterwards, usually stamina, but sometimes it drains life force directly, or does damage once mana is emptied, those spells go straight to draining whatever else they drain. So, if we go up against a necromancer or a pale class, until I hit some higher level runes and specifically build for protection against them, I'm going to be vulnerable." "Noted," Zaria wrote. "So, in case of necromancer, throw angry boxes at him until he's dead." The joke got a smile back on Vaisala's lips, and she leaned back. "Damn right. Now, let's get this bond sorted out. So, how do you feel about taking a run at the Reclaimers as soon as you hit copper? We can get a small dragon's horde of hero cores off their corpses, and get access to the portal as well." "I'm very much in favor of this plan. Although it's not really a plan exactly, more of a concept. But I might actually have a plan. I know it's small, but mind looking into my core? I really don't want to draw the whole map." Vaisala nodded and picked up Zaria's core, holding it carefully up to her eye and closing the other. As she did, Zaria pulled up her region map. She'd found an option in here earlier, one that Pinara had told her about. Access nearby friendly dungeon map. By focusing on it, she could see Sestmir's map. The older core had shared the link with her, and with it, his link to 3 other cores in the area. As long as Zaria was this close to Sestmir, she could see the map as they saw it. She'd offered to share her map too, but there wasn't much interesting there to add, and the link would vanish when she moved away, so it had been pointless. But the important part was the Reclaimer encampment Pinara had told her about, the one with the portal. It sat on the banks of a small river, one of those bodies of water that occupied the awkward space between river and stream. "That's our target," Zaria wrote. just putting the words directly in her core for Vaisala to read. Vaisala nodded. So you said you had a plan?
I do.
Zaria moved her vision a little bit north of the encampment. As much fun as it would be to charge straight in and go stomping, throwing mimics everywhere, even a low-level location like this will probably have more than 25 people present. If all of them are copper, or if there's even a couple bronzes mixed in, we'll be in danger. I'm not interested in danger. I'm interested in winning. Vaisala grinned like a hungry shark. I'm in favor. So, how do you intend to win? We flush them out. Her vision reached the spot she'd been looking for. About a dozen miles away from the encampment, the river ran through a particularly rocky region. We go up, and I kick some boulders into the river. And then wait for them to send a group to investigate? Vaisala frowned, mulling it over. It could work, although it does risk that they will take days to send someone, and they may only send one. You're right, Zaria wrote. Good thing we're not going to wait for them. I said, flush them out, not draw them out. Vaisala cackled when she realized what Zaria meant. You want to dam up the river, then break the dam and send a flood downstream for them? Exactly. The flood should also pick up boulders and trees along the way. Plus, wooden mimics float. You and I just run alongside the flood, make sure it hits the encampment first, and then when we get close, I send my mimics into the water and let it carry them the rest of the way. They latch onto buildings when they get close, and once the floodwaters pass, while everyone's dazed and confused and half or fully drowned, then we go in, stomping and throwing mimics everywhere. Ideally, with me spellcasting from the cauldron and you slinging your runes around. Vaisala nodded, her expression positively diabolical. I'll have to find a group to do a couple dungeon runs to get the shards I need, she said. I'm close to copper after that demon fight, but not quite there yet. Or, Zaria wrote, I'm a dungeon. I can just make the shards for you. Vaisala blinked. Oh, right. Of course. She paused. Wait, does that mean you can just boost me up whenever you want? Not exactly, Zaria wrote. According to Pinara, once we're bound, it's likely my shards can't rank you up anymore, since they're part of me and will be connected. But you and I will share experience instead, so it's hardly going to cap your growth. Would have been nice, though, Vaisala said. Still, I'll take the boost. All right, then. Think you'll hit copper tomorrow? I'm almost positive I will, Zaria wrote. 5 more runs, and then we'll be ready to go to war. Vaisala's grin matched the feeling in Zaria's soul. She looked hungry for this. So are you ready to select the cauldron? I want to see how a dungeon spellcasts. Zaria checked outside. Night was falling. She'd be able to move her body again soon. Almost, she wrote. Now that we have a plan for the bond, no more reason to wait. Why not get yourself some food, or take advantage of my demon meat stores? The cooldown on moving my body should be ready by then. Vaisala nodded and stood up. I'll pass on the demon meat. No point wasting buff food. She blinked. Also, it's gross, she added, as a very unconvincing afterthought. Oh, Zaria, where are you going to put your body in the cauldron? It's going to get a bit cramped in here. Attic. Should be fairly easy to make with minimal work. I can put the body right above your room, too, so I can just open a trapdoor to talk to you, instead of writing like that. Vaisala laughed at the mental image. Then see you soon, she said. I'll eat fast. Don't do any spellcasting without me, and when I get back, I'll hit copper? Yes, Zaria wrote. Without question. Vaisala flashed her a grin, and gently set Zaria's core back down. Once she was gone, Zaria got to work constructing the space for the cauldron and creating, then smashing the mob hearts for Vaisala. The whole time, she tried very hard not to think about all the ways her plans for the Reclaimers could go terribly wrong. Chapter 22. It took longer than either of them had anticipated for Vaisala to return. By then, the sun had sunk low, and the moons were plainly visible in the sky, and the witch was too tired to do much more than crawl into her bed. She didn't even want to take the shards and advance to copper, just grumbled some swears before falling asleep. Zaria understood that limitation of mortals, but it was still vexing. She found herself at an odd impasse. She did not need to sleep. For most dungeons, they could spend this time expanding their area of influence or tinkering with mob setups, but Zaria had little she wanted to change in that regard. Zaria could select the cauldron upgrade right now, see how it worked, but she wanted to wait for Vaisala to wake up so they could look over the list together. There were a few minor changes Zaria wanted to make, ideas she was hoping to surprise Vaisala with. Those took an hour. So, with nothing else to do, Zaria decided the best option would be to take advantage of the one thing no other dungeon could do. She went for a walk. Even though her legs didn't cramp, in fact, while resting, she could forget they existed, it felt good to stand up and stretch them. She moved carefully to avoid rousing Vaisala, and then set off to wander the area around the tower. It sat in the middle of a valley that, in some bygone day, had probably been a forest. Over time, however, the Coven had cut down most of the trees for various construction projects. She kept herself from going too close to the tower to avoid panicking anyone.
Restless?
Sestmir's voice in her mind drew her attention. Very, Zaria admitted. How do you stand not being able to move around? Sestmir chuckled.
It's never bothered me. Probably because it's not an option. It's much like a bird asking a human how they can stand not to fly. He paused. Track a bit further north. You're going to give poor Mikhail and Hennel heart attacks.
Zaria did so. How's the fight at the Fisher going?
Well, Sestmir said. At least after a fashion. We've pushed back the miasma a good mile along our attacking path. It's trying to creep around behind us to encircle us, but I have a least spawn of Jormungandr guarding that route.
Zaria sent him the image of a furrowed brow. Why would you have a lesser anything guarding such an important place? Sestmir laughed.
A true Jormungandr can encircle a planet. Even the lesser spawn would require me to ascend. The least is perhaps the most powerful mob in my arsenal. This one is also a world boss, and about a mile from nose to tail.
Oh, Zaria tried to picture a snake of that length, but her mind failed to impose it upon reality. Mobs get that powerful?
At the higher tiers, yes. I'll be interested to see what you spawn with age. A mimic that is essentially a walking castle? A cloud mimic that can strike from above? The possibilities are limitless. If you ascend, perhaps you'll one day be spawning mimics the size of moons. Or perhaps mimics work differently, and yours will not get much larger, instead becoming stronger and stronger, compacting their power into tiny engines of destruction.
Zaria laughed at the thought. It's good to have dreams, although I'm hoping for the latter, but I guess we'll see. And platinum adventurers can fight things of that power?
Platinum adventurers can defeat beings of that power, Sestmir said, stressing the change in verbs. Where are you headed now?
For right now, just exploring. Maybe it's just because I can move about, but I feel like I've been here too long already. Even though it's just been a day. I want to go, find things, fight things, meet new and interesting people, and then eat them. Sestmir once again laughed.
I remember being that eager. Even though I couldn't go, I was always trying to lure new people in.
Sestmir's focus on Zaria became a bit more intense.
You have something on your mind, though.
I do. Zaria looked upwards. The moons. I remembered the story of them. I don't remember how I heard it, but it's one of my strongest solid memories. And now I have moon element as an option, and the option of moon-born mobs. I don't even know what they do, but it feels like, well, do you believe in fate?
No, Sestmir said. But I believe in the system.
Zaria sent him a wordless question.
It's sapient, I'm sure of that. But it's not fate. The system doesn't take away our free will, or predetermine what happens. But it nudges things where it can. Like, for example, spawning a new serpent dungeon right in the path of a coven of weirdcores that needed a place to build their town and train away from the Empire. Or for another example, spawning a mobile core type when the world is being torn apart by demon invasions.
Zaria shifted a bit. I don't think the system made me deliberately. The messages I got early on seemed fairly panicked and uncertain, like it was adapting to me. If it made me deliberately, wouldn't it have been ready?
Perhaps, Sestmir granted. But then again, Benara has been back to Wispaim a couple times. Our world has one of the highest number of living mutant cores. So instead, perhaps the system is just spawning as many as possible, hoping for a beneficial mutation. I don't believe the system is infallible. I just think that it is to us what the gods are to mortals.
Maybe, Zaria said. Either way, fate or the system or whatever it is, I think there's something for me and the moon in the future.
So you're going to select moon for your first element and see what happens? Sestmir asked.
Or I'll be ornery and select bird because I'm annoyed something's telling me what to do, Zaria said, sending a smile with the words to make it clear she was kidding. But probably will. Although I do want to find out what a bird elemental heart does.
Do tell me when you find out, Sestmir sighed. I'm quite frankly jealous of Serpent. I can make earth serpents and magma serpents, but I would love to make a serpent serpent. A serpent so serpenty, it is the most serpenty serpent to ever slither.
Maybe in my upgrade somewhere I'll find a way to share mob hearts with you. But on one condition. You need to make a least spawn of Jormungandr with a serpent heart. If you're going for maximum serpent, that seems like the best option. Sestmir laughed.
It's been good talking to you, Zaria. I know you'll be wandering away as soon as you hit copper. Do wander back sometime this decade, though. I look forward to seeing your advancement.
I doubt it'll take that long to wander back. But why this decade? What happens next decade?
Well, based on my current progress, assuming I don't move faster via Fisher cores and demon fights, I'll be hitting Platinum 9. And then, I'll probably get my affairs in order and ascend.
What happens then? Zaria asked.
So many possibilities. But I know I'll leave this world behind. Ascended beings are for the stars, not for one small island. After 300 years, I guess it's time for me to wander away too.
That sounds wonderful, Zaria said. On your way out, stop by the moons and put in a good word for me, okay? If I'm going to be borrowing their power, I'd like to be on their good side. One last time, Sestmir chuckled.
If I can, I'll be sure to do so. Enjoy your wandering.
Zaria did. The meadows to the south of the tower were her favorite find of the walk. They were beautifully lush and swarmed by insects that flashed with light intermittently. She spent a good chunk of time just watching them. They looked like fireflies, but from their behavior, they had more a purpose than the aimless wanderings of those. She followed their path back a bit, staying clear of disturbing any trees, until she saw it, a hive in the branches, full of thousands of the insects blinking on and off. By then, however, dawn was approaching, and their activity was starting to die down. Zaria headed back to where she'd rested the night before and settled in. Vaisala woke up not long after. Zaria gave her privacy as she dressed and waited for the witch to emerge. She did so by climbing the ladder to the attic and opening the hatch. She had a bit of smoked meat she'd brought with her, a long tube of jerky that she held in her mouth like a cigar. "Morning. Did you go for a walk last night?" she asked. Zaria slid into the babamorph and nodded. "How'd you know?" "I had a dream I was on a boat. It was nice. My father was a river merchant, and I always slept well on boats." The witch rubbed her eyes. "Don't expect me to always be this pleasant in the morning. I've been compared to a rabid bear upon waking more than once. I've also had people say the comparison was unfavorable to the bear." "Noted. At least you didn't get a mimic waking you up this time." Vaisala shuddered. "If that never happens again, I'll be perfectly content with that. Still, thank you for the walk. It helped with the nightmares." Zaria cocked her head. "Nightmares?" "I know what becoming your Striga means. I know the things I'll see. Yesterday drove that home. I'm good at putting it aside when needed, but..." Vaisala's gaze grew distant for a moment, then she shook her head. "It is what it is. So, do you want to show me the cauldron?" "Don't you want to advance?" Vaisala smiled. "I do, but you don't sleep. My advancement will take a minute. I'll be sitting there, staring ahead like a damn fool as I sort through the options in my head. I already made you wait long enough." "Appreciate it," Zaria said. She pulled up the upgrade menu and selected Baba's cauldron. The first prompt told her to select the object that would be her cauldron. Since she'd constructed it the night before, that was no problem. Almost immediately it started to fill with liquid. At the same time, Zaria felt a pull on her core. The fluid filling the cauldron was bright blue. Not the color of water, but actual blue. So striking it was almost opaque. At the same time, words flooded her vision. 25% of your available mana has been placed into the cauldron. The cauldron's mana regenerates on a per-minute basis, not the per hour of normal dungeon mana, but can only be used to cast cauldron spells. In an emergency, the cauldron can be overturned, refunding the mana currently inside, but it will not refill until your mana has recharged. Notice: no elemental energies detected. Mana is currently untyped. Place a mob heart of the appropriate element in the cauldron to unlock hidden spells and modify some existing ones. Please note that cauldron's element can only be changed once per day. The heart of a sapient or beast may unlock additional options. Available spells. Scry. Activating Scry allows you to reveal an area of your expanded map, letting you pierce the fog surrounding your vision. Revealed area is visible for 1 minute. Once revealed, the same area cannot be targeted for 24 hours, 10 mana per use. Neural Hex. You afflict a target with a minor curse. Can be cast on any target you can perceive directly, not via your map or by scrying. The targeted creature gains a chance for any action to cause a slight disrupting in its nervous system, causing motions to momentarily become erratic. Lasts for 1 times tier, currently 1 minute, 10 mana per use. Panic Beasts. You can cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 5, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through scry, to become panicked and flee the area, taking the shortest available route away from the nearest sapient settlement. Any sapient trampled by panicked beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's panic can cause other nearby animals to panic as well, experience is only awarded for those panicked by your spell. Wears off after the animal is 1 mile from any sapient settlement, or 10 minutes have passed, whichever has come first. Panicked beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Enrage Beasts. You can cause a group of up to 2 times tier, currently 2, non-cord animals without a rider you can see, either normally or through scry, to become enraged and violent, taking the shortest available route to the nearest sapient settlement, or fissure, and attacking the first sapient or demon it sees. It will not stop attacking until it or the sapient are dead. Any sapient or demon trampled by enraged beasts who suffered lethal damage awards you experience. While the beast's rage can cause other nearby animals to act erratically as well, experience is only awarded for those enraged by your spell. Spell lasts until the enraged beast has been slain or 10 minutes have passed, whichever comes first. Enraged beasts gain the benefit of your cauldron's current element, 10 mana per use. Unnerving Dreams. You cause a group of up to 5 times tier, currently 5, sleeping sapients to suffer debilitating nightmares. While under the effect of unnerving dreams, the sapient gains no benefit from sleeping, even if it is cast shortly before they wake up, and the memories of the nightmare do not fade upon waking. Upon afflicting unnerving dreams on a subject, they are immune to the effects of unnerving dreams for 2 nights, 5 mana per use. Accursed Cackle. Your Barbamorph points at the target and cackles. The target is afflicted by an attack associated with your chosen element. Current effect, untyped. Malevolent spirits batter your target, bludgeoning them from multiple angles for the duration of your cackle. The target must be able to see or hear your Barbamorph for the spell to function. 5 mana per second. Curse the Land. An area of vegetation, 20 times tier, currently 20, square feet, becomes cursed and hostile to any sapient or animal that enters it. It takes twice as long for any being to cross this cursed terrain as plants try to constrain their movement. This curse does not impact your Striga, though other allied sapients may be. Lasts 1 minute. 10 mana per use. Insert heart to see more options. Zaria created a page and transcribed everything for Vaisala to read over. The witch whistled under her breath. I can see some powerful uses for these. I'm really looking forward to Enrage Beasts, Zaria said. Can't test that one safely here, but when we're close by to the Reclaimers, maybe I'll be able to find a few to drive wild and send in on the heels of the flood. That'd be delightful. If nothing else, they should have horses. Vaisala read a bit more. I wonder if panic beasts can work on ones that are pulling a cart. They're not technically being ridden, so it could be a loophole we could exploit. Worth testing. Zaria looked over the list. Unfortunately, I don't see many I can actually test this close to the tower. But I do want to try Scry. I wonder if I can use it through my extended map vision with Sestmir. Can't hurt to try, right? Vaisala said. Want me to pick up your core again? I had a better idea last night. Incidentally, moving my core up here without waking you was not easy. You sleep like the dead, though. Didn't even notice the candleman. But pull that cloth over there. Vaisala did so. Underneath was a large crystal orb set onto a stand that was rooted to the floor so it couldn't fall over. In the center sat Zaria's core. With the crystal surrounding it set up the way it was, it magnified her core, looking like it was many times larger than it had been the night before. A crystal ball, Vaisala said, a smile spreading across her lips. I'll be the envy of the coven. I thought you might be. And when we need to relocate me, or you need to put the rune on me for the bond, I can just dissolve the crystal and reform it later. I had to leave a hole in the bottom, so I'm still connected to the rest of the dungeon. System wouldn't let me make it a perfect seal. Vaisala nodded and sat in the chair, looking into the crystal ball. Zaria pulled up her map and focused on the Reclaimer encampment. Might as well start with their target. Then she cast Scry. Instantly, the fog surrounding the area vanished, and Zaria could see people. She couldn't access their nameplates to see their tiers, unfortunately, but she could at least see them. This was, undoubtedly, a military camp, built around a large structure that had to be the entrance to the long-dead dungeon Panara had mentioned. The tents were in neat rows, and men were actively working on walls around them, slowly converting them into something closer to homes. There were no horses Zaria could see. There was also a tension in the air. The men and women who weren't at work were all dressed like the five Zaria had seen before. They were standing guard near the dungeon entrance. That must be where the portal was. Already, Zaria was glad she had scryed. A problem with the flooding plan was becoming obvious. It could fill the dungeon, burying it underwater. They'd have to find a solution for that. Just as her scry vision was about to fade, two people came out of the old dungeon. One was a man who radiated confidence. He had to be the leader of the group. The other was not a man. Not a man at all. It moved more like an ape than a man, walking on its knuckles. There was a chain around its throat, attaching it to the man's wrist like some kind of shackle. Most notable, however, were the horns it had in place of eyes. A demon. Vaisala gasped, and Zaria returned to the Babamorph's body to ball her hands into fists. The Reclaimers had a tame demon. Vaisala Interlude 1 and Chapter 23. Interlude, Vaisala. Vaisala made it all the way back to the tower before the shakes started. She paused and took a deep breath, willing her hands to stillness. It didn't work at first. It took a few more breaths to still them. Tame demons. That thought ricocheted through her head like a poorly aimed arrow. She'd barely taken the time to finish the copper advancement before running back to the tower, but Zaria had insisted, and been right to do so. There was no reason to believe anything would go immediately wrong, but just in case, Vaisala needed every bit of strength she could have. She took a moment to organize her thoughts and get the initial reaction under control. The antechamber of the tower was an imposing place. It had been built that way. Back in the days when the coven had been hunted, the rooms on either side of the great oak door behind her would be filled with bronzes, ready to unleash on any fool who tried to walk through the door uninvited. Now, Sestmir would spot any threat to the coven miles before it arrived, and security was not as omnipresent. Instead, people just worked near enough they could arrive if needed. That didn't change that Vaisala was keenly aware she was standing in what was a fancy kill box. Probably not the best place to try to wrangle her emotions. She pulled herself together and went further in, her mind racing. There had been an uneasy truce between the coven and Reclaimers for some time now. Individual members could and would come to blows, but the groups as a whole wouldn't engage in large-scale actions. That was entirely because neither side had a clear path to a quick victory, and a prolonged campaign would have left the Edgelands to be overrun by demons. But if the Reclaimers could bind the demons, that changed everything. It wasn't until she was on the soft moss in the next room that she felt some measure of calmness. The smell was like coming home. The first 3 floors of the tower were all like this, floors covered by a moss the coven carefully cultivated to serve as a natural carpet. The walls here were not lit by torches, but by a different species of moss that let off an ethereal blue glow that Vaisala had always loved. Both these mosses were critical for weirdcores who dabbled in alchemy and potions to make their concoctions, and their abundance was both practical and comforting. A few novices cast Vaisala sideways glances and stepped around her, their conversation dying down until they were well past her. She'd been gone for quite some time, so the reaction couldn't have been based on who she was. They wouldn't know her. But yet, the tension was there. Vaisala had noted it earlier, during her debrief, but now it was nearly palpable. With that, she headed to Rahana's office. Befitting her station, Rahana had an office near the top of the tower. There was a dedicated lift to reach the commander's office, although it required Vaisala pass through a checkpoint to confirm she had relevant information. Lurbach was at the checkpoint right now. Good. He would listen to her. "I need to see the commander," Vaisala said. "Zaria has obtained information that is of critical importance."
Vice?
He looked her up and down.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
"Worse," Vaisala said. "I have information that Rahana needs to hear." She stressed the word. "It's about the Reclaimers." Lurbach immediately went stiff.
Is there an imminent threat?
Vaisala shook her head. "Thankfully, not that. But Zaria has seen—" A group of novices walked by the checkpoint. Vaisala cut herself off before saying something they shouldn't hear and waited for them to pass. Still, more would come at any moment. Zaria has seen a possible change in the nature of the conflict with the Reclaimers. She was able to scry them. Lurbach chewed his lip for a moment.
Rahana gave me very specific instructions. Aren't you supposed to be with the Yaga right now, anyway?
Vaisala took a deep breath and bit back a swear. As much as she preferred to be direct, she had to at least acknowledge that she was a freshly minted copper and had no actual station yet. "I am. I came here because Zaria learned information. Panara is back in Wispheim."
"And she didn't send the information through Sestmir. Why?"
Lurbach asked. "Because I told her I'd bring it. Because it's not an imminent threat." Vaisala took another deep breath. "Lurbach, it's me. You know she'll want to see me, and you know I wouldn't be talking out of turn about this."
"I do," Lurbach said, his bureaucratic stiffness fading. "But Rahana didn't give me an exception for you. Imminent threats only. And I hear you and her had quite the conversation."
Now there was a slight note to his voice that made Vaisala pause. She needed to listen to everything he said. Lurbach stood up and glanced out into the hallway.
"Didn't she forbid you from bonding with the Yaga?"
Vaisala grimaced. "She told you that?"
"She did,"
Lurbach said.
"Any guesses why?"
"I hesitate to say," Vaisala said.
Lurbach nodded. "And your information would... how did you put it? It would change the conflict with the Reclaimers, yes?"
Vaisala's forehead furrowed. This wasn't like Lurbach at all. "Yes, which is why it's important that—" Lurbach cut her off with the motion of his hand. This time, it wasn't a novice passing by. A wizened old bronze, someone who had come to their weirdcore later in life, one of the archivists. Lurbach watched him pass before continuing.
"Vice, whatever you saw, let me ask you, do you have more proof than the dungeon's word?"
"I saw it myself. It's complicated how." Lurbach pursed his lips.
"So it's still just words, what you and she saw?"
Vaisala opened her mouth to respond, then caught herself. "It is an extraordinary claim," Vaisala said, realization hitting.
"An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary proof,"
Lurbach responded. He studied her face for a moment, then nodded. then glanced back into the corridor once more before returning to his desk.
Vice, you've been away for a while. There's a lot going on. A great deal is precarious right now. A bombastic piece of news about our greatest adversary dropped on her desk without proof. Right now, it could tear the tower apart. But with proof, it could unify us in ways we haven't been since the first fissure opened.
Vaisala nodded slowly. Crawling balls of the Vermin King. How much am I missing? Some of the tension left Lurbach's shoulder.
You mentioned divine genitalia. Good. You're thinking again. To answer your question, a great deal, Lurbach said. And it's best you don't get involved. Right now, most people remember you as a promising novice who went to serve a year as an edgeguard at Tin and returned alive, unlike almost everyone else who took that role.
It was a near thing, Vaisala said. It would have been better if the Coven had sent any of the backup I requested to train some new defenders up, or accepted any of my requests to train up some new defenders in Sestmere.
It would have been, Lurbach nodded. But we weren't able to. And as terrible as that was, it's an asset to you now. No one thinks you're involved in any of what's going on, because you're not. And if compelled, you can truthfully say you're not. You're untainted by the things that are happening here. So right now, you're one of the few people everyone would trust. Rahana's greatest detractors will be suspicious, but if she's rightfully furious at you for rejecting a direct order...
Vaisala rubbed her forehead. Then it's easier to convince people I am clear of this, because this is shit on a grave, Lurb. This is why I left the tower in the first place. You know that, right? I was sick to death of this bullshit.
Exactly, Lurbach said. And you are not being entangled in it. Just do what you were going to do. Respond to what the dungeon saw as you wanted to. And when you have proof, then bring it here, and we'll handle this bullshit.
Fine, Vaisala said. Lurbach relaxed fully.
I do hope you find the proof, Vaisala. We need to show that these dirt-worlders are playing both sides.
Of course, Vaisala said, shaking her head. Her annoyance at the stupid games of the tower was so great, it took her a moment to register Lurbach's words. Lurb? She asked, getting his attention back. What the fuck is a dirt-worlder? Chapter 23. It was a long walk to the tower and back, apparently. Long enough for 2 full groups to run the dungeon while Zaria waited. The groups today were much more cautious than the previous day. One of them cleared the dungeon pretty smoothly. The other had a near wipe when Rav popped up and caught them off guard in the second room. No one died, only because of the healer's quick work, but their tank nearly lost a foot to Rav's jaw, and they retreated. Both of them were inside Zaria long enough to push her over the edge. Congratulations! Advancement to Kappa 1 available. Select Capstone to advance. The words flashed in her vision. Zaria had hoped that Vaisala would be back before this happened, but the witch had said before she left that Zaria needed to advance the moment she could. Zaria had agreed. They needed to be ready to move without whatever force the Coven sent to back them up. So, now that the option was there, Zaria took a quick moment to prepare. She slammed the doors to her dungeon shut and quickly scrawled on the door, "Advancement in progress. Runs will be closed for the day." The next group griped and moaned about it, but they had seen the last group to leave with their tank limping terribly even after being healed, so they didn't fuss too much. Zaria dissolved the crystal ball around her core, carefully dropping herself into the Babamorph's hands, and placed her core on the table. Apparently, advancement would come with some increase in size, and she didn't want to find out the hard way the crystal ball's pressure could crush her. Then she focused on the words, "bigger on the inside." Warning, this action will cost 25% of your core stability. Do you wish to proceed? Y/N. Zaria double-checked. She was sitting at a comfortable 73%, with what she'd spent respawning mobs and various dungeon maintenance. Glad she could take the hit to her stability. It would have been annoying as hell to be this close to advancement and then find out she couldn't advance yet. Zaria selected yes. Her core stability plummeted down to 48%, the lowest it had been so far. The sensation was horrific. something like being cracked in half and then reformed, and her entire dungeon trembled around her, rattling walls and shaking her to her core. Then a moment later, the sensation passed, and Zaria sat on the table. Her babamorph looked down at her, and through those eyes, Zaria could see her core had nearly doubled in size. More notifications flashed in front of her eyes, but Zaria could only note them. Bigger on the inside was taking effect. The sensation was borderline impossible to describe. Language hadn't needed terms for it before. The best she could manage was the sensation of breathing out, compressing her chest, while at the same time something inside pushed her organs outwards, yet didn't cause any tightness against the skin. It wasn't painful exactly, just strange. Zaria left the babamorph and moved her vision into the dungeon as a whole. It was more important that she saw the changes. The hallway at the top of the stairs elongated outwards, nearly doubling almost instantly. Yet the 3 doors attached to that hallway didn't move at all, just added length. Those rooms underwent a more radical transformation. They grew in all 4 directions, in a way that should have caused them to overlap with each other, but instead created more space between them. Zaria had to pull her senses back from the walls, because if she pressed against them too hard, there was a disorienting feeling of being in 2 rooms at once. Twice, then 4 times, then 8. Like standing between 2 mirrors, and then looking at the endless echoes simultaneously. As long as she didn't press her vision against the walls, however, she could retain her omnipresent awareness of the dungeon, which was good, because the first floor was shifting as well. The expansion was most noteworthy in the kitchen. Here, as the room expanded in all directions, new cabinets split off from the existing ones along the wall. She'd had 4, and by the time the process was done, she now had 8. The table in the middle of the room looked almost pathetically small by comparison. The changes to the living room and closet were less dramatic. Both rooms were just larger in all directions. But the stairs were something else. As before, they traveled upwards, stopping at the 2nd floor, but then curved back up to a trap door. It should have led to the attic, but there was no corresponding spot for it. Instead, there was just a hollow space, a void. The potential for expansion, but with no actual rooms built. Just an emptiness that begged to be filled. A 3rd floor, all ready to go. Zaria shivered in excitement, and the rooms jostled about. Instinctively, she knew that if someone were to break the wall between rooms, an arduous task to be sure, it would make a portal to the next room. As complex and strange as these empty and overlapping spaces felt from her overview perspective, to any mortal wandering her halls, it would look exactly like what it said, that she was just bigger on the inside. For now. But that empty, formless space that was begging for a 3rd floor, there was a potential there. She could do something with that. Already, she decided to only mostly use it, but she'd keep a small space of that emptiness to experiment with. There was a sense of being able to do something with it, use it. She just didn't know how yet. Satisfied with how she'd changed, Zaria finally looked at the notifications and pulled up her stats. Name, Zaria. Theme, mimics. Maximum mimic size, medium. Minimum mimic size, small. Tier, copper. Rank, 1. Mana, 200 of 200. 50 devoted to cauldron. Regeneration, 20 per hour. 1 per minute to cauldron. Regen bonus for upkeep, 0 of 0. Command, 40 of 40. Region map, view. Rooms, mobs, upgrade, core stability logs. Core stability 43%. Unlocks. Feature unlocked. Safe spawning. For advancing to copper, you may spawn 2 new base mimic types and 1 boss mimic type without spending any of your core stability. Feature unlocked. These legs were made for running. Your base land speed is increased by 20%. Feature unlocked. Broader talons. Your talon damage is increased 50%, and your feet have become wider, allowing you to support a more expansive dungeon. Bigger on the inside. You have selected bigger on the inside. Influence held inside your dungeon was converted into extra space automatically, increasing your interior space by 97%. You may now expand internal area of influence. Current limitation. Interior space cannot exceed exterior by more than 200%. Select upgrades or advance to increase this threshold. Zaria mentally whistled. She already had one new room to build. The space at the end of her hallway would get a room that was just for a few extra ovens to find her command limits. She got to work on it immediately, excited for the possibilities, and eager to test out her new powers. She got to work, almost immediately losing track of the time. "Zaria!" Vaisala shouted from the porch. Zaria had just finished the third oven, increasing her total command to a nice round 100. "Glad to see you advanced. Let me in?" Instead of opening the door, Zaria extended a ladder down from the attic for Vaisala. She didn't want the witch to wander through a place with potential paths to empty, formless voids. Once Vaisala was present, Zaria slid into the babamorph. "I notice a distinct lack of backup." "We're not getting any. They didn't know about the demons, and don't want to know. Apparently, there's also something called a fucking dirt worlder. All I know about them are they are humans, and they are definitely not demonic. They have strange devices, and that's how we'll know them." Vaisala grimaced. "Also, they have weapons called gums or guns or something that fire metal slugs faster than crossbow bolts. So that's something fun to look forward to." The witch ran her fingers through her hair. "I saw you advanced. That's good. I can try to catch you up on the details. There's weird politics happening in the tower. Did you want to let a couple more groups through?" Zaria shook her head. "I'm tired of waiting. There are mysteries. You have a spork, and I have a bunch of angry boxes. We can solve mysteries by smashing through things and pick up the pieces. Let's go. I can finish my preparations on the way, and we can catch each other up on everything that changed." Vaisala looked relieved and nodded. "I'm ready to be done with the bullshit. Straightforward fight. Let's go." Zaria stood up and shot a quick telepathic message to Sestmir. He wished her luck, and she turned back to Vaisala. "Oh, and also," she said, "want to help me figure out what to make my new mimics?" Vaisala grinned. "I'd love to." Chapter 24. Vaisala stretched back in her chair, cracking her back. "Can I get a window up here? We should save your daily babamorph movement, and I'd love to get a lookout as we travel." Zaria answered by just making the window, putting a nice circular one at the front of the attic. Although she was in her babamorph, she could monitor the outside world, and thus her path, by keeping one eye on the map. It would be nice to sit on the porch with Vaisala for a better view, but she was right about saving the daily movement. If something happened, Zaria wanted her body on the roof, able to cast spells in all directions without needing to turn her entire home. Even from the map view, this really was a beautiful part of the world. The increased movement speed from reaching copper was a wonderful thing to have. By the time Vaisala had finished recounting her conversation with Lurbach, they'd already cleared the area around the tower. Now they were in a forest, but a forest unlike any Zaria had seen before. The trees here were massive and ancient, weaving a thick canopy overhead. The space between the trees and the height of the branches were so great, Zaria could walk between their trunks with ample clearance. You could hide a small city here and no one would notice. It almost felt like Zaria was the size of a person, walking through a forest of normal-sized trees. From Vaisala's perspective through the window, there would be no animals visible. Looking at things from the map view, Zaria knew why. Her footsteps were startling the beasts of the woods to panic and run in all directions. Even some of the animals that clearly possessed beast cores fled from Zaria's passing. There was a bear with the tail of a scorpion, and the forelimb of a mole tearing up the ground to form cover, and further along was a six-legged cat with squid tentacles frantically climbing a tree. Zaria knew that didn't mean she could assume everything would react the same way. If she strode into the range of a large, cored beast with a territorial streak, or if either of the two she had witnessed had been protecting their young, they could easily turn aggressive. "How much do you know about beast cores?" Zaria asked Vaisala. "Not as much as I'd like," the witch said. "Our studies switched mostly to demons and corrupted animals. Did you know corrupted animals don't have a tier that we can see? So there's no way to know how dangerous it could be. Any given creature could be just as strong as a tin beast, or it could have a power to rival demons. It's a gamble every time. Noted, Zaria said. So steer clear of them. I wouldn't say that, Vaisala said. You have options. Send in a mimic to gauge their strength, then decide. She furrowed her forehead and ran her hands through her hair. That's not what you asked, though. It was about beasts. They do use the normal tier structure, although look out for elites. They have the power of a boss mob. That's what the dungeon instructions said, too. But I was wondering, do they know tiers? Vaisala cocked her head. How do you mean? I mean, will a platinum rabbit with a beast core know it can kill me? Or will it react like a rabbit and flee? Because that's not clear from this. Ah, Vaisala's eyes lit up. And the answer is fairly simple. Is it still shaped like an animal, or is it shaped more like a sapient? The latter are smart enough they can read and understand. I think Sestmir mentioned that dungeons can understand their speech, even though I've never heard of a sapient who can do the same. And no one I know of has spoken to one. They can't receive telepathy. But since you're a dungeon with a voice, maybe you could fix that. But if it looks like an animal, it's no smarter than any other of its kind, and will respond as a wild animal would to a giant house stomping through its territory. That is good to know, Zaria said. She felt at ease with that. It would be a very large beast to think it could tackle a house. And even if it was, why would it bother? She was mostly wood, so not exactly great eating. All you really would need to worry about would be a cored termite mound, Vaisala said, as if reading Zaria's mind. Zaria amended her internal statement. How's that work? Queen has a core? Vaisala grimaced. That's where my knowledge hits its limit. I know how to fight beasts, but honestly, it rarely comes up these days. Between demons and humans, most beasts have been driven even further into spaces like this, and rarely venture toward settlements. I'll keep an eye out, then. The mention of demons again drew Zaria's mind to the task at hand. So, I'm thinking ahead, Zaria said. Vaisala smirked, taking her eyes off the window to give Zaria a raised eyebrow. Probably for the best. More useful than thinking after things have gotten 18 kinds of fuckered. That was my thought, too. Zaria chuckled at the witch's phrasing. I have 3 free mob types, 1 boss and 2 regular. Afterwards, I spend core stability to make new ones. Which is dangerous, Vaisala said. If I understand correctly, at least. You'll be stable once we bond and it won't be a concern anymore, but until then, you could go too low. Zaria nodded. And I also will need to spend core stability to make the mobs we'll be using in the fight, so I really shouldn't spend any stability on generating brand new ones. Vaisala leaned forward. I know you were making new ovens. How many have you managed to create? I'm up to 11 total, but the 11th didn't give me any new command, so I guess my cap is 200 for now. I've got 1 in every room except Maw's, and the remainder in the room at the end of the first floor hall. Vaisala shuddered. I'm glad you control the temperature in here. I would not want to think about how badly I'd be cooked in here with that many ovens going. Fair. Zaria turned slightly. Her map informed her there was a cored beehive ahead. While Vaisala had mentioned the threat of a cored termite mound, Zaria knew carpenter bees were a thing and wanted to give the hive a wide berth on the off chance that's what these were. I don't know what limitations there will be on my generation of new mobs once I have maximum stability. I'm sure there will be some, but at least they shouldn't risk death. That would be ideal, Vaisala said. I can help augment the mobs you have. Hitting copper means I now have 30 available runes. But I'm still used to fighting with 8 on me and 4 in reserve, so I figure for this fight, I'll just amplify 18 mobs. Didn't pick most of my new runes yet. I wanted to see what your plan was to decide. The only one I picked up was the command rune, Gore. It lets me activate a rune with a command word. Makes sense, Zaria said. How about your permanent? Did you already pick that? Vaisala nodded. I made the impact rune on my spork permanent. I can change twice this tier, at copper 3 and again at copper 6. But that's the rune I get the most use out of. Now it has 8 uses a day before it needs to recharge, and it recharges 1 use every 30 minutes. So, what were you thinking for the free mobs? I was thinking of the upcoming fight, Zaria said, and what we'd need to win that. I took Mimic Weaponry upgrade as one of my tin upgrades, and I think that would probably be the best pick for the fight. I can arm Candlemen with the weapons, and I can create armor for them. Vaisala chewed her lip for a moment. Nothing else mobile? Putting copper weapons on a tin mob might not be optimal. That's what I wanted to run by you, because they aren't really copper weapons. They can manifest and arm themselves, but their mobility is likely limited without the Candlemen. So it's more like a copper mob on a tin mount. Vaisala drummed her fingers on the table. That does sound better, she said. The Candlemen can get them into melee, and if they're slower there, it won't matter because they'll be in the thick of things. So, that's viable? It's absolutely viable, Vaisala said. As long as you're planning for the Candlemen to die. Even with armor, they'll be vulnerable. Are you able to make magic armor? Now that I'm copper, yes. It's supposed to be loot, but there's no reason I can't use it. That'll help even the score. How powerful? Blue and green, Zaria said. Although it doesn't say what that means, and the dungeon instructions left that out. This I do know. Blue is for magic, green is for uncommon. Magic items give a unique property on attack, a single one. The flaming sword is the classic example. Green items do whatever the weapon or armor did before, but better. Uncommon armor absorbs blows better and restricts movement less. Uncommon weapons hit harder or cut deeper. From there it goes up to yellow for rare, which is both at once. So a rare flaming sword would both have the burning property and cut deeper when it hits, as well as the flame burning hotter. Purple is ultra-rare, which can have custom magic properties beyond what a rare could accomplish. An ultra-rare flaming sword could potentially also shoot flames when swung. Then there's epic, which is red. An epic weapon would go even further, giving a broad custom property. So an epic flaming sword might give you limited control over flame, or near immunity to fire-based attacks. Next is legendary, which is gold. They take epic abilities to the next level. Our example flaming sword, at legendary, could cleave through buildings with a wave of fire and suck the flame out of a forest that's burning to hurl at your foes. Last, you have artifacts, which are black. An artifact tier flaming sword would be insanely hard to come by, and it gives vast power. On top of the existing legendary powers, an artifact flaming sword could basically give you the power of a platinum pyromancer on top of your existing class. Zaria whistled at the thought. Have you ever seen an artifact? Vaisala snorted. Just one. The guild mistress has an artifact-level broom, the Night Sweeper. Not only can she fly on it, real flight, but she can cast spells with it like a Hero Core Archmage on top of her witch runes. She also can use it to control plants in a huge area around her. It basically gives her 2 classes. Zaria's shock must have been apparent because Vaisala grinned. There's a reason she personally went to deal with the demons. I can tell, Zaria said. But since your runes treat mimics like objects, I wonder if I can also upgrade them like weapons and armor. Vaisala froze at the thought. Oh, that would be interesting. And it would help explain why they are being treated like objects for my runes, because the system considers them like objects already. Want to find out? I do, but first, the new mobs. And I know what I'm definitely going with. Since we're getting into battle soon, it would help to have some ranged support. So, want to see what a crossbow mimic looks like? Vaisala nodded eagerly, and Zaria had one of the Candlemen collect the crossbow she'd recovered from the downed townsperson and bring it to her. Creating a new mob was easy. The crossbow shuddered and twitched, then started to change. The stirrup at the front of the crossbow split in half, becoming a pair of mandibles that framed a hungry mouth. The bow itself warped, 2 bulges appearing near the center that widened into bloodshot eyes, and the stock itself flattened out, changing to something more like a slug's foot. It reared up on its stalk and looked around. It spotted Vaisala, but before it could react to the human, Zaria commanded it to treat the witch as part of the dungeon. Once she was certain it wouldn't attack Vaisala, she commanded it to shoot one of the walls, just to test how it worked. It didn't need to load itself normally. Instead, the string stretched back, and the mimic's back split in half. A crossbow bolt rose from the opening, which sealed the moment it was clear. A moment later, there was a twang, and the bolt struck Zaria's wall. New mimic unlocked. Crossbow mimic. Crossbow mimics are capable of firing at a rate consistent with a human using a similar weapon. They do not run out of ammunition. Cost 5 command. Vaisala grinned in excitement, but Zaria stared at the mimic. Something was wrong. In spite of being her newest mimic type, it was still only a tin mob. It should be copper. It even had the cost of a tin mob. Had she chosen a weak object? Was it too small? Then, slowly, realization dawned. Of course. I'm certain I can upgrade the mimics, Zaria said, brimming with confidence. Because that's only a tin mimic. But how much do you want to bet? If I make it magic or uncommon, it'll become copper. Vaisala's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let's find out. Chapter 25. The dungeon instructions were, thankfully, of more help for item creation than they were for many other topics. Unfortunately, they hadn't been written with mimics in mind. Loot tables are set when mobs are created for the copper floor and up. You can manually set the tin item tables, but it's best to just allow auto-generation to take care of coins, as most adventurers will have mundane gear better than you can create, or will be able to purchase it easily. Your own generation catches up with mortal crafters, starting at copper. Note that if your dungeon spawns with a fissure nearer to you than a sapient settlement, your coinage will be unusually large. This is deliberate to entice adventurers to risk coming to you. Vaisala raised an eyebrow and gave Zaria a sideways look. The dungeon was displaying the words in the reformed crystal ball for Vaisala to read. So that's why your coins are so large. Apparently, Zaria said. I'm glad I couldn't figure out how to change it then. With me being mobile, the extra large coins will probably be another incentive. Although I do wish the mimics wouldn't drop them for the reclaimers. Vaisala shrugged. Just make sure that none leave alive with your coins your mobs drop. Either they leave behind their winnings, or they don't leave. Zaria gave her a fierce smile. I like the way you think. She turned back to the dungeon instructions. Upon reaching copper, you will be able to set loot tables on a per floor also meaning per room or wing or per sector or any other designation, and per boss basis. Individual mobs can be given custom loot tables, but it is not recommended. Just allow the entire floor to share a loot table. While doing so, it is recommended that you include some consumable magic items. Potions of healing and potions of mana will drop freely, while other copper tier consumables will drop once you've absorbed, duplicated, and assigned. It is recommended that you set them on a low percent. Zaria scrolled through faster. All of this was information on how to make loot drops, not how to make the loot. It was a couple more paragraphs covering recommended drop rates and other information that Zaria needed after she was working on her copper floor. Right now, she wasn't interested in that. She was looking to go to war. There it is, Vaisala said, pointing. A footnote directed them to a new section of the text, and Zaria focused on that. Item creation is accomplished through runes. Unlike mortal crafters and casters, you do not need to learn the runes any more than you need to learn anatomy to make your mobs. You just need to express your intent upon the item when it is created, or assigned to a loot table. If you've just hit copper, it is recommended that you only create a couple uncommon items, as magic items can create balance problems if adventurers get a combination that runs contrary to your dungeon design. Item creation is not limited to mob elemental hot types unless you are making items for your mobs to wield. The following weapon properties are available for all dungeons, unless an upgrade or ability explicitly removes it from your list. Note, due to the recent influx of demons, the available properties have been expanded. All of these may be upgraded for later tiers. All items, copper properties. Repairing. The item will, after 8 hours of not being used, restore itself to its ideal shape. This cannot repair an item that has been completely sundered, but will repair dents, small punctures or cracks, and restore sharpness. Locating. Once someone has used a locating item, they will be able to sense its location so long as it is within 1 mile of the user. Calling. An item with the calling property can be summoned to the user, fully equipped, so long as it is within 1 mile of the caster. Mystic. A mystic weapon may be granted any minor property the crafter can think of that does not directly increase its combat potency, but provides some other benefit. Some examples include armor that blends in better with particular terrain types, weapons that make the user more intimidating when held, and shields that focus reflected light to a particular point. General weapons, copper properties. Bleeding. A bleeding weapon, upon hit, causes a light debuff that drains stamina. Accursed. An accursed weapon will slightly dull the target's reaction time upon hit. Irritating. An irritating weapon will cause additional pain, increasing aggro on mobs and causing the normal effects of pain on mortals. Charging. A charging weapon may be charged with the user's mana, increasing its damage when the charge is spent. Casting. Choose a 10-tier spell that you have witnessed cast within your dungeon. Upon hit, there's a 5% chance for the weapon to also automatically cast the spell, targeting whatever was hit. Melee weapons, copper properties. Parrying. A parrying weapon will reduce impacts when used to parry. Impacting. An impacting weapon will, upon hit, propel the target backwards, as if shoved. Sundering. A sundering weapon, upon hit, reduces the target's defenses by 5% for 3 seconds. Throwing. A melee weapon with a throwing property will balance itself mid-air, allowing it to be thrown with far greater accuracy than its construction would allow for. Rare and above weapons with the throwing property may also be given ranged weapon properties. Ranged weapons, copper properties. Seeking. A seeking weapon will, mid-flight, change its path by 1 degree for every 10 feet traveled to a maximum of 10 degrees over 100 feet to ensure it hits its target. Bouncing. A bouncing ranged weapon will, upon striking a non-living object, ricochet once without losing any momentum. Hunting. A hunting ranged weapon will, upon hit, mark its target with a glyph that floats over the target's head for 5 seconds. This glyph persists and is visible through stealth. Bashing. A ranged weapon with the bashing property can be used in melee without any risk that it'll be less effective as a ranged weapon. It will retain the normal vulnerabilities of its construction material, but it will only lose ranged effectiveness if it is broken. Rare and above weapons with the bashing property may also be given melee weapon properties. There was a longer list that included armor and shield properties, but Zaria didn't delve into those right now. She was focused on the weapon properties. There are so many options, she said, practically giddy, then turned to Vaisala. You know more about item strength than me, Zaria said. Are any of these properties a bigger increase to damage than just making the item uncommon? Because a lot of them feel very powerful. That's because they are. Vaisala drummed her fingers on the table. The rule of thumb is to assume an uncommon weapon will hit 15% harder than its mundane counterpart. Those are probably in line with that. Zaria frowned. I'm confused by a few, though. Hunting doesn't seem to match that, for example. Stealth is almost unbreakable at copper, Vaisala said. It's not until silver that options to break it become more common, which means that things that break stealth are treated as disproportionately strong at lower tiers. That being said, I agree. It would be better on a rare once you unlock the ability to make those. Or when you get hunting too, where the mark also increases damage done against the target. But on its own, it's underwhelming. Zaria nodded. Then I can discount that one for now. Once my core is stable, I can afford to play around with the more niche abilities. But until then, I'm going to focus on the ones that are clearly useful. Bouncing is off the table for now. Bashing could be incredibly powerful on a mimic, but I'll need to test how strong they are in melee already first. It might not be needed for them. Not looking at the melee abilities, Vaisala said. Not yet. I do want to make a sword mimic before we go into the fight, but I'm going to start with just the crossbow mimics for right now. Worst case scenario, I stick a bunch of them to my roof and become a living turret of doom. Zaria let out a quiet sigh at the thought. I mean, I'm doing that anyway, but it's a question of the ratio. Vaisala nodded and grinned. I do like that. Thought you might. Zaria looked at the general weapon abilities. Casting seems like it would be much more useful if I had more traditional casters in my dungeon, so I'll leave that alone for now, too. I haven't seen any spells worth duplicating only 1 out of every 20 hits. My mimics also don't have a mana pool, so charging is out until I figure out how to give them one. That leaves me with seeking, bleeding, accursed, and irritating. I'll make one of each and test them on the Candleman. Vaisala leaned forward. Which are you going to start with? I'm going to run a test first. One Candleman walked out of the second-floor room. It carried a shield in front of it and dropped down to one knee, hiding its full mass behind the shield. At the same time, the crossbow mimic began to slide along the floor, out of the door and into the hallway. It went to the opposite end of the hall from the Candleman and set itself up, extending the arm it had been granted by the weaponry mimic upgrade so it could hold itself up and take aim. Fire, Zaria commanded it, speaking both telepathically to the mimic and out loud for Vaisala's benefit. 10 rounds, fast as you can. The crossbow mimic's bowstring snapped. Then it reloaded and repeated. It was faster than a mortal with a crossbow would be, shooting at speeds more in line with a mortal armed with a short bow. Of the 10 shots, 3 hit, clanging off the shield. The other shots came close, but didn't quite hit, instead embedding themselves in the wall behind the Candleman. Fire again, Zaria commanded it. 10 rounds, but fire as fast as you can without hurting your accuracy. That dropped the mimic's firing speed considerably, closer to the normal time it would take a human to load a crossbow. Its accuracy, conversely, increased dramatically. 9 out of 10 shots hit the shield, and 2 broke through, cutting through the Candleman's wax. Next test, Zaria said. She replaced the Candleman's shield. Advance, she told the Candleman. Walk, don't run, and keep your shield up. Then to the crossbow mimic, she gave a simple and deliberately broad command. Stop it from touching you. Ideally, slay it, but that is a secondary objective. The crossbow mimic opted for the slower, more methodical firing pace it had before. It seemed it would only go for the fast shots if she commanded it to do so. The first 3 bolts clattered off the shield. The crossbow mimic snarled, its tongue hanging out, and paused between shots to open its eyes and stare for a second. There was something like intelligence behind that baleful glare, as if the mimic was trying to puzzle out exactly why its shots weren't working. Then it fired for the Candleman's knees. The smaller targets were harder for it to hit, dropping its accuracy some, but not so much it couldn't hit the Candleman. Against a human, it would have been perfect, dropping the target on the spot. Against a mimic made of wax, with no real muscles, the blows still hurt, but did nothing to impede its target. The crossbow mimic opened its eyes again, that intelligence working. It slid forward, then paused, cocking to the side like a confused animal. It looked at the door to the oven room, then slid over there. The mimic didn't have any arms, but its tongue lashed out, wrapping around the doorknob and starting to clumsily try to turn the implement. Zaria locked the door. It was smarter than she'd given it credit for. She wanted to see how far that would go. The crossbow mimic snarled, then retracted its arm and slid up to the wall. Its slug-like motion wasn't just for show then. It could adhere itself to the wall, and when it reached the top, it was now on the ceiling, out of the Candleman's reach. Then it started to move towards the Candleman. It crossed the distance between them fairly quickly. At Zaria's command, the Candleman tried to grab the crossbow mimic, but it was too high up. The mimic was now heading for the stairs, clearly trying to flee the hut entirely. Enough, Zaria said to the Candleman. She'd proven her point. The mimic dropped its arms. The moment it did, with viper-like speed, the crossbow mimic extended its arm, dropping its mandibles down in front of the Candleman, and let 3 rounds fire. It was shooting as quickly as it had for that first volley, but now only a few inches from its target. Enough, Zaria said to the crossbow mimic. Well done. It purred. It actually purred like a happy cat. If that thing decided to stay on a ceiling and drop down behind someone, Vaisala said, trailing off for a moment before collecting her thoughts. Well, the group better hope it's the tank it targets. Yeah, Zaria said. Okay, so the crossbow mimic is as smart as Rav. It can fire fast, but at a cost of accuracy. Also, just good to know that I need to be careful how I phrase my orders. I'm willing to bet if I had told it to stop the Candleman without adding, "from touching you," it would have shot for the knees longer. That also might have prevented it from trying to engage in melee, Vaisala said. Good point. She turned her attention back to the mimic. Kill the Candleman, but don't shoot. The crossbow mimic, only a couple inches from the Candleman, reared back and then lashed forward, striking the Candleman and tearing chunks of wax with its jaws. It had very little impact. Clearly, ranged weapons turned mimics were not good melee fighters. Zaria commanded it to strike, then reabsorbed both the mimics. So, she said, let's run the tests for each property. She used the mob heart from the same crossbow mimic as before to create a seeking crossbow mimic. It looked almost exactly the same as before, save it had runes along its side in glowing blue, and a second set of eyes. When it fired slowly, every bolt struck into the shield. It was when it fired at rapid speeds that the difference became noticeable, however. All but one of the arrows swerved to hit the shield. However, a downside became apparent to Seeking. When it aimed for the Candleman's knees, the bolts would curve towards the center of mass, striking the shield more than they would have otherwise. Zaria's excitement was somewhat dampened by the notification, however. New mob variant discovered. Seeking crossbow mimic. 10 command. So it doubled the mob's cost, but more importantly, it had probably cost her core stability. She went and checked. Sure enough, it had, although less than she'd feared. Discovering the crossbow mimic had cost her 7% of her stability. Thankfully, that was covered by her free reward for reaching copper. The variant had cost her, however. It was only 3%, so not as bad as it could have been. But it wasn't free. Still, she didn't want to go too far with this. Bleeding, accursed, and irritating, from what Zaria could see, all had the same general effect. No change when firing against the shield, but each proved better at stopping the Candleman from reaching the crossbow mimic. It noticeably slowed from bleeding and accursed, although the latter was because it started to stumble after 3 hits from the cumulative effect of the cursed, and the former was because it just couldn't maintain forward momentum after 5 hits from the bleeding effect. Irritating bolts got the Candleman to eventually throw aside its shield and charge wildly, allowing the crossbow to take deadly aim. Each mimic type, however, counted as a separate new mob. Zaria was getting notifications for each one, informing her of the new discovery and the cost increase. As such, each experiment was also draining her core stability. Starting to get worried about pushing herself too hard, Zaria ran one final test and went for the uncommon crossbow. This proved to be incredibly effective. A single shot punched straight through the shield, the bolt passing through to hit the Candleman behind. Zaria whooped at that. The entire battery of tests had cost her. She was down 15% core stability from all 5 variants, and hadn't yet tried a sword mimic, or the new boss, which would be even more expensive in terms of stability. I think I can work with this, Zaria said, even with the cost. If I make uncommon Candleman, crates, and the sword mimic and boss, that should give me just enough to summon mobs for the fight. I think. I was nervous going in at 43%, but now, between summoning mobs and running those tests, which I think were needed, don't misunderstand me, plus normal wear and tear from existing, and, of course, the new ovens, it's starting to get bad. Not dangerous, but we're going to need to delay. There's a fissure opening in 3 days north of here. It'll be safer to go there first, and she eyed Vaisala up and down. Why are you grinning? I was going to wait to surprise you. I didn't think you were getting this low. You need to keep me updated on your stability. Remember how I said the Coven could offer no aid because of bullshit politics? Well, it would be more accurate to say they could offer you no provable aid. Vaisala reached into her pouch. Rahana, however, knows how important this is. And we don't feed minor Fisher cores to Sestmir anymore. They don't offer him enough benefit. So, as long as the aid can't be tracked back to the Coven, she can at least do that. Vaisala pulled the Fisher core out and put it on the table. Absorption doesn't leave any evidence, right? Zaria cackled and rubbed her hands together. No, it does not. Guess we're back in business. Last time put me back to full. So, go ahead and absorb it, Vaisala said. Not yet, Zaria said. Running tests costs stability, right? Well, why not do the swords and the boss first? Run the last few tests, then absorb after I'm down to 10%. Zaria refused to drop lower than that. It felt far too risky. Vaisala nodded and left the core on the table. Speaking of which, what were you thinking about for the boss? It needs to be something you already had in your dungeon, right? It does. And you know what I realized? Zaria's excitement was palpable. 9 of the ovens in here I created, but one of them was the oven I already had from before. And personally, I think an oven would make an excellent boss. Vaisala nodded eagerly. Oh, I agree fully. Shall we? Chapter 26. Zaria watched as the uncommon sword mimic made short work of the approaching Candleman. The swords were things of beauty, looking exactly like a blade when inert, but when they activated, the sword would split down the middle to become a pair of scissor-like jaws. Zaria had been worried that would decrease their effectiveness, but their preferred method of attack was striking at a foe, then splitting in half once they'd punched through the skin, snapping back shut on the wax that spilled into their open maws. It would be gruesome on a human. Uncommon was definitely the best choice for them. The swords were a bit too clumsy to parry effectively, and the impacting property would just kick their target out of range. That would be great in places where Zaria knew the terrain and could take full advantage of that, or in her dungeon where she was the terrain. But with what she had planned for the Reclaimers, the higher damage output for the blades just couldn't be beat by any of the other properties. Now it was time to convert the oven into a boss. Zaria first spun up a new oven to replace the one she was about to turn into a mob, and just kept it unlit until she was ready. Then she poured mana into the one oven that had come with the home. It shuddered and shook, then gently pulled itself off the walls. The legs that had held it off the floor became legs in truth. The metal grill that had kept embers from flying out split in half, becoming rows of metal teeth as long as Vaisala's forearm. 2 small eyes popped out from the top, looking around hungrily, and the stovepipe curled and undulated, like a single tentacle on the top. It roared, and flames spilled forth from its mouth. New mob discovered. Oven mimic. 10 command points. It needs a name, Zaria said. I'm thinking Broil the Devouring Flame. As soon as Zaria had named it, she could feel the command get taken from her pool. 20 total command, twice the cost of the base mob. The mimic grew larger, and the stovepipe tentacle split in half and shifted to the side of the boss. When it was stationary, the tentacles could slide back up to the center, but now they were in front of it, serving as perfect arms. Evocative name, Vaisala said, staring at the new boss. I sure as fuck wouldn't want to get surprised by that midway through a dungeon run, I'll tell you that. I was hoping you'd say that. I think it's going to be a nice compliment to Ma. Zaria rubbed her hands together. So, Vaisala leaned forward, resting her arms on the table. How do you want to distribute everything? I've been thinking about that, Zaria said, turning to Vaisala. I do think numbers are going to matter in the fight. Based on the size of the camp, there's at least 20, and at most 40 Reclaimers there, not counting whatever demons they have, or whatever forces they've hidden in the Legacy dungeon. Fortunately, a lot of those are going to get drowned by the flooding. Vaisala nodded. That tracks. I have 12 command wrapped up in Maw, and 20 for Broil. I also don't want to completely empty my dungeon. I'm going to keep 2 crates in reserve, along with my Babamorph, and send 2 out. Thankfully, the Babamorph is free and ranks up with me. This body is copper now. The crates are still another 20 command, though. Vaisala's forehead furrowed. Why are you keeping the crates back? Shouldn't we send everything? We're sending almost everything, but if something manages to breach the dungeon, I'll need time to prepare to meet it. Those 4 crates can buy me the time I need. Vaisala nodded slowly. So that leaves you with 148 free command left? And I take it you aren't just going to make 14 sword and crossbow mimics with that? Zaria shook her head. I need the mobility Candlemen offer to make sure those mimics get to their destination. So, if I split that up, I can get 9 troops, 5-point Candlemen, each armed with a 10-point weapon mimic. 5 crossbows, 4 swords. I'll have 13 command left over, and I know how I'm going to use that. How so? Vaisala asked. Zaria flashed her an amused chuckle. Save that for later. You have your surprises, I have mine. Vaisala raised an eyebrow, but didn't push back. Instead, she ran her hand through her hair, letting it cascade down her back. So you're not going to upgrade the Candlemen? I had thought about that. Based on what I'm reading in the dungeon instructions, I can put the Candlemen in armor without directly upgrading them. They won't be as good as copper mobs, but they'll hit a midpoint between tin and copper. Sounds like a good split. Vaisala wet her lips. But if this goes badly, we'll be handing the Reclaimers 9 sets of uncommon armor. Good news, Zaria said. I thought of that, and I've been working on a design. Behold. At her command, a Candleman clad in the new armor walked into the room. It was technically a suit of full plate, but not one that could ever be worn by a human. The waist area was pinched in, giving it only 5 inches diameter. There was also a gap in the center of the chest, right between where a humanoid's pectorals would normally be. Here, however, was the gaping mouth of the Candleman. Vaisala snorted a laugh. Fuck me up one hill and down another. They look like some kind of absurd drawing of armor. Right, Zaria said. And more importantly, uncommon armor will resize a bit to accommodate different body plans, but it has to actually be put on the subject to work. With the waist that small, I'd love to meet the person that can squeeze in. They have internal organs to worry about, not just wax and a steel rod. Perfect, Vaisala said. Giving them uncommon swords and shields, too? Zaria nodded. Going to make sure they're as powerful as possible. She turned to the mimic. Turn around. The Candleman did as she instructed, revealing the back of the armor. There was a groove in the center of the back, covered with small loops. For the sword and crossbow mimics to hold on to as easily as possible. It should be virtually impossible for anything to dislodge them without massively overpowering them. Vaisala rubbed her hands together. Looks like you thought of everything. Shame we won't be able to test it out before we face off the Reclaimers. Also, why not more melee than ranged? Because there will be 5 people in melee. At least, I'm assuming you intend to enter the fray yourself. Vaisala's eyes lit up. Oh, absolutely. And fair point. She hesitated. Is that what you have in mind for the last sword or crossbow? Instead of answering directly, Zaria conjured the armor she'd been working on. It was an uncommon chest piece, perfectly sized for Vaisala, with matching bracers and greaves. I figured with your class, you needed something lighter. Would this work? Vaisala ran her fingers along the armor. It's perfect. Thank you. She flipped the armor over, revealing the slot in the back that Zaria had built for a mimic. Going to give me a sword or crossbow? Up to you, Zaria said. But I'm going to suggest sword. It'll literally have your back throughout the fight. Vaisala nodded. I like the idea of that. Not a huge fan of being a mount. Normally, I do the riding. But in exchange for a sword covering me, I'll take it. Zaria chuckled at the innuendo. Now, she said, one more point. I have mixed news. We will be able to test this out before we fight the Reclaimers. Vaisala's forehead furrowed. How so? There's a flock of fiend-tainted animals in the rocks. They probably will attack. So, might as well clear them out. The nest was showing up on Zaria's map. It had just appeared a couple hours ago, so the corrupted animals had to be recent transplants to the area. Zaria had scryed to confirm what she suspected. "What are they?" Vaisala said, leaning forward. Well," Zaria sighed. "They're bale hens." Vaisala blinked slowly. "Bale hens," Zaria nodded. "Big ones." Vaisala sighed. "So we need to clear out a nest of mutant demonic chickens." "Yes, we do." Zaria checked the map again. They were almost there. "Just one more thing to do. Time to restore my stability." She turned her attention to the Fisher core and absorbed it. Words flashed through her vision. "Excess stability translated to experience. Congratulations. You have reached Copper 2. Please select your Fisher upgrades." Zaria was relieved there'd been enough bleed-over experience to get her another level. "That gives me 2 more crossbows for the roof," she said. "I get some more weapons of my own." Vaisala nodded. "What upgrade were you going to go with?" Zaria pulled up the list. Right now, it still showed the abilities she'd had as options before. Demon Slayer mobs. Your mobs gain a temporary fiendish ability from consuming demonic flesh and deal plus 50% damage to demons. Stacks with all other damage increases, including those that normally only apply to other creatures. Cost 1 Fisher core slot. Special. Meat cooked via hellish cuisine counts for providing the benefits of Demon Slayer mobs. Distortion steps. Your mobs gain a plus 50% speed boost when in the area of an active fissure. In addition, all mobs gain a short-range teleport, usable anywhere within your area of influence, or within the area of an active fissure. Cost 1 Fisher core slot. Special. Mobile core types gain 50% speed boost themselves when in the area of an active fissure. Fiendish Spellslingers. Your mobs gain plus 25% mana regeneration, which increases to 150% regeneration while within the area of an active fissure, and for 1 day after consuming a demon. Absorbing the mobs will transfer the benefits to you. Cost 1 Fisher core slot. Special. Meat, cooked via hellish cuisine, counts for providing the benefits of fiendish spellslingers. Diabolical mutations. Consuming demonic flesh gives your mobs a 200% increased mutation chance. Cost 1 Fisher slot. "I think the quality of the Fisher core is what determines the abilities I have," Zaria murmured. "I'm hoping I can get a higher quality one to test that, though. For now, I don't have any caster mobs, so I don't know if fiendish spellslingers will work. 150% of 0 is still 0, after all." Vaisala nodded. "So, Demon Slayer mobs seems like the obvious choice, then? You get the synergy from hellish cuisine, and unlike distortion steps, the benefit applies when you're fighting mortals outside of your dungeon and your area of influence." "Exactly what I was thinking." Zaria didn't hesitate to select the upgrade, then pulled up her regular upgrade menu. With the extra upgrade points she'd gained from normal advancement from Copper 1 to Copper 2, it was time to finally select an elemental heart. "Any objections to me going with Moon?" she asked. "Why not Death?" Vaisala asked. "Sounds like that would be powerful." Zaria shook her head. "The system tends to balance things, I'm learning. Death probably won't give me the power to instantly kill things. Honestly, Frost and Cloud are more dependable, but I feel like something's calling me to Moon." "Good point about the system." Vaisala ran her hands through her hair again. "Moon works for me. Besides, you already have a moon hag, right? So there's probably some synergy there." Zaria agreed. "I'm not making a moon-based mimic yet. I want to test the base forms against the bale hens, and we're almost there. Same with your runes. We can save that for the fight against the Reclaimers." Vaisala nodded in understanding, and was about to speak, when a noise from the door drew both their attention. Rav. The little crate mimic had climbed his way to the attic, and was now whining at the door like a lost puppy. "What's wrong with it?" Vaisala said. I think he wants a moon heart." Zaria shook her head. "I know he wants to go with you for the fight." "You got all that from a whine?" Vaisala asked, giving Zaria a sideways glance. Zaria nodded. This mimic's different. Already borderline sapient. But I can't send a crate with you. How would you even fight?" In response, Rav lashed out his tongue towards one of the sword mimics and blatted it across the flat of the blade with his tongue. "You want to be a sword?" Rav cooed. "You want to be Vaisala's sword," Zaria said. Rav yipped. "I suppose I could do that," Zaria said, after a moment to consider. "Just absorb your body and form a new sword around your heart. Would you be all right with that, Vaisala?" Vaisala looked at the mimic and nodded. "Honestly, I like the personality." "Perfect," Zaria said. Up ahead, the terrain started to get rocky. In the distance, a bale hen crowed, and Vaisala shuddered. "Demon chickens," she said. Why did it have to be fuck-damned demon chickens? Chapter 27. The bale hens strutted among the rocks, clucking at each other. At least, Zaria assumed they were clucking. She'd heard chickens at the village, and the sounds coming from the creatures were reminiscent of chicken clucks in the same way a rotten corpse was similar to a healthy adult. The sounds had become wet and garbled, a perfect match for the bale hen's forms. These must have fed well on demonic flesh and blood. About a dozen of them were nearly 6 feet tall, and their feathers were patchy and mismatched, missing in places to expose purple skin underneath. Their overall build was lean and closer to a bird of prey than that of the chickens they had once been, save for the bloated bellies. Something writhed and twisted within their stomachs, visible in bulges along their skin. Each also had lost their feathered behind, sprouting instead a long and thin tail, like a rat's, that ended in a demonic point. All of them had horns sprouting from around their eyes, a sign of their demonic corruption. The final and most dangerous aspect were the wings. The feathers had completely fallen away, and the skin had peeled back to the first joint in their bone. That left them with a pair of scythe-like forelimbs that were covered in keratinous barbs, the primary weapon that made bale hens so feared. They'd use those limbs to pin something to the ground, then viciously peck the creature to death. Interspersed with those dozen were another 2 or 3 dozen of lower-tier, tin bale hens that looked a bit closer to normal chickens, save the demonic tails. They even had wings still. All save one. The bale hens were on the edge of Zaria's expanded vision and hadn't noticed her yet, which allowed her and Vaisala to observe the threat unassailed. And one of the bale hens had drawn both of their attention. "Do you have any idea what happened there?" Vaisala asked. Zaria shook her head. "I was going to ask you. Do demons ever mimic golems like that?" "Not that we've seen." This particular bale hen was, according to its nameplate, a bale hen drone, and was a bronze tier mob. Mob, not monster. Bronze, unlike the copper and tin tiers of the rest of the flock. It looked like someone had constructed a suit of full plate armor to cover a bale hen, then animated it. In place of a head, it had a perfect cylinder that ended in a glass lens. The creature walked among the bale hens, mimicking their behavior perfectly. Too perfectly. A bale hen would cluck twice and bend down to peck at the dirt, and a moment later, the bale hen drone would do the same. Its clucks even perfectly mirrored the sound of the bale hen it was copying. "The bale hens aren't attacking it," Zaria said after a moment. "It has to be some kind of new bale hen." Vaisala snorted. "They're demonic corruptions, but they're still chickens. It's not hard to convince a chicken something isn't a threat. And can you move your vision closer to it? The joints specifically?" Zaria did so. "There," Vaisala said. "Look at what's underneath." It wasn't hard to tell what had the witch interested. Between the joints, there was no flesh showing, but it also wasn't the solid iron or stone one would expect for a construct, nor was it elemental energy that could mark it as a rather specialized elemental mob. There were cords of some kind of... not rope. They were all black and perfectly smooth. They were even slightly reflective, like they were made of some kind of flexible glass. "I don't know what to make of that," Zaria said. "Neither do I," Vaisala said, "except that it's not organic. So, If this thing isn't a normal construct, or an elemental, or a creature, it might be that whatever it is, the bale hens didn't know how to react to it. Since it looks kind of like a bale hen, it didn't trigger their predatory instincts, and it wasn't a threat, so they had to slot it into the only remaining category they had left: flockmate. That tracked for Zaria. No way to know if it's hostile, and it's bronze. I'm going to give Ma and Broil orders to focus all their attacks on it if it turns aggressive, but not to provoke it otherwise. Vaisala nodded. Whatever it is, best not to provoke it. Do you know how you want to play this? I'm going to move my body to the roof, and we're charging in directly. I'm hoping I can startle the smaller bale hens into fleeing. Then it's just us and my mobs against the big ones. If I can't scare the smaller ones, they're only 10. I can stomp them to death easily while you and the mobs whittle down the coppers, and then join you against them. Works for me. When do you want us to engage? I want you and the mobs on the patio. The moment we get over the flock, leap out and jump down among them. Can you do that without breaking a leg? Benefits to copper, Vaisala said. Can handle this height, no problem. Just go still when I jump, all right? Don't want to have to deal with the forward momentum and the fall. Understood. Once you hop off, I'll take a few more steps so you're clear of my feet. Stay stationary until then. Don't want to crush any of you. Vaisala stood up and held out her hand to Rav. Zaria hadn't been certain about using a moon heart right away, but the mimic had seemed so excited for the prospect, she couldn't resist. The moon heart and sword body had fit the former crate like a glove. His motions were quicker, and his overall demeanor was far happier. The influence of the moon heart had turned him from a straight blade into a curved one, more akin to a scimitar, and there was a waxing moon and waning moon in the sword's pommel. Unlike the other sword mimics, the blade was not Rav's mouth. Instead, it was his tongue, and he could twist and turn it at will. Instead, he had a longer crossguard and could split it open to reveal rows of teeth inside. Zaria gave one final round of orders to the mimics: when to leave, what to target, and to return once all enemies were defeated, or the mimics had only 5 minutes left before they would go feral. Finally ready, Zaria charged in. The bale hens all popped up to look at Zaria as she ran at them, her strides shaking the ground with every step. The smaller ones squawked and dashed in all directions, some small bit of self-preservation overriding the demonic influence that drove them to violence. The larger, however, started to hiss and cluck, getting ready to attack. An iris closed in over the bale hen drone's lens, giving it the appearance of a mechanical eye. Then, to Zaria's complete shock, it spoke. Outside of context problem, Black Swan Codex 0-0023B. Possible entity presence. Seeking clarification. Something extended from the top of its head, a long, thin metal rod that expanded outwards into a dish. The drone went completely still. Then, Zaria's next step took the crossbow mimics in range. They immediately popped up over their candleman's back and opened fire, a single volley flying in among the bale hens. At this distance, their accuracy wasn't the best, but 2 bolts fired did manage to land home, drawing indignant squawks from the flock and applying the debuffs the crossbows carried. The pain and shock spurred the demon-corrupted chickens into action. With a single crow from the largest of them, they charged in. With Zaria and the bale hens rushing towards each other, the crossbows were only to get off a couple more shots before the bale hens were in range to respond with their own ranged attacks. Each of them made a horking sound, and something came flying from their beaks, rising up toward Zaria's porch. The wet masses landed among the candlemen. Almost immediately, the mimics beset the monsters, slashing and biting. But not before Zaria got a look at the projectiles. Fellworms. Normal earthworms, warped by demonic corruption, to be larger and covered in barbs, now trying to wrap around mimic limbs. The venom they carried was brutal against flesh, and was mystic enough it could even harm beings made of wax and steel. The bale hens horked again, and Vaisala smacked one of the fellworms out of the air with her spork before it could even land. "Get ready," she shouted, crouching down. And now, Zaria was among the bale hens in truth. She stomped 2 quick times, trying to clear out the bale hens from beneath her. The demonic birds were fast and moved to escape Zaria's blows. However, she hadn't really been trying to kill them, just to clear out a space for her attack. As one, the Candleman, Maw, Vaisala, and Broyle leapt from the patio. They landed among the bale hens, which crowed and hissed in shock. Per Zaria's instructions, they waited until she took a couple more steps, then moved to attack. And attack they did, with brutal efficiency. The Sword Candleman formed a circle with Vaisala and the bosses around the ranged fighters, who immediately opened up with close-range crossbow fire. The bale hens rushed towards these threats, leaping for the mobs to try to pounce on them. One of the Candlemen also went down immediately, the bale hen sinking its winged talons into the mimic's shoulders. However, the sword mimic on its back reacted quickly, thrusting its blade into the ground to brace the Candleman from falling. The bale hen pecked at the Candleman's helm, aiming for the eye slots with uncanny accuracy. The Candleman responded by shooting its tongue out of the flap in its armor and wrapping the appendage around the bale hen's midsection, trying to pull the bird in closer for a bite. Its own sword was at an awkward angle for any kind of controlled strike, but it was still able to hack at the demonic chicken. Had the bale hen been a normal animal, those blows would have quickly killed it from blood loss. But when the Candleman split the creature's skin, the fellworms rose up to the injury, sinking their hooks into their host's flesh and anchoring themselves in place, providing an immediate seal to the wound. Another bale hen leapt over that one, stretching out its talons towards one of the archers. Vaisala was there, stepping in with her spork. The impact rune on her spork flared to life, and the bale hen was swatted back like it weighed no more than a normal chicken. It scrambled back to its feet once it landed, but its movements were awkward. Before it could charge back in, Rav snapped over Vaisala's head like a scorpion's tail and slashed the air. A crescent of pale blue energy leapt from the slash, flying through the air in an arc. It struck the bale hen in the chest, drawing a thin line of blood that erupted a moment later into a torrent. The fellworm sealed the wound, but Rav was now slashing the air, sending wave after wave at the demonic creature. Another bale hen managed to slip between 2 of the Candlemen, clucking in fury as it targeted a crossbow wielder. This one was met by Maw, who grabbed the hen in both hands and lifted it up before shoving it directly into its lid and snapped down. The bale hen thrashed and scratched in his grasp, trying to tear itself free. The panicked motion did hurt the boss, but Zaria had fed it on demon flesh. Maw had gained the demonic regeneration ability, on top of the regeneration granted from consuming hellish cuisine. He was regenerating at phenomenal rates, and the bale hen wasn't able to do enough damage to overcome it. Vaisala's runes were also doing their work. Mimics would activate them when they landed a solid blow, striking the bale hen with an impact rune and sending it flying back. Per Zaria's instructions, they only did so when she was the one behind the bale hen. It was easy for her to crush one of those chickens with a stomp. She had to go for a few blows to put the creature down, but she could hear its bones fracture with every strike. Another bale hen pivoted to charge her directly, and Zaria pointed at it, dropping her mouth and letting out a cackle. The bale hen staggered as spectral forces assailed it from all sides. The individual blows didn't look like they were very powerful, but they came so fast, it was hard for the creature to maintain its balance, let alone attack. All across the battlefield, the granted abilities from the demonic flesh were showing themselves useful. It had always been one of 3 abilities. Some mimics had demonic regeneration, like Maw, which kept them up and fighting. A few others had gained hateful blood. While this did nothing on the offense, whenever a bale hen's pecks and scratches managed to get through to the mimic's interior, the wound would explosively rupture, doing a small bit of damage to the mimic and far more to the bale hen. The last ability was Sadistic Might. These showed no changes to their fighting style at all, but when Zaria pulled up their abilities, she could see they were getting a stacking damage buff with every strike they landed. The real focus, however, was on Broyle. The new boss was proving the difference in power between a tin and copper boss handily. His steel stovepipe tentacles struck like hammer blows when they landed, and even the agile bale hens couldn't evade forever. Once it wrapped one of those limbs around a bale hen, the metal of the stovepipe heated to red hot almost immediately, searing the creature's flesh and releasing a sickeningly pleasant aroma of roasting chicken. When one proved too fast for Broil to catch, it let loose with a barrage of embers that streaked like miniature comets, going so far as to curve in the air like seeker projectiles to find their target. That wasn't to say there were no casualties on Zaria's side. A candleman was pulled out of formation, and 3 bale hens surrounded it, pecking hard enough to puncture even uncommon armor and tear away the wax beneath. Its sword mimic tried to lash out at the threats, but one of the bale hens got its beak around the hilt and pulled and thrashed the creature. Another went down to a bale hen that didn't go in for the lunge, instead dancing out of reach and slashing back in when the candleman and its sword mimic missed their blows. But overall, it was going well. Then she heard a sound that drew her attention away. Dozens of clucks, accompanied by fluttering wings, followed by a stomping sound. The smaller bale hens were returning, flying through the air with hateful abandon. Beneath them, however, was a bale hen that had been out of Zaria's range until recently. It was 3 times as tall as a human, and moved with demonic grace as it charged straight for Zaria. The drone, which had been immobile this entire time, whirred to life when the monstrous bale hen approached. Priority update. Boss-level threat detected. Retreating to minimum safe distance to await further instructions. Its back split open, and 3 blades erupted from a compartment there. They whirled over the drone, and it was lifted into the air by the sheer force of the downdraft. The giant bale hen saw the drone lift off, and then it met Zaria's gaze. When it saw she had noticed it, the creature reared back its head. The accompanying cock-a-doodle-doo sounded like a herald of the apocalypse.